as well as scuffles and even several two-wheelers set on fire. The police had to use tear gas and resort to a lathi charge to restore order. Here's the full report.
Another day and another incident of mob violence. Over a controversial social media post, two groups of two communities got into a scuffle. Later, the scuffle escalated to stone pelting, demolishing houses, and set up two-wheelers on fire, and even a prayer place was vandalized. Tensions arose in Yawat 4 days ago due to the desecration of the image of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Not long after that, a bandh was called in Yawat and the entire Daun Taluka. Tensions once again rose. A mob closed the market, attacked some houses and even religious places. In this, some shops, houses and two-wheelers were set on fire.
कुछ जलने वाला चीज़ डाल दिया, उससे ये सारा बेकरी जो है हमारा वो जल गया है. आप यहाँ पे भी देख सकते हैं कि कितना सारा सब कुछ जला हुआ है. और जो भी पोस्ट हुआ है या जो भी हुआ है उसमें हमारा मतलब कोई नहीं है, हमारे कोई वर्कर का भी कोई उसमें ये नहीं है कि उसका कोई रिश्तेदार है, पहचान वाला है, ऐसा कुछ इसमें कुछ इनका संबंध नहीं है. पोस्ट डालने वाला लड़का कहाँ का? पोस्ट डालने वाला लड़का यवत गांव का ही था कोई.
The police and riot control team quickly arrived at the location to stop the violence. Police have arrested the accused in the case for sharing vandalizing image of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. But even after that, tensions in the area kept getting worse. Both sides took it on social media as well. Number of objectionable communal posts started rising. Looking at the situation going out of hand, Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister reached the Yawat village to closely monitor the situation.
काही दिवसापूर्वी इथची घटना घडलेली होती. त्याच्यानंतर इथं लोकप्रतिनिधींनी भाषण केली, परंतु हे सगळं झाल्यानंतर सगळं शांत होतं. कुठेतरी मध्य प्रदेशमध्ये घटना घडली आणि ती घटना घडल्यावर त्यामध्ये त्यांनी मोबाईलला एक पोस्ट केली आणि त्याच्यातनं थोडीशी गडबडी केली. परंतु मी यवतकरांना, दौंडकरांना, पुणेकरांना, महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेला सांगू इच्छितो की पूर्णपणे इथली परिस्थिती आटोक्यात पोलीस यंत्रणेने आणलेली आहे. कोल्हापूरहून स्वतः कोलारी आमचे वरिष्ठ अधिकारी आलेले आहेत. जिल्ह्याचे पोलीस प्रमुख पण इथं आहेत. कोल्हापूर रेंजचे पण प्रमुख इथं आहेत. त्याचबरोबर
Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis also issued a strong statement amid rising tensions. He warned that such actions will not be taken.
मी आत्ताच त्या संदर्भात माहिती घेतली, कारण आपल्याला माहिती आहे मी कार्यक्रमामध्ये होतो. मी माहिती घेतली, त्या ठिकाणी एक बाहेरच्या व्यक्तीने एक चुकीचं स्टेटस ठेवल्यामुळे आणि त्या ठिकाणी कुठल्या तरी पुजाऱ्याने बलात्कार केला वगैरे अशा प्रकारचं काहीतरी स्टेटस ठेवल्यामुळे तणाव निर्माण झाला आणि लोक रस्त्यावर आले. जमावाला पांगवण्याकरता काही प्रमाणात लाठीचार्ज देखील करावा लागला. पण आता परिस्थिती नियंत्रणामध्ये आहे. दोन्ही समाजाची लोक एकत्रित बसलेली आहेत आणि हा तणाव त्या ठिकाणी संपवण्याचा प्रयत्न चाललेला आहे. मात्र अशा प्रकारे जाणीवपूर्वक काही लोक तणाव निर्माण झाला पाहिजे अशा प्रकारचे स्टेटस ठेवून किंवा तशा प्रकारच्या घटना या घडवताना त्या ठिकाणी पाहायला मिळतात. त्यांच्यावर कठोर कारवाई ही निश्चितपणे केली जाईल.
In view to the unrest, Section 144 has been imposed in Yawat village for 48 hours to prevent gathering of any kinds.
तब तक ये जो मैसेज था सोशल मीडिया में वो वायरल हो चुका था और गांव में पहले से ही एक थोड़ा तनावपूर्ण कुछ एक हफ्ता पहले को घटना हुई थी, जिसकी वजह से थोड़ा तनाव बढ़ा हुआ था। तो ये मोशन हाइटन होने की वजह से गांव के लोग रास्ते पे आए और उसमें से कुछ यंगस्टर्स ने कुछ जगह पे जाके कुछ स्ट्रक्चर को नुकसान पहुंचाने की कोशिश की, पर इसमें किसी को कोई इंजरी नहीं हुई है। और पुलिस प्रशासन जो है इमीडिएटली हमारी फोर्स ने जहां पे रिस्पॉन्ड किया, गांव में पेट्रोलिंग की और अभी शांतता है यहाँ पे।
Authorities continue to monitor the area closely to prevent further escalation.
What was the science behind temples? Was there a need to build temples? Republic positive influencer The Frank Hindu explains the science behind temples.
If God is everywhere, why do we need temples? A man once asked this very question to Swami Vivekananda. Swamiji smiled and said, "Come back this evening. I'll explain." That evening, the man arrived late and Swamiji asked him the reason for the delay. The man replied, "The air in my car tires was low. I couldn't find a pump." Swamiji asked, "Why not just open the valve and let the air around you fill the tire? Isn't there air everywhere?" The man answered, "How can I do that? We need a pump to push the air in." Swamiji smiled. Exactly. God is everywhere like air. But just like a pump concentrates air into the tire, a temple concentrates divine energy. Temples aren't just buildings. They are scientifically designed cosmic power centers. But how is that made possible? Let's explore. The four fundamental scientific principles used to focus cosmic energy in a temple are mantra, yantra, vigraha, and pran pratishtha. They employ concepts of sound energy, sacred geometry, precision carving, and energy transfer to transform temples into dynamic centers of spiritual force. Let's take a closer look. Mantra. Mantra is a sacred syllable or set of syllables so potent that when chanted repeatedly, generates subtle yet intense cosmic energy. Not just any word or sound can become a mantra. Mantras were heard, not invented, by ancient rishis in deep states of meditation. Next comes yantra, the geometric counterpart of mantra. Yantra acts as a blueprint of energy. Just as sound holds power, so does form. Mantra is the sound form, yantra is the geometric form, devata is the subtle effulgence energy form. A specific mantra and yantra are associated with every devata. Murti. The form of a devta is embodied in the murti, the sacred idol. But this isn't just art or symbolism. The murti is carefully carved, following precise guidelines laid out in the Agama Shastras, the ancient scriptures that detail the science of temple architecture. The murti, carved with such precision, is ready to be a conductor of divine energy. Pran pratishtha, the final step. Pran pratishtha is the ritual through which life force or pran is invoked and infused into the murti. Now, let's look at the recently constructed Ayodhya Ram Mandir to understand these concepts better. For over 9 years, a group of ardent devotees dedicated themselves fully to a single spiritual mission to chant the sacred Ram Tarika mantra, day in and day out. And what they accomplished was nothing short of astounding. Over 6 crore repetitions of the mantra. Through sacred rituals, the 6 crore mantra energy was carefully transferred into the Rama Yantra. The yantra was then enshrined in the sanctum sanctorum of the temple. After that, the murti was installed directly above the yantra and through pran pratishtha, allowing the energy to flow through. The murti became a living conduit of divine energy. The mantra Shakti infused in the yantra radiates through the murti, blessing every devotee who enters the temple. And here's the beauty. You don't have to do anything elaborate to receive it. Just being present in the sacred space, just having darshan of the murti will align your system with that divine energy. The power of any temple is directly linked to the mantra Shakti stored in its yantram. That's why certain temples draw millions of devotees. And to preserve and replenish that power, temples conduct Brahmotsavams, where mantras are chanted in large numbers to recharge the energy field Our ancestors knew temples were not mere buildings of stone and mortar, but living embodiments of the divine and our spiritual and cultural fabric. And that's why they offered fierce resistance to foreign invaders and laid down their lives. They understood that if the temples fell, whole civilization's rhythm would collapse. The irony is, the invaders knew this too. That's why they deliberately targeted temples, destroying every one they could find. And yet, millennia later, we are still waking up to the true value of these magnificent temples. We have become so secular that we choose to interfere only in the affairs of Hindu temples. And this interference rarely serves the temple's spiritual welfare or the preservation of sanctity. The focus isn't on maintaining divine energy or upholding sacred tradition. It's almost always about controlling the funds. There's little to no concern for the Agama Shastras. Offering substandard or adulterated items to temple deities is nothing short of sacrilege. It's a blatant violation of dharma and an insult to the sanctity of the temple and the faith of the devotees. The next time we step into a temple, let us remember that every custom, every rule has deep significance. Let us preserve the sanctity of the premises. Let us enter with humility and awareness. So, does all-pervading God need temples? No, but we humans do. To connect with the cosmic force, to resonate with the divine within, to elevate our consciousness, and to remind us of who we are and what we stand for.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन है 42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं।
I told you the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit of 18 to 20 fighter aircraft. Each squadron is essentially a sword in our aerial arsenal, and we are missing 13 of these swords. But here's what nobody is talking about. How did we land here? How did a nuclear-armed democracy with global ambitions find itself operating with just 2/3 of its required fighter strength? The answer lies in a decade of systematic sabotage, a 10-year period from 2004 to 2014, when the UPA government did not just fail to modernize our Air Force, they actively destroyed our fighter aircraft procurement capability through a toxic combination of bureaucratic paralysis, corruption paranoia, and sheer institutional incompetence. During the UPA's entire 10-year tenure, the Indian Air Force managed to induct only 122 fighter aircraft, including a mere 82 Su-30 MKIs. To put this in perspective, China was inducting more fighters in a single year than India managed in an entire decade.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Pure सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और
खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा और मसाला.
In the course of the investigation that was being carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, several witnesses were essentially being called in. In fact, there were trumped-up charges that were leveled against the so-called accused. One such person who was called in for questioning by the Maharashtra ATS was Milind Rao Joshi, president of Abhinav Bharat, a man that with whom I've spoken to for several years put together. Milind, thank you very much for joining us. We've known each other for several years. We've spoken many a times, and you've time and again spoken about how you were being tortured, how you were being forced to take names. But before I come into the details of the investigation that was carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, I want to begin from the time the case was being investigated. How did you really figure in this particular case?
So this blast took place somewhere in September. And we were all basically watching news, and we would see Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur's name flashing up related to Malegaon case. And since we didn't know her, there was no panic. I mean, it was just news for us. Although we were taken aback by thinking, why would a Sadhvi be involved in such kind of cases? But anyway, after a few days, the news started flashing that a colonel posted in Panchmadi is being taken in for interrogation, and he is one of the suspects. And this is where the alarm bell started ringing, because we knew that Colonel Purohit was posted in Panchmadi learning Arabic in the language school of army there. And still we couldn't connect the dots, as if like why exactly he is being interrogated. But we thought that it might be related to his intelligence job. He's an intelligence officer in Indian Army. And later on, when the news started flashing that he's been arrested for it, we were like in a panic mode. We knew that this thing is going to come at our doorstep.
So back-to-back Power Packs session. We hope that you're really liking them. Now, before we go on further, let's pause to ask one question. What does India's AI trajectory look like through the lens of data? And to answer that question, we have joining us here Mr. Anurag Dua, partner at EY, a man who lives and breathes data. Please come on the stage, sir.
Hi everyone. I was just realizing, I was talking to a few of the students here, I think while AI can augment human capability, human patience has its own limit. So people can't listen to AI for 4 or 5 hours continuously. But please bear with me. I'll try to keep it short. What I'll talk about today, can we have the slides on the screen please? Okay. So as a consultant, I think it will be a bit boring session as opposed to what Rajat was talking here. So I won't be able to present any avatar and some of those things. But what I would try to do in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'll try to talk about some of the things which we can relate ourselves with as citizens. So just to give you a brief introduction, so I work in the public sector consulting team of EY. And I mostly work on large government digital transformation programs. And now AI is definitely one of the biggest things that we talk about. So let me start. I just want to give some data points. So I'm sure all of you would appreciate that governments, and not only this AI revolution, but previously some speaker was talking about internet and so on and so forth. So government has always been facing those inflection points. And as I said, not now, but sort of always. And a lot of challenges that they face. Those challenges could be fiscal challenges. Those challenges could be, I would say, efficiency-related challenges, citizen-related or people-related challenges. And all this happens while people like us who are citizens, when we are on the other side of the table, our expectations are also constantly growing from what government is delivering to us. So you go to a government office, you would want the service to be delivered immediately. So that's the class of experience that all of us look like. And I'll talk about some of those examples quickly. But before moving to that, just wanted to talk about a couple of data points. So we at EY, we did a survey. This was done in around 14 countries where we talked to some 500 government officials, senior bureaucrats, politicians, and some of the other government officials. And the survey results, I'll just talk about a couple of them. So around 60% or more, as you would see, the respondents agreed that AI would really impact the way the governance or the public governance is done. And not only that, more than 50% really believe that there will be a huge impact on the citizen services. Now, having said that, I have not put some of the other figures, but I'll just talk about it. Actual usage or the scaled implementations that are happening specifically on the Gen AI side in government, that number was, if I remember it correctly, close to 12 to 14%. So still there's a long way to go. And most importantly, there was another survey that was done by EY. The first survey was done in a partnership with Oxford Economics. The second survey was done, which was more of a sentiment index survey, and some 15,000 citizens across those chosen countries were surveyed, or they were talked to. And I think around 35 to 40% said that they have that trust in government, that if the government is using AI to deliver services, whether that level of accountability, transparency, ethics, and all those things will be taken care of. There would be inclusivity in the service delivery and so on and so forth. So while at one end of the spectrum, we are seeing that there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of talk that is happening about that, but at the other side of the spectrum, a lot needs to be done. And I'll talk about some of those things. In India also, since this is one of the areas that I personally work and I keep interacting with governments at various levels, I think first point I want to say is that at least my experience in the last 6 months to 1 year has been, there has been massive uptake of AI/Gen AI from a government perspective. Yes, lots of programs are still not scaled out. There are lots of pilots that are happening. There are lots of POCs, proof of concepts as we call them in consulting parlance, they are happening. But massive uptake, and this is across areas that you all could think of. You can think of areas around taxation, areas around civil aviation, areas around railways. So these are the areas where we as common citizens of the country relate with and probably interact with the government. So on one side, government is definitely, I would say, catalyzing the AI ecosystem in the country. So that's one big thing that is happening through India AI mission and all, and I'll not talk about some of those things. On the other side, as I said, at least what we are witnessing is government themselves are embracing Gen AI in a massive way, and this is across all levels of government. When I say all levels, whether it is central government, whether these are ministries, whether they are authorities, or state governments themselves, or even local bodies, so the municipal corporations and all of them, we are seeing massive interest. They are talking about AI, and not only talking now, and that's why I say the needle has moved. Now they are actually implementing it. There are lots of use cases that are getting implemented. Now, one of the things again, and I was just listening to the previous session, what Rajat was talking about. I think what we believe is, or what I believe specifically is AI, at least in the public governance side, I would say. I would not get to the other side because that's a topic I'm discussing right now. I really believe that it is there to augment the capability or the capacity of the government. There's a lot of work that goes on. We'll have some examples, but it is just not replacing any individual. It is just augmenting the capability to deliver better services to us, and probably look at some of the other things, the way the transformation can be brought in, whether it is internal efficiency improvement of the government and some of those things. And that's why we believe that there are two sets of areas where probably we need to look at it. AI is not, or Gen AI is not about just looking at creating new programs on AI or developing new projects on AI. I think it is equally important. I think most of the people in this room would know that there was a program that was created by government long back that was called National E-Governance Plan, NEGP, as it is famously called as. And that program identified lots of mission mode projects, whether it's automation of government treasuries, whether it is tax systems automations, and so on and so forth. Now, the thought is that we should look at those programs also which are already running. There are large digital transformations that have happened. Now passport, you get passport, even if it is not a Tatkal passport. There are case studies I keep reading that you get passport in 2 days. So there has been a complete transformation. Income tax, the way the returns are filed, the way the goods get cleared at custom ports, lots of digitalization has happened, and all those have been mission mode programs at some point in time. Now, how do we, so one, as I said, one aspect is let's keep looking at creating new programs where AI could be done. But the other thought is that how do we equally look at the programs that have already been running, the large transformations that have already been running, where digital is supporting them, and how do we keep infusing AI into those programs? What we see is that there the success might come a bit faster because those programs are already scaled out and we don't have to do a proof of concept or a pilot testing every time. So that's how we look at it. And how do we really now sort of pivot our entire digital transformation the way the government does? Because there are lots of, you must be hearing 2.0 programs, 3.0 programs, 4.0 programs. So some project that was done some years back, now we say it's a 2.0 program of the same project that is coming up. So how do we start? We used to talk about these things, cyber security. When the cyber security thing came, we used to talk about security first or cyber first and all those things. So how do we start pivoting our entire thought around AI first? So that's one of the key things at least. And having said that, now we are sort of witnessing that trend also, that government is now talking about infusing AI into their existing programs. Before I go to that, just to give you some examples. So these programs and the way we are seeing the impact now, because everything has to have an impact on the livelihoods, and our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister also talks about not only ease of doing business, but ease of living also. I think the gentleman who was there in one of the other sessions, I think he has left now, he was talking about that so much population is covered under an FSA, which is Food Security Act. What is something that AI will bring to them? So I think what at least I believe is that AI is touching, we may not be the users of AI knowingly on everything, that yes, I am using AI, or for that matter, I am using an avatar to do something, but there's a lot of indirect benefit that all of us, I believe, as citizens have started getting, and at some point in time will start getting of AI. And just to talk about some of those things, the way the social inclusion programs are created. How can AI help in doing a better data analysis so that the schemes are better targeted to the person, the last person in the society? So those are the things that are now really, that have started happening. This is not a theory at least, and I'm talking about India. So this is not a theory. India is doing a lot of work and the governments are doing a lot of work. People like us, now imagine when we start filing our income tax returns, some of you are students, you will start filing it in some point in time. Imagine that when you go to a site, it's still complicated. If you get some assistance over there that this is what I want to do, this is what my income is, can you just help me navigate through the entire form? So those are the things that have started happening now. And that's why I'm saying it's sort of covering the entire spectrum. The people who are beneficiaries of large social inclusion programs, they are also getting a lot of benefit, and I'm sure they will keep getting more benefits out of such programs. People like us who would have a different type of ask from the government, they would also start getting a lot of benefits. So again, just to say the needle is really moving, at least what my experience has been. And I also think that how do we really scale these things out? Because I think we are at a point where not doing something on these lines is not an option. But how do we really scale this out? I was hearing one of the sessions in the morning on my phone while I was traveling, and I think there was a discussion that are we the laggards in that area? So I am an optimist. I would say no, and again, I also know that probably we'll do well. We have done very well in some of the other IT areas. We'll do equally well in the AI side also. But how do we really scale out faster? And for that, we thought that a concept like entity.ai, and I'll just quickly take a couple of minutes to explain entity.ai, what this concept is all about. The concept is, now entity could be a central government ministry, say Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Agriculture. Agriculture, again, you would know a lot of stuff is happening on the agri stack, a lot of AI infusion is happening in that area, and some of the other areas as well. So it could be a ministry, it could be a state. Just take an example, Government of Andhra Pradesh. So AP itself is a state. So can it be AP.ai, or it could be a municipal body for that matter. So let's take an example, NDMC, New Delhi Municipal Corporation. So NDMC.ai. So can we extend this sort of concept as an entity.ai concept and I'll not get into the technical details on some of those things. But imagine there's a place called Republic.ai, and there's a system called Republic.ai for all of you. You go onto that system, whatever Republic as a group has been doing on AI, whatever applications are available for all of you, whether it is on the learning side, whether it is, sorry, I don't come from this profession, so I would not know much, but whatever things, whether these are applications, whether these are knowledge bases, anything and everything related to the AI which is available or which could be made available within the Republic world ecosystem, all of that is available in one place. And that's the concept that now, in fact, we have been discussing this concept also. So we are saying that there is a platform which is a tech part, I'm not getting into that. And then there are lots of horizontal applications and vertical. And when I say horizontal and vertical, horizontal applications could be how to create a note. For those who have been interacting with government, there's a lot of file notes that get prepared. There's a lot of work on document preparation, document extraction that keeps happening within the government. So these are all horizontal apps which could be used across ministries, across departments, across states, and so on and so forth. Reporting, the way the reporting is done in government, the way the document processing is done in government. Just take an example. There's a lot of bill processing that happens in government. When government pays it to their service providers, a lot of bill processing happens. How can AI help, and how could there be some models which are common models that get created and it could be used across government ecosystem? So there are those horizontal use cases, and then there are specific vertical use cases or sectoral use cases as we call them, which could be on healthcare, which could be on agriculture, which could be on education, and so on and so forth. So this is one of the models that we believe would really help scale out the usage of AI or Gen AI in a much faster way, because there are frameworks that would be available for everyone to adopt. Now, how do we really go about this journey? And again, I'll just go back to that survey that we as a firm did. We identified what are some of those good practices, and we called that those are pioneers who are leveraging AI or Gen AI. And some of the things that really get discussed, and probably our experience in working in India as well as in some of the other geographies, the western part of the world as well. So what are those things that really help us to systematically advance towards the usage of Gen AI or AI? And I think one of the foremost things is, do we think of reimagining our processes also? So there are lots of laws, acts that are there in government which are quite old. Now AI, and I'll give an example. I was working with one of the large government organizations, and this was not related to AI or Gen AI. This was more in terms of how do we use Aadhaar to authenticate something, the good old debate. And one of the things that came up was that the act says that there have to be wet signature on those documents. Now, how do we do that? How can we move? Can we change that? So, and definitely there was a change in that, and we moved ahead on that. But again, the idea is that we need to really reimagine the processes of the government. That becomes a big thing, because that becomes a big impediment at times in actual implementation or actual usage of the AI. The other key part is that how would the government think of its tech strategy? And when I say tech strategy, again, I'll not get into the details. There are still lots of concerns about privacy of data, about safety, security concerns, how DPDP, the new act that is there, how would it impact the data security in the country? Do we use open source models, or do we use some of the other commercial models? If yes, what will be the implications, and so on and so forth. So what is the larger strategy of the government on the tech side? And then definitely, this is something you must be hearing since morning today, that is our data really ready? And if yes, what data is ready and what data is not ready? That becomes a big thing. How do we choose our battles well? Do we sort of implement everything? Do we go on a big bang approach? Do we identify these are the two most impactful things, where the cost is lower, the time to implementation is lower, and we choose our AI use cases? One of the other big things, and again, you must be hearing about it, lots of state governments have started working on it, is about how do we really get our people ready? So again, people don't have to necessarily, and again, this is both sides of the spectrum. One is more in terms of AI skills generation, job creation, and all those things. That's one part. Second is, as a user also, do we need a certain type of skills? Because as I said that the sentiment index survey did sort of come out with a view that citizens still need to have more trust in government as far as the AI usage is concerned. So how do we get the people ready for this revolution? And how do we really confront the changing risk frontier? I think this is one of the very important things. One of the other discussions I was having with some of the government organizations was about inclusivity. That we talk about responsible AI, ethical AI, and some of these things. But imagine that AI sort of, I would say, comes up with some suggestion, or Gen AI comes up with some suggestion, because you all would know that it will process the way the data already exists, or the data or the information that exists in the larger ecosystem. And it actually impacts the inclusivity of a social inclusion program. So how do we handle some of those things? What are the guardrails that need to be put? And these are all activities which have to be done in parallel. These are not sequential activities. And again, while I'm talking about some of those things, at least I do see that governments are now across all levels, as I said, are working on these things. And the last but not the least is about how do we build trust with the citizens? What is the type of messaging that is going out from the government side? So again, I would say that there are lots of opportunities. Opportunities are so vast that we cannot ignore them. And again, the economic part, the economic growth part is separate. I'm not even talking about it. That's a separate subject in itself. But for the larger public governance in the country itself, how do we sort of create that ecosystem where we feel empowered and we really feel that the way the government starts using AI, we are the end beneficiaries of all those things. So I'll just sort of end by saying that the key to this entire thing is execution, and how do we really move from pilot to the impact side. And again, I just reiterate that I see actually a lot of work happening now, and I'm sure you as end beneficiaries one day, which is not far, will start realizing that what government is doing to really infuse AI into public governance, you will start seeing the benefits of all sooner than later. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. I hope I didn't sort of overshoot my time. Any questions or? Yeah.
This AI is not going to replace the human being. Could you please elaborate this thing?
Okay.
India being a socialist country.
Yeah, India being the socialist, I'm myself a socialist, sir. So look, I'm purely talking from a public governance side. So, yeah.
It's an intelligence.
Yes.
Being pitched against the artificial intelligence.
There
are two things.
Yeah.
Whatever little understanding I have, as a layman, I am definitely not the expert of the field. Whatever I have seen, the application of AI, sooner than later, it is going slowly to remove human elements, and artificial intelligence is going to take over the place. Whatever little I have seen, maybe this hall is to be swept, robotics will come. If it takes 5 human effort, it will be done by single machine. Whatever government missions, whatever thing is being done, earlier the same thing was being done by human beings. It will be done in more efficient manner, more recorded manner, without any corruption part of it. I agree to that extent. Okay. But definitely in my wisdom, it's going to eat away human.
Okay, so I'll just try to address that and my view. The disclaimer that this is not my firm's view, this is my view as Anurag Dua. Sir, I believe in 2 things. One, there would always be country-specific guardrails. I genuinely believe in that, and I think we should have. Because the way our ecosystem works, if you go to West, if you go to a Nordic country, that ecosystem is very different. So we cannot have sort of very similar, I am not using the word AI regulation because that is not something which is sort of very well appreciated. So I'll just stay out of that. But there would be different types of implementations. And as a country, we need to really see how to infuse and where to infuse and to what extent AI will get infused, because definitely we would not want jobs to be displaced because of that. There could be, what I believe, certain jobs that might become a bit redundant. Lots of surveys you would have seen that, and again I'll not get into and quote all those things because they are surveys after all. They do say that there will be net positive impact on jobs. So probably the Times will tell that. But I do believe in one of the other things, sir, and more experientially, we have faced several such tech-related transformations in the past, in the last 30, 40 years. When computers came, there was a similar fear. When internet came, there was a fear. Now again, there would be, and rightly so, there would be some fear. So on a larger basis, I think point number one, we will have India-specific, we should have rather India-specific views that how and which sectors we implemented to what extent. Second, as I said, net positive impact. Third, specifically from a public governance side, and since I have been a practitioner in this area for the last 20 odd years, I see there's a lot of scope to really augment the capability for better citizen service delivery without really impacting the jobs at all. So that is, and I have worked in multiple sectors. I've worked in health sector, I've worked in rural development, agriculture, public finance definitely a lot. And I see there would be lots of opportunities where we are just augmenting the human capability. That's it. For them to make decisions faster, for them to get some of the efficiency gains, the way the government is working or the way the public governance is happening. So I really don't, at least in my view, I don't fear that there would be job losses as far as AI is concerned. Yeah?
I think I read a book a long time back. I can recall a lot of stuff. The world is flat. People think, yes, such a great book. Now there's an example. We can actually push towards that.
Push towards that, yeah.
We are sitting here. We don't have to run anywhere. We can use UPI. I think it has to go on.
It has to, yeah.
Go on. It is a necessary evil now. Even an information highway, you can't take a U-turn.
Yes, absolutely.
We have to keep walking with it.
We have to keep walking with it, yeah. Yeah, because not getting into that bandwagon is not a choice.
I think very interesting discussion, and discussion is endless, right? What sir said that AI is going to eat out the man or jobs, right? To my little understanding, what I think this fear has already been there for 40 years, as long as I could remember. Fear रहा है जब भी कोई और आया कि job चले जाएंगे. To my little understanding, I think AI is not going to replace the man or human, but the man who knows AI will replace the person who doesn't know AI. So you rightly said that it is going to augment the human intelligence or going to make the human job easy and faster, probably the way out.
No, I really like the way you mentioned, but I personally, if you ask me, I don't even feel like that. So I think each human is individual and everyone is important. I don't think that AI can ever replace anything. Human emotions are definitely very different. I don't know, and nobody knows the direction in which the technology will move 5 years down the line.
We have seen number of titles have been replaced. They don't exist today.
Yes, that's why I'm saying, so upskilling, the way the upskilling is, that's why we always talk about net positive impact. So there could be certain jobs which might get redundant, but do we see a net positive impact on the job market? So that's what at least I feel.
Sir, my one question. We are emerging economy, right?
Sorry?
We are emerging economy as India.
Yes. We are still saying emerging economy. I thought that.
And we are aspiring for, leadership in AI also, right? But we see that most of our economy depends upon MSME and SMEs, right?
Yes.
They are not aware about all these new technologies. So how our business partners, consultants, or government policy, they are connecting the dot to make it successful?
No, I think that's happening. That's pretty much happening, because there are lots of, and since you mentioned that, I've been part of some of those programs where, so there's a lot of encouragement that is being given to lots of smaller industry players, MSMEs or micro. MSMEs is covering everything. So on how do they use technology better? And it's not about AI or Gen AI. That's a topic that is in vogue. We are talking about it. But generally also overall technology usage. How do we bring more automation in the way some of those things are happening, the way their productivity gets increased or their market access is getting increased. So you would have seen that the last few years there have been numerous initiatives which are sort of giving that fillip or catalyzing their own adoption of digital, and B, how do we use digital to provide them better market access? So that's one on the other side of the spectrum. And that's why I always think that it's not about, so today on the in this room we are talking about AI. What happens? We are talking about quantum and all those things. So 5 years down the line, what new thing comes up, and in this room, what is the topic of that discussion? We do not know. So the idea is that we take the way the digital has been impacting the economy, and I say that's why I say whether it is the economic part or the social inclusion part, because for a country like us, that is equally important. I would say more important. So and there are various programs we are also discussing with them, and I at least I can proudly say that MSMEs are really catching up in adoption of some of those things. Definitely things will take some time. Probably, as I said, our ecosystem is a bit different. We just cannot compare ourselves to the West every time on every topic, but things will happen.
Because unless we connect all the dots, we cannot become a leader.
Now again, I would say all the dots, or at least some of the dots, are getting connected. So we have some patience, because I do have this, I get into these discussions where it is talked that we are the laggards and all those things. There might be initial uptake might be a bit slower, but I think would we win the race at some point in time? I would say yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone, and have a good day ahead. Thanks.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, सब बढ़िया लो, इसमें क्या खास बात है? थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन F-42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं.
I told you the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit of 18 to 20 fighter aircraft. Each squadron is essentially a sword in our aerial arsenal, and we are missing 13 of these swords. But here's what nobody is talking about. How did we land here? How did a nuclear-armed democracy with global ambitions find itself operating with just 2/3 of its required fighter strength? The answer lies in a decade of systematic sabotage, a 10-year period from 2004 to 2014, when the UPA government did not just fail to modernize our Air Force, they actively destroyed.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live this morning at 8 a.m. with me, Tanisha Avasthi. An encounter is currently underway in Kulgam. We learned that one terrorist has been killed as well after Operation Mahadev and Operation Shakti. This is another big encounter that's taking place in Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir. We're getting you all that and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Encounter underway in Kulgam between terrorists and joint forces. Additional reinforcements sent. Prajwal Ravana convicted in rape case. Court to announce quantum of sentence today. Prime Minister Modi in his constituency Varanasi today set to unveil projects worth rupees 2,200 crore. Enforcement Directorate issues a lookout circular against Anil Ambani restrictions on travel imposed. Donald Trump orders 2 nuclear and submarines to be positioned near Russia. We start this morning edition of 8 a.m. with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with an encounter that is underway in Kulgam. Remember, the encounter started yesterday. It is still continuing. Today is the second day. We learned that one terrorist has been eliminated as the encounter between security forces and terrorists is currently underway in the Akal area of Kulgam district. The Jammu and Kashmir Police, Army and CRPF are carrying out the operation. Cordon and search operations has turned into an encounter. The joining security forces have established a contact, we learn. The terrorists opened fire, triggering a gunfight. The operation is still ongoing and additional reinforcement has been sent to prevent any escape of further terrorists if they are trapped. Zeenat, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast. Zeenat, first it was Operation Mahadev, then it was Operation Shiv Shakti, and now we learn that an encounter in Kulgam is taking place. Talk to us about how significant could this encounter be?
Every encounter is significant for the security forces because this is a moving threat that they want to neutralize. As far as the Kulgam encounter is concerned, this is a village, Akal village in Kulgam district, where encounter is underway, and of now we are picking that and has been confirmed by the Chinar Corps. The 15th Corps has confirmed, because they take care of the entire Kashmir Valley, that the one terrorist have been neutralized. The picture that we are also beaming here on the screen is the one, the slain terrorist who was the part of this module, and they were trapped yesterday. Rather the day before yesterday, there had been the searches going on in the forest belt. This is the forest area of Akal village where the encounter has taken place, and yesterday the firefight was exchanged because the security forces had got a fire, and meanwhile the more reinforcement was sent to see that the terrorists who have been trapped should not escape. Today a success has come to the joint forces in Kulgam, where one terrorist have been neutralized and the search operation continues. In fact, the reinforcement we still showing is going on to the particular place, although the entry and exit points have not been sealed because Kashmir has definitely changed for better. So the encounter spot where the people are not being allowed to move better, but as of now the life continues in the Kashmir Valley when the Kulgam is witnessing an encounter and a terrorist has also been killed there.
Right. Zeenat, also talk to us about if there is any relation between the terrorists that have been killed to the Pahalgam terrorists, because we learn the 3 terrorists have already been killed that were responsible for the Pahalgam attack. Is there any connection of this terrorist that has been killed today in the Kulgam encounter to the Pahalgam attack?
No, there is no such link, because the encounter Mahadev, all the threats that were part of the Pahalgam Baisaran attack, that threat has been neutralized. All 3 terrorists, as the Home Minister of the country in the Parliament has confirmed and cleared that it's only those terrorists, those Pakistani terrorists, those who have been killed were the part of the Baisaran attack. So there is no question that the further links should be around. As of now, this is the int-based operation. The int was generated by Indian Army, and accordingly they launched an operation. See, Indian Army has always been involved in the jungle warfare. This is their job to neutralize the threat on ground. And then we see the other forces, be it the J&K Police Army, or be it the J&K Police CRPF, or any other force, they just provide us support. But when it comes to neutralizing the threat on ground, it's always the Indian Army that has been leading. And today again we are seeing the one threat has been neutralized. Although there has been the input about the terrorist movement in the forest belt, the number of terrorists were coming to yesterday evening. but as of now, we are seeing that the one has been neutralized. Let's see if another threat is neutralized or it was just a one threat that was trapped in the entire encounter, because this has not taken place in the residential house, since it is a forest belt, the open area. So the area is quite vast and it takes a lot of time to scan and search the entire area to see that if any other terrorist is trapped, that can be neutralized.
Right, Sina, thank you very much for getting us those details. We'll keep a very close watch on that story, but for now, it's time for us to move on. And ladies and gentlemen, remember today is the episode Positive Influencer program that is going to air. Here is a quick snippet of all that you will get in the dose of positivity only on Republic.
In today's world, which is filled with distractions, is there a sure short way to stay focused? Republic positive influencer Roma Abhyankar shares the secret.
On your day off, you often plan to sleep in a little extra. And while you have this plan, it's most often interrupted by someone ringing the doorbell, by people honking outside the window, or by people playing loud music. And that means goodbye to sleeping in late. You ask yourself, why can't everyone just be quiet for 30 minutes? Quiet. Our inner self is always looking for this very quiet, this peace. And when you can't have it, your mind starts to get agitated. Is it possible to have this mental peace in today's ever-changing world? Let's find out. Namaskar. My name is Roma Abhyankar. And while we can't have mental peace at the tap of a button, like most things on our phone, we can pursue getting closer to this state of calm. Arjun had this very question for his mentor Sri Krishna. Who is a person with mental steadfastness? How can I be like him? Here's Sri Krishna's answer. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Prajahati Yada Kaman Sarvan Parthamano Atmanyevatmanastushtas Sthita Prajnyas Tadochyate. What it means is when a person completely gives up on all desires of the mind and finds satisfaction in the self, by the self, he is said to be a Sthita Prajnya, a person of steadfast wisdom. The word to note here is Sthita Prajnya. Sthita is to be steady or firm, and Prajnya is wisdom or intelligence. Sthita Prajnya describes a person who has inner balance, someone not affected by the ups and downs of life. This is someone who's able to exercise detachment, so much so that he or she is free from motives or ego. This person has found their inner balance and doesn't work with expecting something in return. Instead of looking outward for validation, happiness, or fulfillment, they find content within themselves. Caught up in the whirlwind of daily responsibilities, is it possible for us to be a Sthita Prajnya, this person with inner calm? It might need some work, but it is possible. Let's decode Sri Krishna's shlok and see 3 practical ways in which you can bring focus back on your inner self. First off, Sri Krishna emphasizes the importance of inner peace. When dealing with life's challenges, always choose to operate in a calm and controlled manner. If we are overwhelmed by negative emotions, we will lack clarity and reason. Take a moment, a pause before you react. The more calm you are internally, the more effective it will be to deal with the turmoil on the outside. For instance, next time someone comes to talk to you, be an active listener. Listening to someone not to respond but to understand them, their point of view, is an art. And this will enable you to respond with reason. Secondly, Sri Krishna tells Arjun to focus on self-realization. You can begin with cultivating qualities that help you stay grounded right from the get-go. For example, bring in more discipline to your life. It could be small things like waking up at a certain hour each morning to a balanced diet. Discipline helps keep impulsive behavior in check and you can resist temptation. Lastly, in the Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna consistently guides Arjun and us towards establishing a value system rooted in dharma, courage, and clarity. Rather than living in fear and anxiety, our actions must be aligned to a sense of duty and also leave a positive impact on others. You never know who might be inspired seeing your dedication to your family or your passion for your work. Remember, if something isn't adding value to your life, it's definitely taking something away from you. And more often than not, it's taking away your inner peace. We'll want to avoid that as much as possible. Focus on the action and not what the action can do for you. In the Mahabharata, one comes across a person that might tick all the boxes for a Sthita Prajna. Any guesses? It's not Sri Krishna or Arjun or even Bhishma Pitama. It's Vidur, the paternal uncle of the Pandavas and the Kauravas and the prime minister of the Kuru kingdom. A tale retorts that Yam, the lord of death and justice in our Sanatan Dharma, was born Vidur in the mortal world. Turns out, being a Sthita Prajna might be the most underrated superpower. To walk the path of a Sthita Prajna is not to withdraw from life, but to rise above its noise. Peace is not the absence of noise, it's the presence of stillness. Dhanyavad.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shubhanshu Shukla shared his one-year journey of the Axiom 4 mission compressed into a few minutes. Take a look at this.
Welcome, Earthlings. Great. It's an amazing feeling to be in orbit for the first time. When I looked out through the window for the first time, the view was just stunning.
Wow, what a ride it was. But when the ride started, it was something. Like you're getting pushed back into the seat. It was an amazing ride. And then suddenly, nothing. It was an amazing feeling.
We also want to thank you for basically thanks for everyone around the world and every person, every team who made this beautiful day happen.
Grace crew, welcome aboard the International Space Station. Peggy, welcome back. It's a great honor and privilege to have such a legendary astronaut on board with us. And Thibaut, Shooks and Swab, congratulations on your first space flight.
Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
I travel to space with the dreams of a billion hearts with me. I want them to live this journey with me because I feel that it is equally theirs as it is mine. Because I feel that this is truly the journey of an entire nation.
and look where we can go when we work together on common platform, common science, then sky is no longer the limit. We can explore space, we can explore science, we can explore technology and build new solutions for the future.
The X4 crew came here with a purpose and a really busy agenda. This was a great mission and we enjoyed it the most. So now we will return home and we will spread the word in our countries that these things are within our reach. These things are possible even for smaller countries like ours.
It's always great to work with a bunch of professionals, which you are, but it's even more special to work with folks that have become our friends even more deeply. Thank you.
Thank you to the Axiom 4 crew.
And we have splashdown of the AX4 crew back on planet Earth.
Welcome home.
I think it's really important to have these examples of people to show the new young generation that actually there are no boundaries. Your dreams, your careers, and your lives have no limits. This is what you dream of, then you can pursue.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of two sisters, Kashvi and her little sister Arohi. Despite their young age, they are battling a harsh reality, spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder weakening their muscles daily. The family is struggling to arrange the funds, and despite their best efforts, they are finding it challenging to make ends meet. The parents, Rekha and Keshav, are now reaching out for help, appealing to viewers to donate and share their story. With your support, Kashvi and Arohi can get the treatment they need to survive and live a healthy life. You can dial 7501496545 or scan the QR code to contribute their cause. Every little bit counts, and you can help give these two innocent souls a chance at life. This is their story.
She is Kashvi, 2.8 years old. And this is her sister Arohi, a month old. Both of them too young to understand that all is not good with her. Two little sisters who light up the world with their presence, but behind their smiles a harsh reality looms. Kashvi wasn't gaining weight and wasn't achieving milestones like other kids her age. After several tests, her parents received the devastating diagnosis that she has SMA type 2.
So she was like 2.7 years old. It was detected last month in 23rd of June. So luckily she didn't have any kind of, previously she used to have a lot, like she used to do coughing and she used to catch cold and every time so that was what she used to face previously. Right now her symptoms is
if she's sitting in a position, she will keep on sitting on that. She will request us that she wants to stand, she wants to play with other kids. So
she wants to say I need to stand, I need to walk, okay, please help me to walk, like those, like in her these things she says like that.
She wants to do it, but her body is not supporting to do that.
Spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder that's weakening their muscles day by day, every day. Kashvi gasps for breath. But the woes for Kashvi's parents didn't end there. 3 weeks after, their younger child detected SMA type 2. Their younger child Arohi was also diagnosed with the same genetic disorder, but this one more severe than SMA type 1. Without treatment, life expectancy is often less. than 2 years in SMA type 1. Meanwhile, in SMA type 2 with the treatment, life expectancy can be improved and some individuals can live well into adulthood.
Yeah, so SMA type 1 is more harmful. It's the reason is like it's more deadlier, we can say, compared to type 2. And if it is not treated in the early stages of this, like it is going to affect more, because it has severity problems for the respirations and all these things. And usually it is seen that like the child does not able to celebrate the second birthday also. So for type 1.
So I think within 3 months we will be able to see the symptoms in her. As of now there are no symptoms in her, but within 3 months there will be symptoms like breathing problems, she won't be able to swallow and all those things. So type 1 is much more critical than type 2.
Lack of reflexes, inability to sit without proper support, abnormal breathing pattern, difficulty swallowing, which can lead to growth issues, are few of the many problems that Arohi is facing. On camera, you may see them smiling and breezing through life one day at a time, but that is not the case. Their only hope is Zolgensma, a life-saving gene therapy that costs a whopping rupees 16 crore.
There are 2 options only for her at this moment available in India. So one is Zolgensma, so that is a one-time gene therapy, and it costs around 16 CR at this moment. It includes shipping and all these things, customs and all, like
Tax, everything included.
After their younger child detecting the same disorder, they are in dire need of more financial support. Their budget has now increased to a staggering rupees 18 crore.
We also connected with Novartis, who is actually producing the medicine or drug. So what they have mentioned, they were also speechless when they heard about both the daughters are SMA. So the best thing what they told us is what they can do is the cost of the medicine is 16 crores, but the first EMI or first installment we have to pay is 9 crores. In 9 crore they will give the injection, and doctors can push that injection to our baby. So minimum 9 crore for one kid we need. So total 18 crores are required as of now to save our both the daughters.
Right, it's 18 CR at this moment. Like we were fighting for 16 CR, and now it's 18 CR what we can manage till now.
Kashvi's family hails from Kolkata. Her mother, Rekha Kumari, comes from a family of Navy officers and is now working with a private company. Her father, Keshav Kundu, holds a job in IT sector.
So I come from a defense background. My dad was in defense, Indian Navy, and I'm working in IT industry. I'm working in Wipro, and nobody in my family has any symptoms. Nobody is having anything. Nobody is aware about SMA in my family. So there was nothing like that. And
and my parents were state government teachers in Assam. So they were my schooling and everything was done in Assam. Then due to college in Bangalore, and then I settled down in Kolkata at this moment. And so in our families also there is nothing as such identified, and unfortunate that we are the carriers, and even we don't doctors are saying that you taste this the same MLPA test.
Right.
But what's of use? We are not going to plan anything. Right now we have only 2 daughters, and we need to sit in.
From private companies to government jobs, they've knocked all the doors, but the climb is very steep.
So we have sent out applications to PMO office, President of India, and like the CM, because I was born here in Assam, so I had sent an application to Assam as well, and I'm trying to like get back to Kolkata because that is where I belong from at this moment, because I'm staying there with my family. But I am stuck with all this. Like my younger daughter has now been detected in AIDS. So, but I have written the applications to CM of West Bengal as well as the Governor of West Bengal. So those things we are doing, and we are trying to reach out to the celebrities or influencers here in Delhi. Right. And but yeah, like. Most of the things here is like we are not getting any very positive response or very big amount. It's like all the audience are helping us, or like common people are helping us by donating some minimum to maximum amount, whatever they can contribute. Even my father, he comes from an Indian Navy background. Whatever the contacts he has circulated between them. It is only we are getting help from common people.
While Kashvi and Arohi's fate have nudged them in the clutches of the severe medical condition, they continue to fight bravely each day without knowing what lies ahead.
Have a bigger fight to go.
Absolutely.
So I want to appeal like the people of India as well as abroad people who are helping us, and to entire nation to come forward and help our like I as a parent, we don't have any choice between the two daughters, like which one is going to get the Zolgensma first and which is going to be the Zolgensma second. So I am not thinking in that way. I'm thinking in the direction that I mean for both the daughters we need it and we have to provide it. So
and we need it as soon as possible for both of them.
Right.
The advanced gene therapy Zolgensma holds the key to their survival. You can be the difference between the life and death for these two innocent souls. Rekha and Keshav have set up campaigns for crowdsourcing, and if you have questions, you can dial the father on 7501 496545 or even scan the QR code displayed on the screen and give these two sisters a shot at life. Do your bit of one good deed today. Share the word, donate whatever you can, and help Kashvi and Arohi get back their childhood.
India is all set to become the semiconductor powerhouse, and our next conversation will be regarding AI, in fact, drive as far as semiconductor is concerned. So with a big round of applause, please welcome on stage Mr. Parag Nayak, CEO of Sankhya Lab, and Dr. Satya Gupta, President of VLSI Society of India, and please welcome our moderator as well, Raghav Agarwal, co-founder, MD of Fluid AI.
All right, so I think today we have a very interesting panel. I have Parag with me, founder of Sankhya, EVP of Semiconductor, Tejas now, which is acquired by Tejas, and I have Satya from the VLSI Society, the president. So if you look at AI, right, the beating heart of AI is the semiconductor, is the chip, right? And that's why we see NVIDIA today at $4 trillion valuation. TSMC has crossed the $1 trillion valuation. And there are a lot of misconceptions of what semiconductors in India is all about. So I'd like to give both of you gentlemen an opportunity to say where we are at in semiconductors and where are we playing at?
I think there's a lot of, buzz about semiconductor manufacturing. I think we need to be able to make a lot of these PLI schemes and the DLI schemes that MIT has come up is for manufacturing. The manufacturing ecosystem in India is very nascent. Whereas there's another class of semiconductors called fabless design, which is where we represent mostly. So these are companies that actually build chips. For example, NVIDIA and Qualcomm, and these guys are all fabless semiconductor companies. For the last 35 years, I think 40 years since TI first set up its design center in 1984 or 85, practically every chip that's built in the world has a Bangalore hand in it. Right? It's just like the colonial war, right? We always fought for the British and got a few Victoria Crosses. So the same thing happens. Most of the times we build the chips, but the credit goes to MNCs. So the design ecosystem is fairly robust, very well developed. But there are a lot of services companies. But in the last 15, 16 years, companies such as ours that eventually got acquired built some very sophisticated fabless semiconductors. Some of the chips that we built also are at par with some of the best in the world. Some of these are actually being deployed. So in that sense, we are there, but this industry is less of hype, right? A lot of people who work behind the scenes make a lot of things work. So a lot of people in the front, in the media, probably don't know about a lot of stuff that happens in the semiconductor industry as such.
So Parag, what you're saying is the headlines get dominated by the fabs, but design-wise, we're already there in some sense.
Yes.
But then when we move beyond, right? So from a branding aspect, there was a Sankhya, you've got acquired by Tejas. But why don't we see like the Qualcomm, those kind of brands coming out of India? Is that journey there? Because on the software side, we've seen it, right? Software product is coming out of India. Do we see that journey on semiconductors?
It happens. See, when we started in 2007, semiconductors was not in fashion, right? People literally laughed at us. People practically laughed. You would expect a semiconductor company based in Bangalore to be funded by all these, fancy MBA types and all the new high-tech entrepreneurs. But we got funded by angels from villages and from, I fondly call them the NH4 angels. NH4 is a road connecting Bangalore to Pune. Most of my investors came in from villages around that road. So the problem is most of the VC ecosystem or the capital ecosystem actually favors the flavor of the season, right? So semiconductors is not flavors of the season. So we don't have a robust patient capital. We didn't have leadership around that time, but now I think we have a very strong leadership. The time is ripe. And also the fact that a lot of youngsters are now seeing the fact that there is real stuff to be made, and of course there's a lot of money to be made, not just selling stuff on the internet. We have things more than that. So I think that's one of the reasons why it didn't happen, but it will happen now.
Satya, I'd like to come to you, right, in terms of what Parag was mentioning, right, that we have the skill set. We are doing this. But how do we sort of accelerate this further and sort of really be a dominant player in this? No?
Yeah, so let me do some context setting, right? Why we are talking about the semiconductors in a AI summit, right? If you look today, the advent of AI and some of the basically people who are working in the foundation model and all those things, the foundation technology for AI, whatever we are using today, was developed 30 years back, okay? An algorithm called backpropagation, which is the heart of every algorithm basically in AI, was developed 30 years back. Fortunately, I was doing my PhD at that time in about 88, 89 time frame, and I spent 1 year working on this thing. What is the difference between that and today? Is basically power of the semiconductors and power of the compute and memory. If many of you might have seen a picture of basically IBM 5 megabyte basically drive being loaded on the truck, right? And today on a small basically SD card, we can have a terabyte of memory. So both the combination of basically compute power, which the semiconductors have given, and the memory power, which basically again driven by semiconductor, has given the power to the AI today. Otherwise, we will be solving the toy problem just like what during my PhD we were solving a toy problem, recognizing a letter and things like that, right? We'll be still solving that. So the whole thing is that today we can run multi-billion parameter models, right? We were running about 500 parameter models at that time, right? So that's the difference which has happened, and that can be seen in the market also, right? Today, basically, what is the largest company in the world today? Can somebody tell?
Anyone in the audience?
Largest company in the world in any sector. What is the largest company in the world? NVIDIA. What is the market valuation?
4 trillion.
It's basically equal to India GDP, right? So NVIDIA's market valuation is equal to India GDP today. And why NVIDIA basically has gone 50x in last basically 5 years is primarily because semiconductor is essential to AI. Now where we are in India, coming to that point, right? As Parag said, right? Most of our design capabilities are basically just like software design services. We are doing the semiconductor design services for the large MNCs, right? That's where our most of the talent lies, right? Some of us came out, just like Parag. I have basically had 3 successful semiconductor company. One which we started in 2003 and got basically acquired in 2007 when he was starting. That was probably India's largest fabless company in terms of the acquisition value, right? So that talent is there, but very few of basically people coming out of the MNC and basically starting this thing. Correct. Now, with the new push from the government has this basically design link incentive scheme, which is targeted to create basically fabless company. Because of that, multiple basically companies are coming out. Some of you might have read recently, Netra Semi got $10 million of basically VC investment. So I think Parag, when he started the VC, or when we started in 2003, the VC ecosystem in India was not there. But today, I think the situation is reversed because of all the hype around AI, semiconductor. Today, more VCs and less basically really good ideas in front of them to take up, right?
The capital is in excess.
I will not say capital, but the interest is in excess. They are still small players. They are not basically people who will spend 20, 30, 40 million dollar. But the interest, like every week I get called, tell me some interesting fabless companies, right? So I think it's getting into balance. But the problem is that still we are talking about the small ticket sizes, right? 2 million, 5 million, 10 million. If we have to basically make the semiconductors of the class of things which can be used either in the edge AI or data center AI, right? We have to basically have the mechanism to invest basically in upward of 25 million, 50 million type of.
So those check numbers need to
check numbers like you get, if you are big basket, you get a check size of basically 50 million, $100 million. We need to replicate the same thing basically in the semiconductor side. I think that is what is required, right? And we'll talk about what requires, the technology requires to do that and the subsequent questions, right?
So, Satya Parag, what I want to discuss is, take it a little technical now, like the architecture change, right? CPU to GPU, right? Well, you know, that's the NVIDIA advantage, right? Intel was in the CPU world, NVIDIA entered the GPU world. Do we see new architectures like LPUs, TPUs, and does India have an opportunity to play there in this transition in semiconductors?
Well, actually, yeah, when there's a gold rush, right? I mean, AI is some sort of a gold rush. The guy who sells shovels will make the most money. That's NVIDIA for you. So the backstory of NVIDIA is, I mean, the GPU was never originally designed for AI. Everybody, this is all post facto, right? People look back. If you look back, in I think in 2011 or 2012, one of the OpenAI co-founders, I don't know who he is, I think there's a Russian name. He actually, or the PhD research assistant, he said, why not try the GPU? Because like Satya said, the under the hood, basically it's the perceptron. The perceptron was first invented not by a computer engineer, but a psychologist in 1958, right? So the backpropagation algorithm, it got stuck in the 60s, and then the backpropagation came in late 70s and the 80s. That actually changed the rest of it. So you had to design custom hardware, which is you have to tape out chips. So researchers can't tape out chips, right? If you're working on, say, the best thing you can do, if you're working on AI foundational model, fundamentally under the hood is you work on convex optimization. That's the word, right? Estimation theory. Those are the things. If you want to do that, you have to build a chip. So he said, why not try something on a GPU, which has got lot of horsepower? And that's how the GPU architecture evolved, and then it became, then suddenly everybody thought, oh, now, this is meant for AI.
Yeah.
This is all looking back.
From video games to AI.
It is always like that, right? From video games to, mining coins to AI. And then it really took off. So architecturally, the GPU is very inefficient. I believe that strongly, right? From a power consumption perspective. If we continue on the same trajectory that we are going today, you will not have global warming, you will have global heating. I believe a lot of people in the US also are already now investing in nuclear reactors to be able to even fusion and all of that to power these data centers. They are simply power hoggers, right? There are far more efficient ways to do it, but the problem with efficiency is that you have to be backward compatible. Now, Intel ruled for 40, 50 years with a really bad architecture, which was designed in the early 70s. Right. But that is because once the software applications start to develop, to have a backward compatibility with that becomes a challenge. And the incumbent actually keeps building, the moat year after year. So there is a lot of attempts. We have a lot of patents around it. I myself had a patent in 2013 on reducing power consumption in signal processors, digital signal processors or this, right? So the fundamental thing is, as simple as what's called quantization. How do you represent certain number of bits, in a computer to do a certain computation? That itself will give you a lot of power computation. But now the problem is, if I come up with a new architecture, which is what a lot of startups are trying, and including some in India as well, the problem is who will port these models, right? That becomes a huge challenge. And that's where all the $100 million or $200 million get wasted. So apart from the from the application layer and the RAGs and also the foundational model, there's a third aspect of AI which actually gets missed out completely from the semiconductors as well, but tied very close to the semiconductors, which is the AI infrastructure software or AI DevOps, where they are much like frameworks or compilers that take your cool Python code or the foundational model that Ganesh or somebody are building onto the hardware or lower it onto the hardware. That becomes a challenge. So that piece of software becomes very crucial, so that you have the software that above that doesn't change when I introduce a new architecture in. So from the GPU, I believe on the data center there will be more and more innovation around power, on representation, as fundamental as representation of basic numbering system. How do you actually reduce the amount of memory required for a 300 billion parameter model and stuff like that. But also, while that's at the central AI or the data center, there's also the edge AI, right? While NVIDIA sells chips for, the high-end chips sell for about $20,000-$30,000. If we have to bring this at scale, we need to bring it to feature phones. The feature phones today sell in India at 1,100 rupees. Somebody said that in the morning, right? You said that. Keypad phone, or I think Amitabh said that.
Yeah, the touchpads are cheap.
The touchpad. So these are the feature phones. Now, if we have to bring stuff to those guys, those chips sell at $3 or $4. So there is a lot of innovation that we can bring in to the table to attack those markets. And also, we'll have to fundamentally relook at the way we are looking at these large models, right? Large models are, in some sense, it's more about, swag value. And there is much simpler ways of doing things, I believe. SLMs. And in fact, we are doing that in 6G and stuff like that, to be able to do on a far lesser compute footprint and much less memory footprints.
So, Satya, Parag laid out opportunities, right? Edge AI infrastructure, quantization. How does the talent in India measure up for these challenges, right? Because this is the opportunities where we leapfrog. Yeah.
So let me give some few comments about the architectural aspect of the AI, right? See, GPU is actually not an architecture. GPU is just a name, right? The actual architecture, we call it SIMD, right? Single instruction, multiple data. When you give one command to basically 1,000 people sitting in the room, everybody doing the same thing, and basically this thing, right? That's the basic architecture. The problem in the AI is, as you people working in the software side also will know, that basically, ultimately the core operation is a matrix vector multiplication technically, right? And the weight metrics in basically any AI applications are very sparse. Like if it is a 1 lakh entries in the matrix, only basically less than 10,000 will be populated, rest of them are zero. World has not found an efficient way to basically deal with it, right? Sparse matrix, so that means we do all the multiplication, even if it's zero, we end up doing multiplication. And that's basically one of the reasons for large power consumption. Okay. So what the opportunity is that basically for India to bring out the architectures which are not basically just following this brute force method of basically multiplying everything basically without thinking what are you multiplying, right? So if we can basically leapfrog on that architecture, that can give basically, see, in AI world, if you do 20% improvement, it will not mean anything. You have to do an order of magnitude improvement to get basically power and all of this thing into picture. So what are the India opportunities? Come up with the architectures which are beyond basically this brute force matrix vector multiplication way. It worked because we wanted something quickly out on this thing. NVIDIA cashed on it, and then basically it happened.
Sadhvi Pragya, what I'm hearing is patience and boldness in vision.
Boldness in vision and, playing to your strengths, right? You can't play the NVIDIA game to beat NVIDIA there. So, the Marathas didn't fight the Mughals in the plains, right? They fought them on the mountains. So we need to find our mountains and actually get going there. And these are all 25-year, 30-year capacity building thing. This takes time. This takes really long time.
Speaking of mountains, one mountain is the fab itself, right? Yeah. I know we talked a lot on design, we talked a lot on architecture, but it's still an aspiration, right? When does India go down that route? Or is that a journey we don't take at all?
No, we have to take it for strategic reasons. We have taken it. And I think the problem is everybody is expecting success or failure in a certain amount of time. A fab, TSMC today because of 2019. Until then, nobody knew about TSMC, nobody knew about ASML. Right. All these companies took 20, 25 years to get where they are, right? And it does take time. We have started the journey as we go along, and we should cut out the noise and just stay focused and continue to build capacity. It's going to lose money in the beginning, but over a period of time, I think a new ecosystem will emerge for our
strategic, and we need
it is from a geopolitical perspective, it is important, but equally important, if not more important, is fabless, and we are not concentrating enough on it compared to the
I think fab takes the mind share. What about you, sir?
No, a very simple thing, right? Till 5 years back, US did not have any fabs, right? But every fab company was ready to go there as soon as they called them, right? Why? Because all of their customers, which are the fabless companies, are in the US, right? Yeah. So the fabless was the attraction for TSMC, Samsung, all the big guys to go and set up their shop in last 5 years. Before that, it was not there, right? So fab will also go where the customers are. That's the lever, right? So in any business, customer is always driver, right? So fabless is the customer. Once you create a vibrant fabless ecosystem, right? Today, how many wafers do we consume in India? Maybe 5,000 wafers a year, combined everything, right? TSMC makes basically about 100,000 wafers per week. Our consumption across the India is 5,000 wafers, right? Why will basically big guys think of coming there, right? So we have to build market for them, then everybody will come. How will we build the market? We'll create the fabless. But at the same time, this is an essential technology for technology sovereignty of the country, right? So we cannot just leave it. This is like a building block, right? Like ISRO or DRDO or any of those things.
Fundamental.
So we have to build it. Even if we are behind, that's okay. But we have to still build it and keep on building it. But from the other side, we have to bring the basically fabless chips and all of those things, so that somewhere both of them merge somewhere and work on the newer architectures, not just basically follow what the rest of the world has done.
India as a product nation is a key point, and with that I'd like to throw open to the audience. If there's any question, we can maybe take one and then we can, there's one out there. Yeah.
I would just like to add what sir said. In fact,
I think let them get the mic too.
Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal also said something about that at Startup Mahakumbh, and there was a lot of furore and controversy around that, where he said that we do not need companies that do, Zomato or stuff like that. We need companies that are more innovation-driven and, they drive innovation forward. So I think just to, supplement what you said, we definitely need, companies that drive innovation and take the, world forward.
And lastly, just want to leave this with this thought. I have very strong opinions on this, right? On this general intelligence and all of that. So what do under the hood, just like Satya said, do you think intelligence comes from a large 300 parameter matrix inversion? Don't confuse intelligence with with computing. Computation is computation. Intelligence is much more than that. So.
All right. I think, Satya, any last words?
I'll just say that basically we need to set a roadmap, basically in software, in hardware, in semiconductor, to make India as a product nation by 2047, where 50% of what we are consuming are basically Indian products. First thing basically we need to focus is basically across all the technology. We don't even have a single smartphone of Indian origin, right? I think that's the biggest opportunity sitting in front of us. We consume $40 billion of basically mobile phones, and 99.9% of that are basically foreign origins, right? It is an economic risk, it's a security risk, it's a basically affects the downward ecosystem. So we need to identify these kind of the products, and whatever it takes, right? If I can spend $10 billion on manufacturing, why can't I spend $2 billion on the smartphone, right? We need to find a way to become a product nation, and that's the final message. If we don't become a product nation, we are not going to be superpowered.
All right. On a product nation note, I think thank you to both my panelists. Okay, is there a question? Okay. Yeah, please.
But how India would become a product nation? Let's look at what inspire India. Look at education system in India. At all, if India had to become a product nation, we need to focus on core engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. Look at what youth is aspiring for. So in India today, if you look at what is happening with mechanical, electrical kind of branches, youth is not at all aspiring to go into these core branches. As long as we are not putting focus on core engineering, how could we assume to India have a product-driven nation?
Yeah, that conversation will take us the rest of the day, actually, if you get into it.
Set up the big vision first, okay? And then whatever you need to do, basically do that, right? You don't think what you have here, what not. First you set up your goal and vision, right? That I have to have 50% of electronics products made in India. Then whatever is required for them down the road, up to the ground level education, you start working on that, right?
No,
there are reasons for
his question. His question is, how do you inspire those guys sitting there to come and do it? They should be doing it, right? Well, that passion. Yeah, how do you develop a passion, right?
I mean, more about awareness,
that's a grassroots, problem that all of us have, not just us. Even in the US, they have the same problem. How do you stop people? How do you stop the IIT guys from going to finance jobs and taking banking jobs?
Yes. We have enough people, even if some of them go to abroad, and basically some of them don't take core branches. Our pool is so big. Even if we basically 10% of that pool we can convert to basically people who aspire to become innovators, who aspire to take big goals, right? But for various reasons, we have not been able to create that awareness. But once you set up the big goal, then the whole ecosystem works in creating that awareness, and the students also get impacted, parents get impacted. Does parents of basically today students taking computer science know that basically the package in semiconductor industry is 5x more than the IT industry? That awareness is not there, right? We need to build that awareness. Yeah. You got 5 lakh package in software industry in average. We basically get 20 lakh package in semiconductor industry for a good BTech, right? That awareness has to be built, but for that, it has to come from the top also. You can take a bottom-up approach or top-down. I'll prefer to take a top-down approach, set a big goal, big dreams, and then percolate it down.
So marketing comes to the fore as well. I mean, you market this.
You have to market it, right?
All right, I think on that note...
Go on for the rest of the day.
Yeah, but I think both the panelists are here, so, feel free to reach out to them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Satya. Thank you so much, Parag.
इंडिया जोना।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन है 42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं।
I told the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit of 18 to 20 fighter aircraft. Each squadron is essentially a sword in our aerial arsenal, and we are missing 13 of these swords. But here's what nobody is talking about. How did we land here? How did a nuclear-armed democracy with global ambitions find itself operating with just 2/3 of its required fighter strength? The answer lies in a decade of systematic
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया जोना। इंडिया जोना। इंडिया जोना। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, सब बढ़िया लो। इसमें क्या खास बात है? थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In the course of the investigation that was being carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, several witnesses were essentially being called in. In fact, there were trumped-up charges that were leveled against the so-called accused. One such person who was called in for questioning by the Maharashtra ATS was Milind Rao Joshi, president of Abhinav Bharat, a man that with whom I've spoken to for several years put together.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Let's have a quick check of the headlines that we are tracking at 9 a.m. today. Encounter is underway in Kulgam. Security forces have neutralized one terrorist. Prajwal Revanna convicted in rape case. Court to pronounce quantum of sentence today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his constituency Varanasi today set to unveil projects worth Rs 2,200 crore. Enforcement Directorate issues lookout circular against Anil Ambani, restrictions on travel imposed. Trump orders 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned near Russia. Starting this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with an encounter that is underway in Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir. We learned that one terrorist has been neutralized in the ongoing Kulgam encounter. The anti-terror operation has been launched by Special Operations Group, Jammu and Kashmir Police and the CRPF Jawans. Viewers, cordon and search operations are also underway. Remember, is a big development that has come after Operation Mahadev and Operation Shiv Shakti, a very crucial encounter that is taking place in Kulgam. The encounter started yesterday and is still continuing for its second day. We learned that one terrorist has been neutralized by forces. Identity of the terrorist is yet to be ascertained. Zeenath is joining me live from Srinagar on that. Zeenath, are there reports of any more terrorists being trapped?
Tanisha, there were the inputs about the presence of more than one terrorist in the Akal village of Kulgam. This is a forest belt where the encounter is being reported, although one has been eliminated, and the visuals that we show are of a slain terrorist, though he has not been identified yet because the operation still continues in the area. We've been seeing that the more reinforcement is being rushed. There was an input that was generated by Indian Army about the presence of the terrorists in this forest area, the Akal village. Accordingly, for the last 2 days, the capture was continuing. Yesterday, the Indian Army, along with the SOG Kulgam, came under fire from the terrorists, and that made the movement of the forces more. With the result, the night-long operation continued, although there was a halt because of the darkness around, and with the first rays of the sun, the operation was once again started, and finally in the morning that the one dead body has been retrieved from the encounter spot. The body has been taken into the custody. Meanwhile, the search is also taking place in the area to see that if there are more terrorists in the area, because there has been a continuous focus coming in from the Indian Army as far as the elimination of the terrorists is concerned. Just on Monday, we have witnessed a huge operation in Dachigam bed. This is a National Park Dachigam in Srinagar, where the joint operation was launched by Army as well as SOG Srinagar. The 3 terrorists who were eliminated were the part of the Viceroy attack, and simultaneously since then we have been seeing the forces are trying to keep these terrorists on the run, with the result that yesterday, or rather day before yesterday, there had an input about the terrorist movement in the Kulgam. With the result, they tried to secure this area. More reinforcements with arms and ammunition were sent to the encounter spot to see that the terrorists who have been trapped do not escape. And finally, the success to the Indian forces today morning, when one terrorist have been eliminated, although the operation continues and it has not been concluded yet. Although if there are more terrorists, that too will be neutralized, because once you have established a proper cordon, then it becomes difficult for the terrorists to escape. Although at present the one terrorist have been neutralized. So with this one, we can say the 4 terrorists have been neutralized in the Kashmir Valley in less than 1 week. This is a successful operation because there had not been any collateral damage that have come to the forces who are the part of this operation at present.
Right, Zeenath. Also, one more thing that I would want to ask you before I let you go. What do we know about the identity of the killed terrorist? Is he a local or is he of a Pakistani origin? Do we have any details on that?
See, the army, the Jammu and Kashmir police was the part of the investigation when it comes to identify the terrorists. So he has not been identified yet, although the reports that are coming in that he is a local one who's been eliminated. But let's not jump to the gun, wait for the official confirmation. Yes, we can confirm that the one terrorist in this ongoing encounter has been neutralized. Search continues in the area. Once the details more come in as far as the identity is concerned, we can reveal more. But as of now, that one dead body has been taken into custody by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Operation continues in the Akal village of Kulgam, South Kashmir.
Right, Zina, thank you very much for getting us those details, keeping a very close watch on that story, on what more developments follow. But for now, we shift our focus to what's happening internationally, and this one is making international headlines. Remember, this story is about Donald Trump's tariff war that he has waged on most of the nations, including India. On India and Russia oil deal, Trump has now said that there are reports claiming that state-run refineries in India have halted bulling Russian oil, calling it a good step, though he acknowledged he was not sure if the claim was accurate. Let's listen in to that statement that has been given by the United States President Donald Trump.
Well, I understand India no longer is going to be buying oil from Russia. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's a good step. We'll see what happens, okay? Well, I understand India no longer is going to be buying oil from Russia. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's a good step. We'll see what happens, okay? Well, I understand India no longer is going to be buying oil from Russia. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's a good step. We'll see what happens, okay?
And there's more breaking news that's coming in. India has now countered Donald Trump's claims on Russia oil purchases. India is staring down Trump bullying, and sources claim that there has been no evidence to back Trump's claim that India has stopped Russian oil purchases. India is setting the record straight, not bowing down to Trump's bully, and thereby dismissing, and this is via sources, thereby dismissing that there has been no evidence to back Donald Trump's claim that India has stopped Russian oil purchases. India's energy purchases were driven by market forces and national interest, and that they had no reports of Indian oil firms halting Russian imports is what the MEA has claimed. MEA is setting the record straight there, saying that United States bullying tactics will fail. MEA's measured response has now come to the fore, where they've said partnership with the United States has unearthed several challenges. The MEA, they're giving out back to Trump and not bowing down to his bullying tactics. Remember, the MEA has also said that we have a strong partnership with the United States. Our defense partnership has been strengthening. However, India has made it clear that we will not bow down to anybody who tries to threaten our economy. All right, senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining us on the phone line on that. Abhishek, sources have now claimed that India has completely retracted to the claims of Donald Trump, saying that the claim that India has stopped buying Russian oil is false. What is it more that we are hearing on the story?
Well, yes. So, we had the Ministry of External Affairs yesterday in the weekly briefing. Spokesperson Randir Jaiswal clearly mentioning that where we buy our energy requirements solely depends on the market dynamics, which is basically that wherever we get it cheap. And then, of course, our national interest and national security considerations, energy security being part of that. So that was basically debunking some reports that had emerged in Western press that some Indian companies had stopped buying Russian oil. And now, because overnight we have seen President Trump repeating or picking up from those reports and saying that, oh, I understand that India has stopped buying Russian oil. Maybe, as they say in a typical Americanism, President Trump was looking for a ramp off, and India has really decided not to give him a ramp off. And that's why when I spoke to some sources in the government, they said no question does not arise of India responding to Trump's bullying tactics by on its own stopping to buy Russian oil. Our position remains same, that if we have to buy Russian oil, it's driven purely by market dynamics. And there are no reports with us in the government that any of our companies, be it in the public sector or the private sector, that have stopped buying Russian oil. So I think this is effectively we are staring down to the Trump bullying on this issue. And in fact, some quarters in the government believe that maybe if this continues from Trump administration, then maybe India would prefer to sit out for the remaining term of Trump and then pick up the threads of India-US partnership after that. And that thought is really gaining ground, that maybe there are challenges in the present in India-US, larger India-US relationship, and we have to weather them like we have done earlier so many times through all the decades post-independence. So I think this is clear message that insofar as buying Russian oil is concerned, it would not be determined and dictated by the Americans. It would purely be decided by our own requirements, market dynamics, and of course our larger national security and national interest concerns.
All right, Abhishek, thank you very much for getting us those details. Remains to be one of our top story here. Donald Trump's bullying and India saying that it will not bow down. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to some other breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir, who's called the bond with China unique and time-tested, thereby exposing yet again China and Pakistan's bond. Amid regional and global challenges, remember, he also highlighted that Pakistan and China's strategic relationship exemplifies mutual trust and unwavering support. He gave this statement in an event where Chinese Ambassador Jing Jiadong was also present. China-Pakistan nexus now been exposed. Asim Munir making a big statement that China and Pakistan bond remains strong. Pakistan has now rolled out a red carpet for the Chinese ambassador. And moving on to some other stories that we are tracking, and this is from the world of sports. Union Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia felicitated India's rising chess star Divya Deshmukh, who recently made history by clinching the FIDE Women's Chess World Cup title and becoming India's 88th Grandmaster. Here's a quick report.
Union Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia honored chess sensation Divya Deshmukh, who recently scripted history by winning the FIDE Women's Chess World Cup final. Just 18 years old, Divya's stunning performance on the international stage not only earned her the title, but also made her India's 88th Grandmaster. A native of Nagpur, Divya has shown remarkable consistency in her game, earning respect from global chess fraternity. Divya's performance comes at a time when her male counterparts, including world champion Gukesh and Pragnananda, are also making remarkable strides in the world of chess. Adds another chapter to India's growing dominance in world chess and serves as an inspiration to thousands of aspiring players across the nation.
Now coming in, an incident of firing has taken place in South Delhi's Nizamuddin. As per information, around 5 rounds were fired and a shop owner was shot during firing. The shop owner has been admitted to AIIMS Trauma Center, and more than a dozen miscreants were involved in this firing incident. Dozens of miscreants have opened fire in the national capital. This is at the Nizamuddin area. Remember, we do not have any details on why the firing took place. Akal is joining me live on the broadcast on that, giving us that breaking news update early this morning. Akal, what do we know as the reasons behind why this firing took place? We learned that it was at the Nizamuddin area where the firing took place in the national capital.
Well, a shocking incident has come to light last evening around 9:30 p.m. And after that, what we have seen that the police team arrived over here. So between two parties, this incident took place. Initially, if you see, this is the office complex, which is basically of Furqan, the person who has been identified as Furqan, who is the owner of this premises. The person who has rented this shop has been identified as Aslam. So Aslam was not vacating this very space for a very long time, and Furqan has been constantly requesting him to vacate his shop. And due to which what has happened that last evening around 8 p.m. Aslam has come along with several other his colleagues over here, and then has started an altercation with the flat owner, with the shop owner. And after that, what we have seen that after an altercation broke out, then Aslam took out a gun and fired at Furqan, in which what we have seen that 5 rounds of gunshots were fired. And here you can see we have arrived at the very spot location where this has been earmarked by the Delhi police team, the Nizamuddin police team. So you can see these are the 2 marks which has been encircled by the Nizamuddin police team. So right now, no persons have been arrested so far. But in this case, what we have got the official information from the Southeast District DCP Hemant Tiwari that this seems to be a personal animosity matter, in which what we have seen 5 gunshots were fired, in which one person has been injured, who has been identified as Furqan, who is the owner of this very shop. And right now he has been admitted to the AIMS Trauma Center, where his treatment is going on, and he is doing completely fine because the injury that he has got was in his thighs. So right now he is recovering at the AIMS Trauma Center.
Well, thank you very much for getting us those details. It's time for us to now slip into a short break, but news and updates continue. Slipping into a very, very short commercial break for now.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन है 42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं।
I told you the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit.
Thank you for staying with Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of 2 sisters, Kashvi and her little sister Arohi. Despite their young age, they are battling a harsh reality, spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder weakening their muscles daily. The family is struggling to arrange the funds, and despite their best of efforts, they are finding it challenging to make the ends meet. The parents, Rekha and Keshav, are now reaching out for help, appealing to viewers to donate and share their story. With your support, Kashvi and Arohi can get the treatment they need to survive and live a healthy life. You can dial their number 7501496545 or scan the QR code to contribute to their cause. Every little bit counts, and you can help give these two innocent souls a chance at life. This is their story.
She is Kashvi, 2.8 years old. And this is her sister Arohi, a month old. Both of them too young to understand that all is not good with her. Two little sisters who light up the world with their presence, but behind their smiles a harsh reality looms. Kashvi wasn't gaining weight and wasn't achieving milestones like other kids her age. After several tests, her parents received the devastating diagnosis that she has SMA type 2.
So she was like 2.7 years old. It was detected last month in 23rd of June. So luckily she didn't have any kind of, previously she used to have a lot, like she used to do coughing and she used to catch cold and every time so that was what she used to face previously. Right now her symptoms is
if she's sitting in a position, she will keep on sitting on that. She will request us that she wants to stand. She wants to play with other kids. So
yeah, she wants to say I need to stand, I need to walk. Okay, please help me to walk. Like those, in her these things she says like that.
She wants to do it, but her body is not supporting to do that.
Yeah.
Spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder that's weakening their muscles day by day, every day. Kashvi gasps for breath. But the woes for Kashvi's parents didn't end there. 3 weeks after, their younger child detected SMA type 2. Their younger child Arohi was also diagnosed with the same genetic disorder, but this one more severe than SMA type 1. Without treatment, life expectancy is often less than 2 years in SMA type 1. Meanwhile, in SMA type 2, with the treatment, life expectancy can be improved and some individuals can live well into adulthood.
Yeah, so SMA type 1 is more harmful. The reason is it's more deadlier, we can say, compared to type 2. And if it is not treated in the early stages of this, it is going to affect more, because it has severity problems for the respirations and all these things. And usually it is seen that the child does not able to celebrate the second birthday also. So for type 1.
So I think within 3 months we will be able to see the symptoms in her. As of now there are no symptoms in her, but within 3 months there will be symptoms like breathing problems, she won't be able to swallow and all those things. So type 1 is much more critical than type 2.
Lack of reflexes, inability to sit without proper support, abnormal breathing pattern, difficulty swallowing, which can lead to growth issues, are few of the many problems that Arohi is facing. On camera, you may see them smiling and breezing through life one day at a time, but that is not the case. Their only hope is Zolgensma, a life-saving gene therapy that costs a whopping rupees 16 crore.
There are two options only for her at this moment available in India. So one is Zolgensma, so that is a one-time gene therapy, and it costs around 16 CR at this moment. It includes shipping and all these things, customs and all,
Tax, everything included.
After their younger child detecting the same disorder, they are in dire need of more financial support. Their budget has now increased to a staggering rupees 18 crore.
We also connected with Novartis, who is actually producing the medicine or drug. So what they have mentioned, they were also speechless when they heard about both the daughters are SMA. So the best thing what they told us is what they can do is the cost of the medicine is 16 crores, but the first EMI or first installment we have to pay is 9 crores. In 9 crore they will give the injection, and doctors can push that injection to our baby. So minimum 9 crore for one kid we need. So total 18 crores are required as of now to save our both the daughters.
Right, it's 18 CR at this moment. We were fighting for 16 CR, and now it's 18 CR what we can manage till now.
Kashvi's family hails from Kolkata. Her mother, Rekha Kumari, comes from a family of Navy officers and is now working with a private company. Her father, Keshav Kundu, holds a job in IT sector.
So I come from a defense background. My dad was in defense, Indian Navy, and I'm working in IT industry, I'm working in Wipro, and nobody in my family has any symptoms, nobody is having anything, nobody is aware about SMA in my family. So there was nothing like that. And
and my parents were state government teachers in Assam, so they were my schooling and everything was done in Assam. Then due to college in Bangalore, and then I settled down in Kolkata at this moment. And so in our families also there is nothing as such identified, and unfortunate that we are the carriers, and even we don't doctors are saying that you taste this the same MLPA test.
Right.
But what's of use? We are not going to plan anything. Right now we have only 2 daughters, and we need to sit in.
From private companies to government jobs, they've knocked all the doors, but the climb is very steep.
So we have sent out applications to PMO office, President of India, and the CM, because I was born here in Assam, so I had sent an application to Assam as well, and I'm trying to get back to Kolkata, because that is where I belong from at this moment, because I'm staying there with my family. But I'm stuck with all this. My younger daughter has now been detected in AIDS. So, but I have written the applications to CM of West Bengal as well as the Governor of West Bengal. So those things we are doing, and we are trying to reach out to the celebrities or influencers here in Delhi.
Right.
And but most of the things here is they are
not getting a very positive response or very big amount. It's all the audience are helping us, or common people are helping us by donating some minimum to maximum amount, whatever they can contribute. Even my father, he comes from an Indian Navy background. Whatever the contacts he has circulated between them. It is only we are getting help from common people.
While Kashvi and Arohi's fate have nudged them in the clutches of the severe medical condition, they continue to fight bravely each day without knowing what lies ahead.
Have a bigger fight to go.
Absolutely.
So, I want to appeal like the people of India as well as abroad people who are helping us, and to entire nation to come forward and help our like I as a parent, we don't have any choice between the two daughters, like which one is going to get the Zolgazma first and which is going to be the Zolgazma second. So I am not thinking in that way. I'm thinking in the direction that I mean for both the daughters we need it and we have to provide it. So
and we need it as soon as possible for both of them.
Right.
The advanced gene therapy Zolgensma holds the key to their survival. You can be the difference between the life and death for these two innocent souls. Rekha and Keshav have set up campaigns for crowdsourcing, and if you have questions, you can dial the father on 7501 496545 or even scan the QR code displayed on the screen and give these two sisters a shot at life. Do your bit of one good deed today. Share the word, donate whatever you can, and help Kashvi and Arohi get back their childhood.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन है 42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं।
I told you the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit of 18 to 20 fighter aircraft. Each squadron is essentially a sword in our aerial arsenal, and we are missing 13 of these swords. But here's what nobody is talking about. How did we land here? How did a nuclear-armed democracy with global ambitions find itself operating with just 2/3 of its required fighter strength? The answer lies in a decade of systematic sabotage, a 10-year period from 2004 to 2014, when the UPA government did not just fail to modernize our Air Force, they actively destroyed our fighter aircraft procurement capability through a toxic combination of bureaucratic paralysis, corruption paranoia, and sheer institutional incompetence. During the UPA's entire 10-year tenure, the Indian Air Force managed to induct only 122 fighter aircraft, including a mere 82 Su-30 MKIs. To put this in perspective, China was inducting more fighters in a single year than India managed in an entire decade under the Congress rule. The crown jewel of this incompetence was the medium multi-role combat aircraft program, a deal that should have been India's largest fighter modernization effort. Initiated in 2007 to procure 126 combat aircraft, the MMRCA became a 7-year bureaucratic circus that perfectly encapsulated everything wrong with UPA's approach to national security.
Call on stage Mr. Rahul Sethi of Metaverse 911, and he will in fact show us how and what happens in fact when AI meets 3D. It's going to be a very interesting session, so buckle up.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know you had to wait for, 5-7 minutes extra, but it was worth it. It's going to be worth it. My team created yesterday evening. It doesn't look like me, but it looks like when I was 25 years old. Yeah. This device is called a holobox. And what I'm today going to showcase to you, the various use cases of a holobox. It looks like a box, and it is a box for sure. It's gotten this tech behind, which is powered by a LLM. It's like my friend at home. It's somebody I can talk to. It can be a professor. A professor who is not available in all the schools, and yet a digital twin of him in the schools where he is not there. It could be a salesman on a storefront where every other salesman is busy. It can handle a few queries of the customer, so it doesn't feel lonely when he enters the store. And there are many types of a holobox experience. I was very scared of AI some 6 or 7 years back. Yeah, I was very scared because it was too much of data. And when I look at those hundreds and thousands of lines of data on Excel, and somebody would come and say, now we'll build an AI product, I would get very scared because it's also very boring. To work on the data, use AI. Somebody said now you can interact with data. I'm saying now you can experience data. So what you're seeing here is an experience. Essentially, this is AI experience. To put it simple. Because when we make things simpler, then only we can get the scale we want. So let's get started with this avatar. And I'll ask him a few questions. We'll start with the event. What is Republic TV Pre-Summit AI?
A25 is all about showcasing how Metaverse in 1.1 is revolutionizing human interaction with digital environments using Namaste AI and immersive technologies like our holobox. मुझे खुशी है कि आप मुझसे बात कर रहे हैं. मैं यहाँ रिपब्लिक टीवी AI प्री समिट 2005 में मेटावर्स 911 के बारे में बताने आया.
So the whole idea of having an avatar here is to have a personal interaction with the audience. Now let's go back and let's look at what are the various use cases of a holobox. The first thing is that I can talk to him, meaning I can create my own digital twin and I can put it anywhere. The second one is that I can have this as a touch panel, which means now AI can show me references of images or videos that I can touch, and I'll be able to actually go back into more of video and infographic or visual content. The third use case of a holobox, which is also very prevalent, is actually in events like this, where you have assistance is available in different corners. So we can, now and going forward, we can utilize this kind of a tech, this kind of an experience, integrate it with AI, and be able to utilize AI at a mass for people who want a personalized experience. But it doesn't stop here. Any visual experiences doesn't stop at just one box. So what I'm doing here next is having my colleague Yatharth here. So Yatharth, welcome. It is Yatharth's first day at Metaverse 911. So he's been working with me for a long period of time. So over to you, Yatharth.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So let's just say, for the context, I've just joined Metaverse 911 or a new organization altogether. Even though I've been working for a good part of more than a couple years now, but if I am a new joiner in an organization, I do not know about what to do, where to go, who to talk to. At the same time, I am unaware about how the company functions or what would be my onboarding process. So what we have done is that we are creating environments using AI and technologies like mixed reality in which I get a buddy, I get a friend, I get a person who I know personally in a new organization who I can speak to and I can understand and I can learn what can I do further in the organization and how will I grow. So I'll just give a small demo of the entire setup of what we've created and then I'll take it forward.
This device is called mixed reality device. It's very popular. You all know Oculus, right? You all know Meta, and they have devices. So one of the devices is called Quest 3, and Quest 3 has a camera in front of it. So what Yatharth will do is, he will go to the HR buddy, his buddy, and then talk to him. So let's get started once we see your casting on the TV, Yatharth. In our company, whenever anybody new joins, we actually give them this headgear. So he gets all the onboarding from this headgear. We don't have a person who tells them about what the company is, what the history is, what we do, who are clients, what do we do for our clients. Everything is all loaded with AI in it, and that's what Yatharth will do. And you see, when AI, over a period of time, will become more responsive, you would have your buddies anyway, and those buddies will be, in some form or the other, will remain with you the whole day. I always think that even when we got started, some other speakers, they were trying to always struggle with the internet. You know, one day would come when you could just carry something, the LLM within a box. You don't need an internet. But yeah, so let's start with a few other things while Yatharth is setting this up. Training is a very, very good use case. I heard that you've got this journalism school here. So in your school, you've got multiple case studies, and those case studies are uploaded into some GPT format, and then you're able to sort of then utilize this kind of headgears, have your own professor, have your own mentor, a buddy with whom you can chat, you can talk. And such experiences in many corporates right now are live. Not only India, there are some companies out there in Dubai and Saudi that we work with who are essentially having all of their training material, training content around leadership skills, change management, etc., all being loaded already into these devices, and then they are now giving these devices out to their clients. See, this is also happening, where the immersion experiences that you have built for your customers, you're actually sending them a device itself. There are some colleges here in NCR, by the way, who are utilizing these devices and are utilizing these devices for placement purposes. So meaning that when students get placed and they want some help, they get their own buddy, and that buddy helps them with training them. So over to you, Yatharth.
Right. So I am in the system. If you can see on the screen, I do not have a person sitting with me physically, but in the headset, I see an avatar. So I'll just start a conversation as if I'm a new joiner in an organization, and I'll continue the conversation from there. Hi, Kale. Hi, Kale.
Hey, Yatharth. Congrats on joining Metaverse 9/11. It's a cool organization focused on creating immersive virtual experiences and solutions. They work a lot with VR, AR, and blockchain tech to build next-gen digital environments. What got you interested in them?
I saw that they established India's first Metaverse Experience Center in Noida. I just wanted to know about it more, if you can give me some more information about it.
Sure, Yatharth. Metaverse 9/11 in Noida is known for developing virtual spaces that blend technology and creativity, often targeting sectors like education, gaming, and events. They focus on using VR and AR to create interactive and engaging experiences. Do you want to know about their projects, team, or something else?
I haven't really gotten a chance to meet with the founder of the organization. Can you tell me something about him?
Of course, Yatharth. The founder of Metaverse 9/11 is known for being a visionary in the tech space, especially around virtual reality and blockchain. He's passionate about building digital worlds that connect people in new ways and often emphasizes innovation and community. Would you like me to share some of his background or his vision for the company?
Firm before joining the company that they train their new joiners using mixed reality and AI. Can you tell me something about that?
Absolutely, Yatharth. Mixed reality blends the real world with virtual elements, creating immersive experiences where digital and physical objects coexist and interact. AI, or artificial intelligence, powers these experiences by enabling smart interactions, personalization, and automation. Together, they're transforming how we work, learn, and play in the metaverse. Want to dive deeper into any part?
Yeah, I have joined organization in client services. So what would be the top 3 trainings that you would recommend that I should go through?
That's awesome, Yatharth. For client services in a tech-driven space like Metaverse 911, I'd recommend trainings on 1. Understanding VR, AR, and mixed reality basics, so you can speak confidently about the tech. 2. Effective communication and client relationship management to build strong partnerships. And 3. AI and data analytics fundamentals to grasp how AI enhances user experiences and services. Want me to help find resources for any of these?
No, thank you.
So what you've really seen is that AI now becomes an experience in itself. AI is not just about going and texting on a chatbot or doing a presentation. But what I'm thinking also is that while we build this kind of systems, we will have some way by which we can bring a component of of creating a presentation while you talk to the avatar. It could be such a great thing for a student, in my view. It also would be a great thing for an executive. Meaning when I'm giving a presentation out to somebody, I'm literally having my assistant. I can keep asking my assistant to keep creating the content, maybe bring some data from my internal systems and give them an immersive experience. So the possibilities of actually integrating, if I may, XR, which is extended reality, into and with AI is huge. Now, as a matter of fact, one of the requests which came here is that the student, what's her good name? Ananya Srivastav. So she wants to come and try out the mixed reality. Please come.
Clear and to the point, avoiding overly complex or vague language. Statements such as, "I just wanted to know about it more," and "Can you tell me something about that?" are concise.
Use this button to trigger it, the one under your index finger, right?
That's a beautiful thing. Let's give her a clap.
I hope you can see the avatar sitting in front of you.
That is enthusiasm.
Right.
That is enthusiasm.
And on the right, you will see a menu. If you look on your right.
Okay. Oh, where?
On your right.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you can click start.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can enter your name or you can continue with
just
it.
enter. Wonderful.
Enter. And then you can go into demo conversations and click conversation. And now when you look at the avatar, there will be a button start on the top of the avatar.
Look, this generation is so fast. See how? She's catching up. And when I'm giving the whole headgear to somebody who's in late 40s, I take 30 minutes. Sir, see here to the right. He'll say, I can't, there's nothing. As you can see left, he says, there's nothing left also. Wow.
Now let the avatar introduce and then you can ask your question.
It's great to meet you. What's on your mind today?
Hi, Andy. I just started my PGDM course in Lloyd Business School. So can you please tell me what are the skills that I can use to upskill myself?
Hey, Ananya. Congrats on starting your PGDM. To upskill, focus on critical thinking, data analysis, communication, and leadership. Also, getting comfortable with digital tools and learning about emerging trends like AI and sustainability can really set you apart. What area interests you the most?
I'm really interested in business analytics.
That's awesome, Ananya. For business analytics, brushing up on Excel, SQL, and data visualization tools like Tableau or Power BI is super helpful. Also, learning some basics of Python or R for data analysis can give you a strong edge. Want me to suggest some resources to get started?
No, thank you.
So cool.
Thank you.
You experienced AI. You today have experienced AI.
Thank you so much.
So,
for giving me this experience.
yeah, so now students, even the teachers, they all can have an ideal student to whom they can talk, to whom they can share case studies. In fact, if they have them act like 20s, they can even have a feedback.
Yes.
Imagine a teacher getting a feedback from a student in 20s, but through mixed reality. Why is it better? One, nobody makes an opinion about you.
Yes.
You could sit down with this device, you have this whole solution, you're talking to your professor, vice versa, the professor speaks to student, but then no judgment.
No hesitation.
Speak.
No hesitation.
No hesitation. You can go wrong 100 times.
Yes.
Nobody will create an opinion about you. But when you come out of it, it can even do your assessment. Yes. Assessment on what basis? Assessment on the basis of your existing parameters. So using college as an institution, you have parameters of evaluation. You actually have them feed into the system. So the avatar will actually think and work like on the basis of your evaluation criteria. Make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ananya. Thank you. This one, fridge.
No.
Yeah, I mean, so this is actually it's a 6 feet size. But because we transport it a lot, that's why we made a 5 feet size. Generally, where we ship is a 6 feet. So this is a multi-dimensional product, meaning that you have an avatar to whom you can speak. So for an example, when in an organization, when people join, they want to know where's the transport. They want an HR person to tell them where can they get the cafeteria coupons. In the manufacturing facility, we have a couple of them in one of the manufacturing facility where the blue labor is asking the avatar of the paid days and the unpaid days, the overtime related queries. Then we integrate this with the HR system of the company. And so this actually tells them how many leaves are there. See, there are those fundamental problems that I'm thinking that AI should solve. Yeah, there are bigger problems, but I'm just trying to cut the bigger problem into smaller pieces. Yeah.
Also have this one, it will be sufficient? Just one?
A one box.
Let's say there are around 1,500 students.
Yeah, sure.
One is enough.
Yeah, so okay. I can't say one is enough. On the use, I can tell you one is enough.
Okay. So we got the basic idea, right?
Exactly.
Right.
So if you have this in one of the schools, okay, I'll give you a real story here. One of the schools that, I can't name the school publicly because I work with them. One of the schools and their vice chancellor came over to our center. And then he was looking at this product. He said that, why can't I have this product live streaming professors from France over here? So he wants to place one box in each class. So you've got physical professor, which is me, for example. I'm not physical professor, but let's say I'm the physical professor. And then I've got one more box here, where from I can get a professor live streamed from France, US, wherever. So this device is a streaming device too. Like you do Zoom, isn't it? Because of the internet, we couldn't do the Zooming, we couldn't do the streaming here, but actually we have a studio, and from studio, say, sir, you want to go to the studio, and you're there, you would have spoken to Ananya just like you speak in person. Because it's got camera, it's got microphone, it's got speaker, everything in it. So this one thing is when you want to bring professors and want to bring other people, streamed into the box real time. And when this is a 6 feet box, you have an eye-to-eye level. Right now, for example, on the stage, you can have an eye-to-eye level, but if I stand here, I need to be somewhat here. The other thing is that most of the institutions have gotten, at least we all from an education perspective, we all have gotten those books and whatever, those literature that we've made within the organization. Simply have them, learn this avatar. So next time when Ananya wants to have a question asking, say, about business analytics, so you can actually talk to this, avatar. And he will teach you like anybody else.
Feed in a lot of information.
Exactly.
Then okay.
This is a very experiential brain.
Okay, right.
So this could be experiential brain. It's my experience. I have made this avatar, say for example, like myself. We work with an AI company based in Washington, D.C., who have a wonderful, wonderful AI system, and they give it over to all the IT companies across the US. And what we are doing for them is we are building an avatar for them, which is their own avatar. And that avatar, they want to put it in the boxes, they want to put them into computers, into website, and give it over to all the IT companies in the Bay Area. So consider this to be, like I said a couple of times, consider this to be an experience, really. You know? That's first step. And then eventually build on it. So these boxes are that way, this is a box. Now again, why is it a box? Because one, it's a hollow, so don't think there's any rocket science in it. It's experience. It's a hollow box, but because there are those equipments inside it, so we made it look like a box. It's easy to transport, easy to send over, and then, it's also very interactive. At least in the exhibitions and in the events, things that when we do, a lot of people come and ask. Most recently, Mr. Bachchan actually came over to one of the boxes in Mumbai for a bank called IDFC Bank. You can see it online. And Mr. Bachchan is actually promoting, he's basically promoting different products and services, And there are those buttons here. So there's a gentleman who comes here and presses a button. I want to open an account, presses the button. Mr. Bachchan tells him which kind of account should you open. So celebrities, people who are not accessible generally otherwise in Republic TV, I think the first face comes to my mind, in my head is Arnab's, So imagine, I don't think so Arnab is available to everybody because he's one person. So if Arnab comes here and you're able to talk to Arnab about the Republic TV, the vision of Republic TV, what is this organization all about? There are 100 questions that employees, students, or the partners have. They can get those questions from Arnab.
So like a lot of unemployment going to be there very soon. That's the other part of it. When one got to be positive, we all got to relearn and be quite capable to counter that also. Right. Very nice.
We have all, I think AI will make anybody, actually this is an enablement tool, It enabled me to have the information here and now. I want to have information here and now. I don't want to wait for information. I'll write an email to somebody. Somebody will look at my email, reply to me after 24 hours. Here and now information. And because it's live, so I can also customize it. So there's a hyper-personalization that I can build in it, with celebrities, with the founding team members, etc., etc., etc. So that's where I think, say, XR meets AI. So AI, which you can experience, is through all of these devices. All right? Thank you very much.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। सबका राजा प्योर मसाला,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In the course of the investigation that was being carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, several witnesses were essentially being called in. In fact, there were trumped-up charges that were leveled against the so-called accused. One such person who was called in for questioning by the Maharashtra ATS was Milind Rao Joshi, president of Abhinav Bharat, a man with whom I've spoken to for several years put together. Milind, thank you very much for joining us. We've known each other for several years. We've spoken many a times, and you've time and again spoken about how you were being tortured, how you were being forced to take names. But before I come into the details of the investigation that was carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, I want to begin from the time the case was being investigated. How did you really figure in this particular case?
So this blast took place somewhere in September, and we were all basically watching news, and we would see Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur's name flashing up related to Malegaon case. And since we didn't know her, there was no panic. I mean, it was just news for us. Although we were taken aback by thinking, why would a Sadhvi be involved in such kind of cases? But anyway, after a few days, the news started flashing that a
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking at this hour is Operation Akal that is underway in Kulgam in Jammu and Kashmir. One terrorist has been neutralized. More details on that big story and much more coming up. Let's first take a look at the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Encounter in Kulgam underway. Security forces neutralize one terrorist. Prajwal Ravana convicted in a rape case. Court to pronounce quantum of sentence today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his constituency Varanasi today set to unveil projects worth 2,200 crore rupees. Enforcement Directorate issues lookout circular against Anil Ambani. Restrictions on travel imposed. And US President Donald Trump orders 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned near Russia. Viewers, big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgam, where amid the ongoing encounter, one more terrorist has been gunned down in Kulgam. The terrorist has been identified as Haris Nazir of Lashkar-e-Toiba, and he has been killed in Kulgam. Now, Nazir was active since June 2023 and he hails from Pulwama's Kachipura. Now, an AK-47 rifle, AK magazine and grenades were recovered during the anti-terror operations in Kulgam. So, the encounter, remember, began earlier on Friday evening, and this during Operation Akal in the Kulgam district of Jammu and Kashmir, and the operation is still continuing. There was intense firefight that continued through the night, and earlier one terrorist was killed, and now details emerging in of one more terrorist has been gunned down, and he's a terrorist from Lashkar-e-Toiba. He has been identified as Haris Nazir, and he was active since June 2023. He hails from Pulwama's Kachipura. Now, a lot of ammunition, AK-47 rifle, AK magazine, grenades were recovered. So, one more terrorist has been neutralized by the security forces so far. Remember, these operations continuing under Operation Akal. And this is part of a broader breakdown under Operation Mahadev. Remember, earlier on Wednesday, 2 terrorists were eliminated during Operation Shiv Shakti, and that was in Poonch district. And this was following an infiltration attempt. And earlier, under Operation Mahadev, 3 Pakistani terrorists were killed. And this included the terrorist, the mastermind really behind the 22nd of April Pahalgam terror attack. He was identified as Suleiman. He was the mastermind of the Pahalgam attack.
and 2 other terrorists were also killed under Operation Mahadev. So these anti-terror operations are continuing at the moment, and this is under Operation Akal in the Kulgam district of Jammu and Kashmir. Zenith, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Zenith, we understand that one more terrorist has been neutralized. Give us more details.
See, there is only one terrorist that had been neutralized in a night-long operation. The Haris Nazir, he comes from the Kuchpora of the Pulwama. This is South Kashmir, and South Kashmir's Pulwama district, the LET outfits local boy has been neutralized in Kulgam. This is an operation of SOG Kulgam along with Indian Army. The 12th sector was involved in the operation, and also one AK-47 with the other arms and ammunitions have been also recovered. As far as this the Teslain terrorist goes, he was active since June 2023. That tells you that almost spending 2 long years in the terror outfits, that how important operation for the joint security forces it was, although this was an operation that was carried in a forest belt, in an open area, not the residential one, and it took them long, almost 12 hours to neutralize the threat on the ground. There was an int that was generated by the SOG Kulgam, and the int was shared with the Indian Army. Both joint forces launched a CASO day before yesterday, and finally there had been a fire. These joint forces had come under fire from the terrorists, and then the cordons were extended, the reinforcement were rushed. Although the operation was suspended during night hours, but with the early morning sun, the operation was resumed. As of now, we can say that the one dead body has been retrieved from the encounter spot along with the arms and ammunition. For the last 1 week, if we take the count of Kashmir Valley itself, the 4 terrorists have been neutralized from Srinagar to South Kashmir's Kulgam. Recently, in an operation on Monday, 3 terrorists, the LETs, boys were neutralized in the Dashigam ridge. Again, the part of they were involved into the Pahalgam, the Baisaran attack, and threat was neutralized. Now we are seeing the continuous SOS has helped joint forces to neutralize the threat on the ground. In the last less than a week, the 4 terrorists have been neutralized in Kashmir itself. And the one more link that tells you how important this operation has been, because earlier in Srinagar encounter itself, the LET got the body blow when the 3 foreign terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists, were neutralized. And again in Kulgam, the LET, the Lashkar-e-Toiba boy, has been neutralized in Kulgam, South Kashmir.
All right. Thank you so much for those details, Zenith. So it is 1 terrorist that has been neutralized, and Operation Akal still, meanwhile, continues. So we'll keep getting you all the updates on that big story. Meanwhile, we have big breaking news coming in, and that is from Maharashtra, where curfew has been imposed in the Yawat village of Pune district. And this after violence yesterday. All the shops are closed in the entire village. Tight police security is in place in the entire village. Remember, security has also been increased in the surrounding village, and the accused who posted this objectionable post on WhatsApp has been now arrested by the police. After yesterday's violence, the police has detained about 18 to 20 other people as well. More than 100 people have been identified by the police, and the police still is continuing to look for more suspects in the case. Let's get more details. Satya Prakash, our colleague, is now joining us. All right. In fact, our colleague Satya has sent us these details about the operations that are continuing and the curfew that has been imposed there. Let's take a look.
मैं इस समय पुणे जिले के यवत गांव में हूं। कल हिंसा के बाद पूरे गांव में कर्फ्यू लगा दिया गया है। दुकानें बंद हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं कि दुकानें किस तरह से बंद है, ये सामने देख सकते हैं। और पूरे गांव में जितनी भी दुकानें हैं वो बंद है। लोग आ रहे हैं, घरों से कम निकल रहे हैं। तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, सड़कों पे लोग कम आ रहे हैं और यहाँ पर सारी दुकानें बंद हैं। पुलिस जो अंदर जो गांव है अंदर पुलिस का बंदोबस्त है। जो मस्जिद है वहाँ पर पुलिस का बंदोबस्त देख सकते हैं। एक साथ सारी दुकानें बंद हैं। कर्फ्यू लगा दिया गया क्योंकि जिस तरह से कल हिंसा हुआ था उसके बाद यहाँ पे प्रशासन ने कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है। और तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से एक साइड की पूरी दुकानें बंद है। पूरे गाँव के दुकानें बंद है, आसपास की दुकानें बंद है और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था काफ़ी कड़ा किया गया है। तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, ये सामने की तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं कि जो लोग घरों से कम निकल रहे हैं, बाहर कम निकल रहे हैं और कुछ लोग यहाँ मंदिर पहुँचे हुए हैं, हम उनसे बात करेंगे। ये देख सकते हैं यहाँ मंदिर पहुँचे हुए। चाचा, आप गांव के रखने वाले हैं, क्या हुआ था कल?
कल क्या ये झगड़ा हो गया ना, जो बोला है एक बोल छोकरा बोला था का जट करेंगे क्या, वो ऐसी बोलने की बात किया तो वो झगड़ा हो गया है ना। हाँ,
जब झगड़ा हुआ तो आप घर पे थे?
हाँ, घर पे थे। हाँ।
कितनी देर तक ये चलता रहा?
2 बजे।
2 बजे।
हाँ।
आप कल थे यहाँ पे?
हाँ, था ना।
क्या हुआ था?
नहीं, इधर तो बाजार था, साप्ताहिक बाजार रहते हैं सब आठवड़े बाजार शुक्रवार का। तो बाजार के फिर 12:30 के बाद में हो गया सब। ये मोबाइल पर पोस्ट डाल दिया उसने, फिर उसके बाद में सब राड़ा हो गया सब। हो, तब तक तो शांति था। हो, कोई गड़बड़ नहीं थी, कुछ नहीं। बाजार भर गया था, फिर बाहर से लोग आते सब बाजार के लिए, उसका सब नुकसान भी हो गया है ना, ऐसी बात है।
कितनी देर तक चला था ये?
ये कम से कम 1 बजे से 4 बजे तक चल रहा था। हो,
ये आपत्तिजनक जो सोशल मीडिया पे पोस्ट डाला उसके बाद भड़का?
हाँ, भड़का, पोस्ट डालने के बाद ही भड़का ना। हो,
सारे लोग गुस्सा, दोनों गुट आपस में टकरा गए थे?
हो, बहुत आदमी थे ना। हो,
दोनों तरफ से पत्थरबाजी हो रही थी?
नहीं, दोनों बाजू ना, एक ही बाजू से सब पत्थरबाजी हो गए थे ना।
किस तरफ से?
नहीं, नाम तो नहीं।
अच्छा,
सब अभी मेले में क्या है, बहुत लोग रहते ना।
अच्छा।
हाँ,
तो मेले में भीड़ थी?
बहुत भीड़ थी ना।
तो कहीं न कहीं जो वजह है, जो आपत्तिजनक सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट किया गया उसके बाद हुआ?
हाँ, पोस्ट किया उसके बाद में हो गया ना सब।
And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from the United States, where a shooting at a Montana bar has left at least 4 people dead. Authorities are now continuing a manhunt to nab the suspect. The shooting happened around 10:30 a.m. on Friday at the Owl Bar in Anaconda. According to the Montana Division of Criminal Investigation, which is leading the investigation, and the agency confirmed that 4 people were pronounced dead at the scene. Now, the suspect has been identified as 45-year-old Michael Paul Brown. He lived next door to the bar, and authorities said that his home was cleared by a SWAT team and that he was last seen in the Stumptown area, which is just west of Anaconda. And ladies and gentlemen, let's move on in the bulletin now. The story is that of 2 sisters, Kashvi and her little sister Arohi. Now, despite their young age, they are battling a harsh reality: spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder which weakens their muscles daily, and the family is struggling to arrange the funds, and despite their best efforts, they are finding it very challenging to make ends meet. The parents, Rekha and Keshav, are now reaching out for help, appealing to the viewers to donate and share their story. With your support, Kashvi and Arohi can get the treatment that they need to survive and live a healthy life. Well, you can dial the number that will be, you can see on your TV screens, or you can scan the QR code to contribute to their cause. So every little bit counts, and your help can give these 2 innocent souls a chance at life. Here's their story.
She is Kashvi, 2.8 years old. And this is her sister Arohi, a month old. Both of them too young to understand that all is not good with her. 2 little sisters who light up the world with their presence, but behind their smiles a harsh reality looms. Kashvi wasn't gaining weight and wasn't achieving milestones like other kids her age. After several tests, her parents received the devastating diagnosis that she has SMA type 2.
So she was like 2.7 years old. It was detected last month in 23rd of June. So luckily she didn't have any kind of previously she used to have a lot, like she used to do coughing and she used to catch cold and every time so that was what she used to face previously. Right now her symptoms is
If she's sitting in a position, she will keep on sitting on that. She will request us that she wants to stand. She wants to play with other kids. So
she wants to say I need to stand, I need to walk. Okay, please help me to walk. Like those, like in her these things she says like that.
She wants to do it, but her body is not supporting to do that.
Yeah.
Spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder that's weakening their muscles day by day, every day. Kashvi gasps for breath. But the woes for Kashvi's parents didn't end there. 3 weeks after, their younger child detected SMA type 2. Their younger child Arohi was also diagnosed with the same genetic disorder, but this one more severe than SMA type 1. Without treatment, life expectancy is often less than 2 years in SMA type 1. Meanwhile, in SMA type 2, with the treatment, life expectancy can be improved and some individuals can live well into adulthood.
Yeah, so SMA type 1 is more harmful. The reason is it's more deadlier, we can say, compared to type 2. And if it is not treated in the early stages of this, it is going to affect more, because it has severity problems for the respirations and all these things. And usually it is seen that the child does not able to celebrate the second birthday also, so for type 1.
So I think within 3 months we will be able to see the symptoms in her. As of now there are no symptoms in her, but within 3 months there will be symptoms like breathing problems, she won't be able to swallow and all those things. So type 1 is much more critical than type 2.
Lack of reflexes, inability to sit without proper support, abnormal breathing pattern, difficulty swallowing, which can lead to growth issues, are few of the many problems that Arohi is facing. On camera, you may see them smiling and breezing through life one day at a time, but that is not the case. Their only hope is Zolgensma, a life-saving gene therapy that costs a whopping rupees 16 crore.
There are 2 options only for her at this moment available in India. So one is Zolgensma, so that is a one-time gene therapy, and it costs around 16 CR at this moment. It includes shipping and all these things, customs and all,
tax, GST, everything included.
After their younger child detecting the same disorder, they are in dire need of more financial support. Their budget has now increased to a staggering rupees 18 crore.
We also connected with Novartis, who is actually producing the medicine or drug. So what they have mentioned, they were also speechless when they heard about both the daughters are SMA. So the best thing what they told us is what they can do is the cost of the medicine is 16 crores, but the first EMI or first installment they have to pay is 9 crores. In 9 crore they will give the injection, and doctors can push that injection to our baby. So minimum 9 crore for one kid we need. So total 18 crores are required as of now to save our both the daughters.
Right, it's 18 CR at this moment. We were fighting for 16 CR, and now it's 18 CR what we can manage till now.
Kashvi's family hails from Kolkata. Her mother, Rekha Kumari, comes from a family of Navy officers and is now working with a private company. Her father, Keshav Kundu, holds a job in IT sector.
So I come from a defense background. My dad was in defense, Indian Navy, and I'm working in IT industry, like I'm working in Wipro, and nobody in my family has any symptoms, like nobody is having anything, nobody's aware about SMA in my family. So there was nothing like that. And
and my parents were like state government teachers in Assam, so they were like my schooling and everything was done in Assam. Then due to like college in Bangalore, and then I settled down in Kolkata at this moment. And so like in our families also there is nothing as such identified, and like unfortunate that we are the carriers, and even we don't, like doctors are saying that you taste this the same MLPA test.
Right.
But I mean, what's of use? Like, I mean, we are not going to plan anything. Like right now we have only 2 daughters, and we need to sit in.
From private companies to government jobs, they've knocked all the doors, but the climb is very steep.
So we have sent out applications to PMO office, President of India, and like the CM, because I was born here in Assam, so I had sent an application to Assam as well, and I'm trying to like get back to Kolkata, because that is where I belong from at this moment, because I'm staying there with my family. But I'm stuck with all this. Like my younger daughter has now been detected in AIDS. So, but I have written the applications to CM of West Bengal as well as the Governor of West Bengal. So those things we are doing, and we are trying to reach out to the celebrities or influencers here in Delhi.
Right.
And but yeah, like. Most of the things here is like they are
not getting a very positive response or very big amount. It's like all the audience are helping us, or like common people are helping us by donating some minimum to maximum amount, whatever they can contribute. Even my father, he comes from an Indian Navy background. Whatever the contacts he has circulated between them. It is only we are getting help from common people.
While Kashvi and Arohi's fate have nudged them in the clutches of the severe medical condition, they continue to fight bravely each day without knowing what lies ahead.
Have a bigger fight to go.
Absolutely.
So I want to appeal like the people of India as well as abroad people who are helping us, and to entire nation to come forward and help our like I as a parent, we don't have any choice between the 2 daughters, like which one is going to get the Zolgensma first and which is going to be the Zolgensma second. So I am not thinking in that way. I'm thinking in the direction that I mean for both the daughters we need it, and we have to provide it. So
and we need it as soon as possible for both of them.
Right.
The advanced gene therapy Zolgensma holds the key to their survival. You can be the difference between the life and death for these 2 innocent souls. Rekha and Keshav have set up campaigns for crowdsourcing, and if you have questions, you can dial the father on 7501 496545, or even scan the QR code displayed on the screen and give these 2 sisters a shot at life. Do your bit of one good deed today. Share the word, donate whatever you can, and help Kashvi and Arohi get back their childhood.
And appealing to all our viewers to do your bit and help these young kids and donate. And viewers, let's take a short break here. Coming up ahead, Prajwal Revanna is convicted in a rape case, and the court is going to pronounce the quantum of sentence today. Also coming up ahead, Prime Minister Modi in his constituency Varanasi today, and he's set to unveil projects worth 2,200 crore rupees. Details on those big stories and much more after a short break. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन है 42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं।
I told you the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit of 18 to 20 fighter aircraft. Each squadron is essentially a sword in our aerial arsenal, and we are missing 13 of these swords. But here's what nobody is talking about. How did we land here? How did a nuclear-armed democracy with global ambitions find itself operating with just 2/3 of its required fighter strength? The answer lies in a decade of systematic sabotage, a 10-year period from 2004 to 2014, when the UPA government did not just fail to modernize our Air Force, they actively destroyed our fighter aircraft procurement capability through a toxic combination of bureaucratic paralysis, corruption paranoia, and sheer institutional incompetence. During the UPA's entire 10-year tenure, the Indian Air Force managed to induct only 122 fighter aircraft, including a mere 82 Su-30 MKIs. To put this in perspective, China was inducting more fighters in a single year than India managed in an entire
Very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking for you is Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his constituency, Varanasi today. And his constituency is going to get a big development boost as the Prime Minister is going to launch projects worth 2,200 crore rupees. Details on that big story and much more coming up. Let's take a look at the headlines first. Encounter in Kulgam underway. Security forces neutralize one terrorist. Prajwal Ravana convicted in a rape case. Court to pronounce the quantum of punishment today. Prime Minister Modi in his constituency Varanasi today set to unveil projects worth 2,200 crore rupees. Enforcement Directorate issues lookout circular against Anil Ambani. Restrictions on travel imposed. And US President Donald Trump orders 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned near Russia. So viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Uttar Pradesh's Varanasi today, and he's all set to give his parliamentary constituency a massive development boost by launching multiple projects worth around 2,200 crore rupees, from roads to bridges to schools to smart electricity to temples to power hubs, to projects. These projects span key sectors and they aim to achieve a holistic urban transformation, cultural rejuvenation and improved connectivity as well, and enhanced quality of life. Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the widening of key roads such as the Varanasi-Badoni Road and Chitoni-Shul-Tankeshwar Road. A new railway overbridge at Hardatpur will ease congestion on the busy Mohan Sarai-Adalpura stretch.
सावन के बारिश के बीच में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र वाराणसी आज आने वाले हैं और यहां आके काशी ही नहीं पूर्वांचल के लोगों को हजारों करोड़ की योजनाएं परियोजनाओं का लाभ देंगे। कुछ योजनाओं का शिलान्यास करेंगे तो कुछ योजनाओं का उद्घाटन करेंगे। आप देख सकते हैं कि भीड़ लगातार बारिश के बीच में चली आ रही है और यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरह की तैयारी की गई है। बहुत ही जबरदस्त तैयारी की गई है। यह पता है कि बारिश का समय है, सावन का समय है और काशी में महादेव के ऊपर लगातार वर्षा हो रही है। ऐसे में ये पब्लिक अपने नेता से मिलने के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री से मिलने के लिए लगातार यहाँ पर चले आ रहे हैं। चारों तरफ सुरक्षा है। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह का माहौल है। यहाँ पर पुलिस सुरक्षा को देखिए, महिला पुलिस सुरक्षा हो और तमाम जो उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के जो जवान हैं यहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं। बनारस की पुलिस यहाँ पर चप्पे चप्पे पर है चारों तरफ। लेकिन ना इस बारिश की किसी को चिंता है और ना इस जो लोग पैदल चले आ रहे हैं उसकी चिंता है। कुछ लोग हमारे साथ हैं। ये बताइए, सावन के बीच में प्रधानमंत्री आज अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में आ रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का 51वां दौरा है और उसी तरह प्रधानमंत्री जी के ऊपर विशेष कृपा है महादेव का और देख रहे हैं सावन में वैसा ही फुहार चलता है। हम सब उसी का स्वागत कर रहे हैं अपने प्रधानमंत्री जी का।
91 या 91?
51
51वां दौरा है। वाह भाई वाह, मतलब प्रधानमंत्री का ये उन्होंने 50 लगा लिया है।
प्रधानमंत्री जी जब भी आते हैं बनारस की जनता ही नहीं, सीधे स्वयं प्रभु महादेव उनके ऊपर आशीर्वाद अपना बरसाते हैं, जिसकी वजह से फुहारा वाला बरसात होता है। वैसे तो ये सावन है, सावन में महादेव जी का कृपा है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के ऊपर। प्रधानमंत्री जी जिस तरह से अपने काशी वासियों के लिए दिल खोल करके क्या नाम है कि पूरा विकास का कार्यक्रम कराते हैं, हजारों हजार करोड़ की बरसात करते हैं।
आज किसान सम्मान राशि भी आज लोगों को सौंपेंगे प्रधानमंत्री।
जी जी जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आज किसान सम्मान निधि का भी लोकार्पण करेंगे। यहाँ पे सबको खाते में आज जाएगा, बटन दबाएंगे, सटासट पैसा सबके अंदर जाएगा किसान सम्मान।
काशी की धरती से,
एकदम काशी की धरती से और
देश के किसानों को
सोमनाथ की धरती से आए हैं। विश्वनाथ अभिनंदन उनका कर रहे हैं।
All right, our colleague Raghavendra now is joining us live from Varanasi. Very good morning, Raghavendra. We can see Varanasi today going to get a big development boost today. Tell us about the preparations that are underway and what is the itinerary of the Prime Minister.
बिल्कुल, देखिए कुछ मिनट का समय रह गया है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र काशी वाराणसी पहुंचने वाले हैं और बहुत बड़ी बात यह है कि सावन का महीना है, बारिश हो रही है। बारिश के बीच में जो उनके चाहने वाले हैं वह लगातार इस कार्यक्रम में जनसभा में चले आ रहे हैं। हमारे साथ ये काशी के वासी हैं, कुछ लोग हैं, इनसे जानने की कोशिश करूंगा। क्या कहेंगे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी सावन में आ रहे हैं एक बार फिर से काशी में?
प्रधानमंत्री का हम लोग काशीवासी हर हर महादेव के नारा लगा कर स्वागत करते हैं। आज जो है 20वां किस्त जारी कर रहे हैं किसान सम्मान निधि का। इससे जो है इसमें धान की रुपाई चल रही है, किसानों को बहुत बड़ी राहत मिलने वाली है।
यानी काशी की धरती से किसानों को बड़ा सौगात, देश भर के किसानों को
बहुत बड़ा सौगात मिलने वाला है और बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है कि अब काशी से हो रहा है। काशी से हो रहा है।
नारा भी एक बार लगा था, जय जवान जय किसान। देश के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री कौन?
अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी।
अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी आपके बनारस से ही?
तो
चलिए कोई बात नहीं, मैं इन लोगों से बात करता हूँ, पूछता हूँ। क्या कहेंगे भाई साहब, क्या कहेंगे? प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आ रहे हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का ये 50वां 51वां दौरा काशी की धरती पे हो रहा है, जिससे काशी की जनता में सेवापुरी के क्षेत्र में गजब का उत्साह लोगों के बीच में है। और इस मौसम में भी आप देखिए कि चारों तरफ से आम जनमानस, एक किसान, गरीब, हर घर से हजारों की संख्या में टोली बना करके प्रधानमंत्री के स्वागत के लिए कार्यक्रम स्थल पर आ रहे हैं और हम सब सेवापुरी वासियों को बड़े गर्व की अनुभूति हो रही है, बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी आज हमारे बीच आकर के करीब 2100 करोड़ का जो है परियोजना का लाभ इस क्षेत्र को देने जा रहे हैं।
All right, a lot of excitement there in Varanasi ahead of Prime Minister Modi, who is about to reach his constituency, and he is going to inaugurate several development projects worth 2,200 crore rupees. Thank you so much for those details there. All right, viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. Union Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia felicitated India's rising chess star Divya Deshmukh, who recently made history by clinching the FIDE Women's Chess World Cup title and becoming India's 88th Grandmaster. Here's a quick report.
Union Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia honoured chess sensation Divya Deshmukh, who recently scripted history by winning the FIDE Women's Chess World Cup final. Just 18 years old, Divya's stunning performance on the international stage not only earned her the title, but also made her India's 88th Grandmaster. A native of Nagpur, Divya has shown remarkable consistency in her game, earning respect from global chess fraternity. Divya's performance comes at a time when her male counterparts, including world champion Gukesh and Pragnananda, are also making remarkable strides in the world of chess. Adds another chapter to India's growing dominance in world chess and serves as an inspiration to thousands of aspiring players across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Two Kerala nuns arrested in Chhattisgarh on charges of forced religious conversions will have their bail plea heard by the NIA court today. Their bail plea was rejected by the Durg Sessions Court due to lack of jurisdiction, and the case was moved to the NIA court in Bilaspur. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has stated that the centre won't oppose bail. In Ajmer, Rajasthan, the Forest Department has launched a demolition drive to remove around 200 illegal shops built on the forest land in the Taragar area. Heavy security has been deployed to maintain order during the operation. The move follows notices served to the shopkeepers along the Dargah Taragar road, a high traffic area near the Ajmer Sharif Dargah. The Ganga River in Varanasi has risen close to the warning mark, prompting authorities to issue alerts and prepare for possible flooding. Low-lying areas are at risk. Cremation activities have been moved to higher grounds, and the NDRF is on standby for rescue operations. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the BSF is going to hold a meeting on international border security scenario and the SOP meeting. Now, this, remember, meeting comes amid multiple drone dropping attempts in the last 1 week. The BSF has called a meeting with the sister intelligence agencies. Now, this meeting is going to take place at the BSF headquarters this afternoon. And the meeting has been called to finalize an SOP, that is the standard operating procedure on the international border. IG BSF Jammu Shashank Anand and IG Jammu Police Bhim Sen Tuti are going to chair this meeting this afternoon. Remember, 3 attempts of Pakistani drones dropping narcotics and weapons in Jammu along the international border have been reported in the last 1 week. And amid those developments, the BSF is going to hold a very significant meeting today afternoon. Let's get all the updates. Gursimran, my colleague, is now joining us for more. Gursimran, give us more details about this meeting because, as we've been discussing this earlier as well, there are a number of such incidents of, Chinese drones really being used to drop narcotics as well as weapons along the international border. Give us more details about the meeting.
See, this meeting has been scheduled for this afternoon at around 12:30 at the BSF headquarters in Jammu. We are told that this meeting will be attended and chaired by the IG of the Border Security Force, Shashank Anand, along with the IG Jammu Zone Police, Bhimsen Tuti. The discussion and the main focus will be on the coordination and also the standard operating procedures that will be finalized for the operations along the international border, that how in close coordination the Jammu and Kashmir Police and the Border Security Force can work in such a manner that any threat that is emerging from across the border, that can be foiled well within the time. Because what we have seen in last 1 week, the drone menace is continuing to move back to the Jammu region, because for last 1.5 years there were rarely any incidents of drone dropping that was being reported in the Jammu region. But now all of a sudden we saw 2 attempts where 500 grams of heroin, 500 grams of opium was recovered in 2 different instances, and also there was instance when it is believed that a drone dropping consignment of the weapons was sent, that was being further pushed into Kashmir Valley, but it was apprehended by the Special Operations Group along with the Nagrota Police, and a person named Ahan from Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the 3 weapons that included a Chinese pistol, a Turkey-made pistol and a foreign pistol, along with the 10 rounds that was recovered a couple of days ago. So this raises a serious question on the threats being made from across the border, and that's why this meeting has been called in, that will discuss the prevailing international border scenario, as well as the finalizing of the standard operating procedure for the security forces, BSF and the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and it will be taking place in a short while from now, today afternoon at 12:30 at the BSF headquarters. This comes as a first such meeting that is taking place. This is what we are being told, that first such meeting for the coordination and finalizing of the SOPs will take place this afternoon, and the threadbare discussion on the operations, that how operations can be streamlined along the international border area, because this area is becoming really very challenging, because on the other side we saw that Pakistan is trying to make desperate attempts from the Shakargarh to push terrorists as well as narcotics and weapons into the Indian territory.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for those details there. We'll keep coming back to you to get more details on the outcome of that very significant meeting by the BSF. Thank you so much. And viewers, we'll take a very short break right now. Coming up ahead, Prajwal Revanna, convicted in the rape case, court to pronounce the quantum of sentence today. Also, the big story that we keep tracking through the day, Prime Minister Modi in his constituency Varanasi today, he is set to unveil projects worth 2,200 crore rupees. Those big stories and much more coming up ahead. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन F-42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं।
I told you the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit of 18 to 20 fighter aircraft. Each squadron is essentially a sword in our aerial arsenal, and we are missing 13 of these swords. But here's what nobody is talking about. How did we land here? How did a nuclear-armed democracy with global ambitions find itself operating with just 2/3 of its required fighter strength? The answer lies in a decade of systematic sabotage, a 10-year period from 2004 to 2014, when the UPA government did not just fail to modernize our Air Force, they actively destroyed our fighter aircraft procurement capability through a toxic combination of bureaucratic paralysis, corruption paranoia, and sheer institutional incompetence. During the UPA's entire 10-year tenure, the Indian Air Force managed to induct only 122 fighter aircraft, including a mere 82 Su-30 MKIs. To put this in perspective, China was inducting more fighters in a single year than India managed in an entire decade under the Congress rule. The crown jewel of this incompetence was the medium multi-role combat aircraft program, a deal that should have been India's largest fighter modernization effort. Initiated in 2007 to procure 126 combat aircraft, the MMRCA became a 7-year bureaucratic circus that perfectly encapsulated everything wrong with UPA's approach to national security. After extensive trials, the competition was narrowed down to Eurofighter Typhoon and Dassault Rafale on the 27th of April 2011.
Union Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia honored chess sensation Divya Deshmukh, who recently scripted history by winning the FIDE Women's Chess World Cup final. Just 18 years old, Divya's stunning performance on the international stage not only earned her the title, but also made her India's 88th Grandmaster. A native of Nagpur, Divya has shown remarkable consistency in her game, earning respect from global chess fraternity. Divya's performance comes at a time when her male counterparts, including world champion Gukesh and Pragnananda, are also making remarkable strides in the world of chess. Adds another chapter to India's growing dominance in world chess and serves as an inspiration to thousands of aspiring players across the nation.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
In the course of the investigation that was being carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, several witnesses were essentially being called in. In fact, there were trumped up charges that were leveled against the so-called accused. One such person who was called in for questioning by the Maharashtra ATS was Milind Rao Joshi, President of Abhinav Bharat, a man that with whom I've spoken to for several years put together. Milind, thank you very much for joining us. We've known each other for several years. We've spoken many a times, and you've time and again spoken about how you were being tortured, how you were being forced to take names. But before I come into the details of the investigation that was carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, I want to begin from the time the case was being investigated. How did you really figure in this particular case?
So this blast took place somewhere in September, and we were all basically watching news, and we would see Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur's name flashing up related to Malegaon case. And since we didn't know her, there was no panic. I mean, it was just news for us. Although we were taken aback by thinking, why would a Sadhvi be involved in such kind of cases? But anyway, after a few days, the news started flashing that a colonel posted in Panchmadi is being taken in for interrogation, and he is one of the suspects. And this is where the alarm bell started ringing, because we knew that Colonel Purohit was posted in Panchmadi learning Arabic in the language school of army there. And still we couldn't connect the dots, as if like why exactly he is being interrogated. But we thought that it might be related to his intelligence job. He is an intelligence officer in Indian Army.
Welcome back, viewers. We have big breaking news coming in. Delhi Police's narcotics squads, big action. Now, two foreign drug smugglers named Berdinand and Nzigi has been arrested, now 36.64 grams of cocaine and 61.16 grams of MDA worth 10 lakh rupees has been seized from them. 8 mobile phones, cash of 10,000 rupees, packing material and weighing machine has been recovered from them. And according to the police, the accused were living illegally in India since 2019. A raid was conducted in lane number 13 of Govindpuri after confidential information and technical surveillance, and police have registered a case under sections of NDPS Act and Foreigners Act. Police investigation continues to expose the network of the entire syndicate. Akal, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Akal, what more details you can provide about this entire, of course, police looking at the entire syndicate, but 2 of the members have been caught.
Well, absolutely. If you see, the Delhi Police Narcotics Department has arrested 2 persons who are the Nigerian citizens. So at this point in time, the information that we have received that they have recovered 36 grams of MDMA and cocaine as well of 30 grams, which is worth into the international market of approximately 10 lakh rupees. So far, the police team has nabbed 2 Nigerian citizens as well in connection with the case, and they have busted this racket which was running under the garb of being students in that locality in Govindpuri area of Southeast district. And if you see, this is a very adjacent to a nearby Delhi University College, Acharya and Dev College, where this incident took place, and they have been living there since 2019. This is the prelim information that we have received from the Southeast district police team, in which they have said that in gully number 13, both of the main accused used to live since 2019. And in this case, the latest development that we have got, that more than 10 lakh drug consignment have been recovered from both the Nigerian citizens, and further legal proceedings are underway.
All right, big syndicate that the police is looking at, but 2 of the members of the gang have been caught. Thank you so much, Akal, for all those details there.
To speak on Get Me Right, a year after the coup that deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in Dhaka, how are we tackling the anti-India regime of Mohammad Yunus in Bangladesh? Also, why is American President Donald Trump making his tariff war with India so personal? Is his Pakistan pivot going to be a long-term worry for us? And in the age of AI, which jobs are going to be safe and which ones would simply vanish? Be forewarned to be forearmed. This weekend on Get Me Right, only on Republic TV.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन है 42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं।
I told the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit of 18 to 20 fighter aircraft. Each squadron is essentially a sword in our aerial arsenal, and we are missing 13 of these swords. But here's what nobody is talking about. How did we land here? How did a nuclear-armed democracy with global ambitions find itself
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies, and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. The R4 Sports and Republic TV. Good luck.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। प्योर मसाला,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। प्योर मसाला।
In the course of the investigation that was being carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, several witnesses were essentially being called in. In fact, there were trumped-up charges that were leveled against the so-called accused. One such person who was called in for questioning by the Maharashtra ATS was Milind Rao Joshi, president of Abhinav Bharat, a man with whom I've spoken to for several years put together. Milind, thank you very much for joining us. We've known each other for several years. We've spoken many a times, and you've time and again spoken about how you were being tortured, how you were being forced to take names. But before I come into the details of the investigation that was carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, I want to begin from the time the case was being investigated. How did you really figure in this particular case?
So this blast took place somewhere in September, and we were all basically watching news, and we would see Sadhvi Pragya's name flashing up related to Malegaon case. And since we didn't know her, there was no panic. I mean, it was just news for us. Although we were taken aback by thinking, why would a Sadhvi be in?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
देवाधिदेव महादेव के इस पावन धाम काशी में अपनी काशी के नाम पर जिनकी आत्मीयता काशी को एक वैश्विक पहचान दे रही है, ऐसे काशी के सांसद और देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का काशी वासियों की ओर से उन्हीं की काशी में मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। मंच पर उपस्थित उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे वरिष्ठ सहयोगी उप मुख्यमंत्री द्वय श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी, श्री ब्रजेश पाठक जी, मंत्रिमंडल के अन्य सहयोगीगण, श्री सूर्य प्रताप शाही जी, श्री सुरेश खन्ना जी, श्री अनिल राजभर जी, श्री रविंद्र जायसवाल जी, श्री दयाशंकर मिश्रा दयालु जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह जी, सभी माननीय जनप्रतिनिधिगण और काशी से यहां पर उपस्थित काशी के मेरे सभी उपस्थित बहन और भाइयों और प्रदेश भर के अलग अलग कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र, ब्लॉक मुख्यालय, ग्राम पंचायतों पर उपस्थित सभी माननीय जनप्रतिनिधि और उपस्थित अन्नदाता किसान बहन और भाइयों, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की आज काशी में उपस्थिति और उनका मार्गदर्शन इस सावन के पावन मास में ऐसे समय में हुई है जब बहन और भाइयों पूरी दुनिया ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से भारत के सामर्थ्य और भारत की शक्ति का एहसास किया है। पहलगांव के अपराधियों को मिट्टी में मिला करके दुश्मन के घर में घुस करके उनका खात्मा करने का मादा भारत रखता है, नया भारत रखता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के सफल क्रियान्वयन के उपरांत आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का यह आगमन आज काशी की धरती पर हुआ है। इस अवसर पर उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय राजनेता हैं। आपने देखा होगा पिछले 11 वर्ष में दुनिया के 4 दर्जन से अधिक देशों ने अपना सर्वोच्च नागरिक सम्मान आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को समर्पित किया। लोक कल्याण के लिए, विश्व कल्याण के लिए उनकी दूरदर्शिता का लोहा आज पूरी दुनिया मानती है और उसका परिणाम अभी हाल ही में जुलाई मास में आपने देखा होगा घाना, त्रिनिदाद एंड टोबैगो, ब्राजील तथा नामीबिया ने भी अकेले 4 देशों ने जुलाई मास में अपना सर्वोच्च नागरिक सम्मान आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को समर्पित करके 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों को गौरव के साथ आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक नए भारत को किस रूप में हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे, इसका एक नया विजन दिया है। यह हमारा सौभाग्य है कि देश की संसद में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी इस अविनाशी काशी का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। काशी जिसके बारे में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वयं इन शब्दों में व्यक्त किया है कि काशी की आत्मा सनातन है और आत्मीयता वैश्विक है। काशी पिछले 11 वर्षों में नूतन और पुरातन के साथ ही आध्यात्मिकता और आधुनिकता का एक नया संगम के रूप में दुनिया के लिए आकर्षण का केंद्र बनी हुई है। यह पहली बार हुआ होगा जब कोई प्रधानमंत्री अपने क्षेत्र में 51वां बार उपस्थित हो रहा होगा और वाराणसी में 51,000 करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाएं इन वर्षों में यहां के लिए स्वीकृत हुई, जिनमें से 34,000 करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से जो समग्र विकास की एक नई अवधारणा के साथ काशी को पहचान दिला रहे हैं, उस पहचान के साथ काशी को आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य कर रहे हैं। तो 16,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की परियोजनाएं आज प्रगति के अलग अलग चरणों में हैं और आज फिर जब प्रधानमंत्री जी का आगमन यहां हुआ है तो इस बार फिर से 2200 करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाओं का उपहार अपनी काशी को देने के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आगमन काशी में हुआ है। ये परियोजनाएं कनेक्टिविटी की भी है, जलापूर्ति की भी है, शिक्षा के लिए भी है, स्वास्थ्य के लिए भी है, खेल की प्रतिस्पर्धा और खेल की गतिविधियों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए भी है, सांस्कृतिक पुनरुत्थान के लिए भी है। हर एक क्षेत्र के समग्र विकास की जो अवधारणा है उस नई काशी में आज हम सब को देखने को मिल रहा है। बहनों और भाइयों, आज इसके साथ ही सक्षम भारत की परिकल्पना को साकार करने के लिए दिव्यांग जनों को भी, जो शब्द है दिव्यांगजन, यह भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा दिया गया शब्द है, एक संबोधन है, एक आत्मीयता है और इस आत्मीयता के माध्यम से दिव्यांग जनों के जीवन में उन्हें आगे बढ़ाने के लिए उनके जीवन में आशा और उत्साह का संचार हो सके, सहायक उपकरण वितरण का कार्यक्रम आज काशी के साथ साथ पूरे देश के अंदर पिछले 11 वर्ष में जिस सहजता और सरलता के साथ उपलब्ध होता है, जीवन के प्रत्येक क्षेत्र में उन्हें आगे बढ़ने का अवसर प्राप्त हो रहा है। आज हमारा दिव्यांग जन भी इस बात को महसूस करता है। आज यहां पे हजारों की संख्या में ऐसे दिव्यांग जनों को सहायक उपकरण वितरण का एक कार्यक्रम भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से यहां पर होने जा रहा है। और इसके साथ ही देश के अन्नदाता किसानों के लिए प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि कि 20वीं किस्त भी आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से यहां पर आज वितरण होने जा रही है। याद करिए, अन्नदाता किसान 11 वर्ष पहले क्या स्थिति थी। खेती से पलायन होता था, आत्महत्या करने के लिए मजबूर होते थे, लोगों के मन में विवशता के प्रति एक खिन्नता थी। सॉयल हेल्थ कार्ड से लेकर के प्रधानमंत्री कृषि बीमा योजना, प्रधानमंत्री कृषि सिंचाई योजना, बीज को बाजार तक पहुंचाने के लिए बीज से बाजार तक की एक व्यवस्था, एक इकोसिस्टम पिछले 11 वर्ष के अंदर जो बनाया है, आज उसका परिणाम है। हम लोग उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इस बात को महसूस करते हैं। करोड़ों किसान इन योजनाओं के साथ जुड़ करके आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत की इस परिकल्पना को साकार करने के लिए अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार हैं। और आज इसी क्रम में 10 करोड़ किसानों को पूरे देश के अंदर इस सौगात को देने के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने काशी को चुना है। इस अवसर पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रति हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करते हुए काशी वासियों को योजनाओं की सौगात मिल रही है, जो उपहार मिल रहा है, इसके लिए बधाई देते हुए प्रदेश भर के जो 2 करोड़ 30 लाख से अधिक किसान आज प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि की 20वीं किस्त प्राप्त करने जा रहे हैं, जिनमें से 2,21,000 से अधिक किसान परिवार अकेले काशी के हैं। इसके लिए उन्हें बधाई देते हुए मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक बार फिर से उन्हीं की काशी में हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी। और जैसा कि अभी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने बताया कि आज 2200 करोड़ की 52 कल्याणकारी विकास योजनाओं का शिलान्यास व लोकार्पण माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कर कमलों से होना है। ये काशी ही नहीं, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश के विकास के रथ को एक नए क्षितिज तक पहुंचाने का कार्य करेंगी। मैं बड़े ही सम्मान के साथ अनुरोध करती हूं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से कि कृपया रिमोट का बटन दबाकर इन कल्याणकारी विकास परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण व शिलान्यास अपने कर कमलों से करने की कृपा करें।
All right, and that's Prime Minister Modi in his home turf in Varanasi, where he has laid the foundation stone and inaugurated multiple development projects worth over 2,000 crore rupees in the state, in his city, his constituency, viewers. And it was Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath who extended a warm welcome to the Prime Minister as he unveils a major Vikas push in his home turf. All right, let's go across to breaking news coming in. Robert Vadra, this is in connection with the Robert Vadra money laundering case. We are now learning that the Rouse Avenue Court has issued a notice to Robert Vadra and other proposed accused in a money laundering case related to a Gurugram land scam. This is a complaint that has been filed for August 28th. The notice is issued to hear the proposed accused persons at the pre-cognizant stage, and the Enforcement Directorate has recently filed a money laundering charge sheet in the case. Now, the court has directed the central agency to supply a copy of the charge sheet to the proposed accused persons. And this includes 3 people and 8 companies who have been named in the charge sheet. This is a big development that is coming in the Gurugram land deal case, in which Robert Vadra and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra are named. And the Rouse Avenue Court has now issued a notice to Robert Vadra. All right, more breaking news coming in. This is the latest statement from US President Donald Trump on the India-Russia oil deal. Trump has now said that there are reports which claim that the state-run refineries in India have halted buying Russian oil, calling it a good step, though he acknowledged that he was not sure if the claim was accurate. This is the latest statement that is coming in from the US President just a day after he took a dive at India-Russia ties and imposed 25% tariffs on India, claiming a 10% penalty because India-Russia export goods. So that was his dig at India-Russia ties. He also, in fact, went on to say that both the economies are sinking. And now this is the latest statement that is coming in from the US President. Let's quickly take a listen in to that statement.
Well, I understand India no longer is going to be buying oil from Russia. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's a good step. We'll see what happens, okay? Well, I understand India no longer is going to be buying oil from Russia. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's a good step. We'll see what happens, okay?
And meanwhile, India is not having any of it, viewers. The MEA has issued a fresh statement saying that India is keeping its stance firm and that India's energy purchases were driven by market forces and national interests, and that they had no reports of any Indian oil firms halting ties with Russian imports or stopping the trade practices. So India has completely stared down on Trump's bullying and set the record straight that India is keeping national interests paramount and that their energy purposes are driven by national interests and market forces. There are absolutely no reports or records that Indian oil firms have stopped halting Russian imports. Now, this comes after Washington, D.C. decided to impose a penalty on India for purchasing crude oil and military equipment from Russia. We have that statement from MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal. Let's quickly take a listen in.
On our energy sourcing requirements, you are aware of our broad approach that we look at what is there available in the markets, what is there on offer, and also what is the prevailing global situation or circumstances. On our energy sourcing requirements, you are aware of our broad approach that we look at what is there available in the markets, what is there on offer, and also what is the prevailing global situation or circumstances.
And shifting focus to the developments in Jammu and Kashmir, it's big breaking news coming in from Kulgam, where amid the ongoing encounter in the Kulgam district, this is Operation Akal, one more terrorist has been gunned down during the encounter. Now, this terrorist has been identified as Haris Nazi of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, who has been killed in the encounter. He was active since June 2023 and he hailed from Pulwama's Kachipora district. We're also learning that an AK-47 rifle, an AK magazine and grenades were recovered during the anti-terror operations in Kulgam. This is a big terror wipeout exercise that is currently underway. Viewers in the valley, the visuals on your screen are a testament to the fact that the forces are going all out against the terror ecosystem. And Operation Akal, which is underway in Kulgam, is the third such encounter in the last 7 days after the forces gathered massive success in tracking down the Pahalgam butchers. Let's go across to my colleague Zeenat. She joins me live from Srinagar. Zeenat, major win for forces in Kulgam. Tell us more about this operation. How long has it been going on?
See, as far as this operation here in South Kashmir's Kulgam is going on, yesterday the fight was initiated when that joint party came under fire. That fire was from the terrorist side, although the joint forces had already information about the movement of terrorists in the forest belt of Akal, Kulgam, and from here it is, this is the very route where you take, that takes you to the Akal, Kulgam, although this route has been completely secured and it is completely, the movement of civilians is not been allowed from that very particular point because of the security concerns here. But we see that the one terrorist who is a Haris Nazir from the Pulwama, South Kashmir, he's been active since June 2023, have been neutralized in this operation. The operation came to an halt during the night. In the morning it again was started, and then one terrorist, the local terrorists, have been neutralized by the joint forces here in Kulgam. In the last less than 1 week, we are seeing the operations from South Kashmir's Kulgam now to Srinagar, where the 3 terrorists of the LET were also neutralized.
Yes, Zeenat. All right, thank you for your inputs. We'll keep coming back to you as you track that story very, very closely, viewers. Now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, this story is the story of 2 sisters, Kashvi and her little sister Arohi. Despite their young age, they are battling a harsh reality, spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder weakening their muscles daily. The family is struggling to arrange the funds, and despite their best efforts, they are finding it challenging to make ends meet. The parents, Rekha and Keshav, are now reaching out for help, appealing to viewers to donate and share their story. With your support, Kashvi and Arohi can get the treatment they need to survive and live a healthy life. You can dial 750-149-6545 or scan the QR code to contribute to their cause. Every little bit counts, and your help can give these 2 innocent souls a chance at life. Here's their story.
She is Kashvi, 2.8 years old. And this is her sister Arohi, a month old. Both of them too young to understand that all is not good with her. Two little sisters who light up the world with their presence, but behind their smiles a harsh reality looms. Kashvi wasn't gaining weight and wasn't achieving milestones like other kids her age. After several tests, her parents received the devastating diagnosis that she has SMA type 2.
So she was like 2.7 years old. It was detected last month in 23rd of June. So luckily she didn't have any kind of, previously she used to have a lot, like she used to do coughing and she used to catch cold and every time so that was what she used to face previously. Right now her symptoms is
if she's sitting in a position, she will keep on sitting on that. She will request us that she wants to stand. She wants to play with other kids. So
she wants to say I need to stand, I need to walk. Okay, please help me to walk. Like those, in her these things she says like that.
She wants to do it, but her body is not supporting to do that.
Yeah.
Spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder that's weakening their muscles day by day, every day. Kashvi gasps for breath. But the woes for Kashvi's parents didn't end there. 3 weeks after, their younger child detected SMA type 2. Their younger child Arohi was also diagnosed with the same genetic disorder, but this one more severe than SMA type 1. Without treatment, life expectancy is often less than 2 years in SMA type 1. Meanwhile, in SMA type 2, with the treatment, life expectancy can be improved and some individuals can live well into adulthood.
Yeah, so SMA type 1 is more harmful. The reason is it's more deadlier, we can say, compared to type 2. And if it is not treated in the early stages of this, it is going to affect more, because it has severity problems for the respirations and all these things. And usually it is seen that the child does not able to celebrate the second birthday also. So for type 1.
So I think within 3 months we will be able to see the symptoms in her. As of now there are no symptoms in her, but within 3 months there will be symptoms like breathing problems, she won't be able to swallow and all those things. So type 1 is much more critical than type 2.
Lack of reflexes, inability to sit without proper support, abnormal breathing pattern, difficulty swallowing, which can lead to growth issues, are few of the many problems that Arohi is facing. On camera, you may see them smiling and breezing through life one day at a time, but that is not the case. Their only hope is Zolgensma, a life-saving gene therapy that costs a whopping rupees 16 crore.
There are 2 options only for her at this moment available in India. So one is Zolgensma, so that is a one-time gene therapy, and it costs around 16 CR at this moment. It includes shipping and all these things, customs and all,
tax, everything included.
After their younger child detecting the same disorder, they are in dire need of more financial support. Their budget has now increased to a staggering rupees 18 crore.
We also connected with Novartis, who is actually producing the medicine or drug. So what they have mentioned, they were also speechless when they heard about both the daughters are SMA. So the best thing what they told us is what they can do is like the cost of the medicine is 16 crores, but the first EMI or first installment we have to pay is 9 crores. In 9 crore they will give the injection and like doctors can push that injection to our baby. So minimum 9 crore for one kid we need. So total 18 crores are required as of now to save our both the daughters.
Right. It's 18 CR at this moment. Like we were fighting for 16 CR and now it's 18 CR what we can manage till now.
Kashvi's family hails from Kolkata. Her mother, Rekha Kumari, comes from a family of Navy officers and is now working with a private company. Her father, Keshav Kundu, holds a job in IT sector.
So I come from a defense background. My dad was in defense, Indian Navy, and I'm working in IT industry. Like I'm working in Wipro, and nobody in my family has any symptoms. Like nobody is having anything. Nobody's aware about SMA in my family. So there was nothing like that. And
and my parents were like state government teachers in Assam, so they were like my schooling and everything was done in Assam. Then due to like college in Bangalore, and then I settled down in Kolkata at this moment. And so like in our families also there is nothing as such identified, and like unfortunate that we are the carriers, and even we don't like doctors are saying that you taste this the same MLPA test.
Right.
But what's of use? Like, we are not going to plan anything. Like, right now we have only 2 daughters, and we need to sit in.
From private companies to government jobs, they've knocked.
ब्रजेश पाठक जी पटना से हमारे साथ जुड़े, कृषि मंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में जुड़े हुए सभी आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्रीगण, गवर्नर श्री, मंत्रीगण, यूपी सरकार के मंत्रीगण, यूपी भाजपा अध्यक्ष भूपेंद्र सिंह चौधरी जी, सभी विधायक एवं जनप्रतिनिधिगण और मेरे प्यारे किसान भाई और बहनों, और विशेष रूप से काशी के मेरे मालिक, जनता जनार्दन, आज हम काशी से देश भर के लाखों किसानों से जुड़े हुए हैं। सावन का महीना हो, काशी जैसा पवित्र स्थान हो और देश के किसानों के साथ जुड़ने का अवसर हो, इससे बड़ा सौभाग्य क्या हो सकता है। आज मैं ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद पहली बार काशी आया हूं। जब 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकी हमला हुआ था, 26 निर्दोष लोगों की इतनी बेरहमी से हत्या कर दी गई। उनके परिवार की पीड़ा, उन बच्चों का दुख, उन बेटियों की वेदना, मेरा हृदय बहुत तकलीफ से भर गया था। तब मैं बाबा विश्वनाथ से यही मना रहा था कि सभी पीड़ित परिवारों को ये दुख सहने की हिम्मत दे। काशी के मेरे मालिकों, मैंने अपनी बेटियों के सिंदूर का बदला लेने का जो वचन दिया था, वो भी पूरा हुआ है। ये महादेव के आशीर्वाद से ही संभव हुआ है। मैं ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता को उनके चरणों में समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, इन दिनों जब काशी में गंगा जल लेकर जाते हुए शिव भक्तों की तस्वीरें जब देखने का अवसर मिल रहा है, दिव्य तस्वीरें, और खासकर सावन के पहले सोमवार को जब हमारे यादव बंधु बाबा का जलाभिषेक करने निकलते थे, गौरी केदारेश्वर से कंधे पर गंगा जल लेकर यादव बंधुओं का समूह, कितना मनोरम दृश्य होता है। डमरू की आवाज, गलियों में कोलाहल, एक अद्भुत भाव विश्व पैदा होता है। मेरी भी बहुत इच्छा थी कि सावन के पवित्र महीने में बाबा विश्वनाथ और मार्कंडेय महादेव के दर्शन करूं, लेकिन मेरे वहां जाने से महादेव के भक्तों को असुविधा न हो, उनके दर्शन में बाधा न पड़े, इसलिए मैं आज यहीं से भोलेनाथ और मां गंगा को प्रणाम कर रहा हूं। हम सेवापुरी के ई मंच से बाबा काशी विश्वनाथ के प्रणाम करत है। नमः पार्वती पते हर हर महादेव। साथियों, कुछ दिनों पहले मैं तमिलनाडु में था। मैं वहां 1000 साल पुराने एक ऐतिहासिक मंदिर गया था, गंगईकोंडा चोलापुरम मंदिर। ये मंदिर देश की शैव परंपरा का एक प्राचीन केंद्र है। ये मंदिर हमारे देश के महान और प्रसिद्ध महान राजा राजेंद्र चोल ने बनवाया था। राजेंद्र चोल ने उत्तर भारत से गंगा जल मंगवाकर उत्तर को दक्षिण से जोड़ा था। 1000 साल पहले अपनी शिव भक्ति और शैव परंपरा के जरिए राजेंद्र चोल ने एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का उद्घोष किया। आज काशी तमिल संगमम जैसे प्रयासों के जरिए हम उसे आगे बढ़ाने का एक नम्र प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और मैं जब अभी गंगईकोंडा चोलापुरम गया तो मेरे लिए बहुत संतोष की बात है कि 1000 साल बाद आपके आशीर्वाद से मैं भी गंगा जल लेकर वहां गया था। मां गंगा के आशीर्वाद से बहुत ही पवित्र माहौल में वहां पूजा संपन्न हुई। गंगा जल से वहां जलाभिषेक करने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ। साथियों, जीवन में ऐसे अवसर बहुत प्रेरणा देते हैं। देश की एकता की हर बात नई चेतना जगा देती है और तभी तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सफल होता है। एक 140 करोड़ देशवासियों की एकता ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की ताकत बन जाती है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जवानों के पराक्रम का वो पल और आज किसानों को प्रणाम करने का अवसर। आज यहां एक विराट किसान उत्सव का आयोजन हो रहा है। देश के 10 करोड़ किसान भाइयों बहनों के खातों में 21,000 करोड़ रुपए पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के रूप में भेजे गए हैं। और जब काशी से धन जाता है ना, वो तो अपने आप प्रसाद बन जाता है। ₹21,000 करोड़ रुपया किसानों के खाते में जमा। साथियों, आज यहां भी 2,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की विकास परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास भी हुआ है। बाबा के आशीर्वाद से काशी में विकास की अविरल धारा मां गंगा के साथ साथ आगे बढ़ रही है। मैं आप सभी को, देश के किसानों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। अभी कुछ ही दिन पहले काशी में सांसद टूरिस्ट गाइड प्रतियोगिता भी आयोजित की गई थी। यानी स्पर्धा के द्वारा स्किल डेवलपमेंट, स्वयं प्रयास से स्किल डेवलपमेंट, उसके अनेक प्रयोग आज काशी की भूमि में हो रहे हैं। आने वाले दिनों में काशी सांसद फोटोग्राफी प्रतियोगिता सांसद रोजगार मेला समेत कई और आयोजन भी होने वाले हैं। मैं यहां सरकार के सभी मुलाजिमों को, सरकार के सभी अधिकारियों को भी सार्वजनिक रूप से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, ताकि वे जनभागीदारी से युवा पीढ़ी को जोड़ करके ऐसे अद्भुत कार्यक्रमों की रचना करते हैं और सफलतापूर्वक उसको आगे बढ़ाते हैं। इस काम में जुड़े हुए सभी अधिकारी भी बहुत बहुत बधाई के पात्र हैं। जो ये प्रतियोगिता में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं, उनको भी मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। साथियों, हमारी सरकार निरंतर किसानों की खुशहाली के लिए काम कर रही है। पहले की सरकारों में किसानों के नाम पर हुई एक घोषणा भी पूरी होना मुश्किल होता था, लेकिन भाजपा सरकार जो कहती है वो करके दिखाती है। आज पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि सरकार के पक्के इरादों का उदाहरण बन चुकी है। भाइयों बहनों, आपको याद होगा 2019 में जब पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि शुरू हुई थी, तब सपा, कांग्रेस जैसे विकास विरोधी लोग, विकास विरोधी दल कैसी कैसी अफवाहें फैला रहे थे, लोगों को गुमराह कर रहे थे, किसानों को उलझन में डालते थे। कोई कहता था मोदी भले योजना लाया, लेकिन 2019 का चुनाव जाएगा, ये सब बंद हो जाएगा। इतना ही नहीं, मोदी ने जो पैसा अभी जमा किया है ना, वो भी वापस निकाल देगा। कैसा झूठ बोलते हैं। और यही देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि निराशा की गर्त में डूबा हुआ विरोधी मानसिकता वाले लोग ऐसी ही झूठी सच्चाई को लेकर के जी रहे हैं। ये सिर्फ किसानों से, देश के लोगों से झूठ बोल सकते हैं। आप मुझे बताइए, क्या इतने वर्षों में कभी एक भी किस्त बंद हुई क्या? पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि बिना ब्रेक के जारी है। आज तक 4.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए, आंकड़ा याद रखना, 4.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए किसानों के खाते में भेजे जा चुके हैं। जरा आप मेरे साथ बोलेंगे कितने? 4.25 लाख करोड़। कितने? 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 और ये 4.25 लाख करोड़ इतने रुपये किसके खाते में जमा किए? किसके खाते में जमा किए? मेरे किसान भाई बहनों के खाते में जमा किए। यहां यूपी के भी करीब 2.5 करोड़ किसानों को इसका लाभ मिला है। यूपी में किसानों को इस योजना के 90,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा भेजे गए हैं। इतना ही नहीं, मेरी काशी के किसानों को भी करीब करीब 900 करोड़ रुपए मिले हैं। आपने ऐसा सांसद चुना कि आपके खाते में 900 करोड़ रुपया आया है। और इससे बड़ी बात, बिना किसी कट कमीशन के, कोई बिचौलिया नहीं, कोई कट नहीं, कोई कमीशन नहीं, कोई पैसे की हेरा फेरी नहीं, सीधे ये पैसे किसानों के खाते में पहुंचे हैं। और मोदी ने ये परमानेंट व्यवस्था बना दी है। ना लीकेज होगी, न गरीब का हक छीना जाएगा। साथियों, मोदी के विकास का मंत्र है, जो जितना पिछड़ा उसे उतनी ज्यादा प्राथमिकता।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन है 42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं।
I told you the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit of 18 to 20 fighter aircraft. Each squadron is essentially a sword in our aerial arsenal, and we are missing 13 of these swords. But here's what nobody is talking about. How did we land here? How did a nuclear-armed democracy with global ambitions find itself operating with just 2/3 of its required fighter strength? The answer lies in a decade of systematic sabotage, a 10-year period from 2004 to 2014, when the UPA government did not just fail to modernize our Air Force, they actively destroyed our fighter aircraft procurement capability through a toxic combination of bureaucratic paralysis, corruption paranoia, and sheer institutional incompetence. During the UPA's entire 10-year tenure, the Indian Air Force managed to induct only 122 fighter aircraft, including a mere 82 Su-30 MKIs. To put this in perspective, China was...
I was born in a home with 60 family members and one kitchen. You understand the challenges of a joint family. Family gave me a deep sense of culture. It gave me a sense of learning to live with contradictions between family members, but the bonding and the pleasure of being together was awesome. And when I started Kotak, there's one thing I said: I want to bring the family culture to the fore in how we build the culture at Kotak. One point which I would strongly consider as an important aspect in our journey, it's the bonding, the family culture, and a people sense which is at the core of successful institutions.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In the course of the investigation that was being carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, several witnesses were essentially being called in. In fact, there were trumped-up charges that were leveled against the so-called accused. One such person who was called in for questioning by the Maharashtra ATS was Milind Rao Joshi, president of Abhinav Bharat, a man with whom I've spoken to for several years put together. Milind, thank you very much for joining us. We've known each other for several years. We've spoken many a times, and you've time and again spoken about how you were being tortured, how you were being forced to take names. But before I come into the details of the investigation that was carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, I want to begin from the time the case was being investigated. How did you really figure in this particular case?
So this blast took place somewhere in September, and we were all basically watching news, and we would see Sadhvi Pragya's name flashing up related to Malegaon case. And since we didn't know her, there was no panic. I mean, it was just news for us. Although we were taken aback by thinking, why would a Sadhvi be involved in such kind of cases? But anyway, after a few days, the news started flashing that a colonel posted in Panchmadi is being taken in for interrogation, and he is one of the suspects. And this is where the alarm bell started ringing, because we knew that Colonel Purohit was posted in Panchmadi learning Arabic in the language school of army there. And still we couldn't connect the dots, as if like why exactly he is being interrogated. But we thought that it might be related to his intelligence job. He's an intelligence officer in Indian Army. And later on, when the news started flashing that he's been arrested for it, we were like in a panic mode. We knew that this thing is...
To speak on Get Me Right, a year after the coup that deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in Dhaka, how are we tackling the anti-India regime of Mohammad Yunus in Bangladesh? Also, why is American President Donald Trump making his tariff war with India so personal? Is his Pakistan pivot going to be a long-term worry for us? And in the age of AI, which jobs are going to be safe and which ones would simply vanish? Be forewarned to be forearmed. This weekend on Get Me Right, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती मसाला।
सैंक्शन जो स्क्वाड्रन है 42 है, 60 साल के बाद सिर्फ 29 काम कर रहे हैं।
I told you the delay is mainly negotiation is going on because of the shortage of money. This financial year don't expect any finalization of the agreement.
With India finalizing deals for more Rafales and fast-tracking the indigenous fighter programs, our Air Force's squadron strength has become a topic of intense national debate. And what's got everyone talking? Against 42 sanctioned squadrons, we have only 29. To understand the gravity of this shortfall, you need to know what a squadron actually represents. Now, it's a combat unit of 18 to 20 fighter aircraft. Each squadron is essentially a sword in our aerial arsenal, and we are missing 13 of these swords. But here's what nobody is talking about. How did we land here? How did a nuclear-armed democracy with global ambitions find itself operating with just 2/3 of its required fighter strength? The answer lies in a decade of systematic sabotage, a 10-year period from 2004 to 2014, when the UPA government did not just fail to modernize our Air Force, they actively destroyed our fighter aircraft procurement capability through a toxic combination of bureaucratic paralysis, corruption paranoia, and sheer institutional incompetence. During the UPA's entire 10-year tenure, The Indian Air Force managed to induct only 122 fighter aircraft, including a mere 82 Su-30 MKIs. To put this in perspective, China was inducting more fighters in a single year than India managed in an entire decade under the Congress rule. The crown jewel of this incompetence was the medium multi-role combat aircraft program, a deal that should have been India's largest fighter modernization effort. Initiated in 2007 to procure 126 combat aircraft, the MMRCA became...
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Two Kerala nuns arrested in Chhattisgarh on charges of forced religious conversions will have their bail plea heard by the NIA court today. Their bail plea was rejected by the Durg Sessions Court due to lack of jurisdiction, and the case was moved to the NIA court in Bilaspur. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has stated that the centre won't oppose bail. In Ajmer, Rajasthan, the Forest Department has launched a demolition drive to remove around 200 illegal shops built on the forest land in the Taragar area. Heavy security has been deployed to maintain order during the operation. The move follows notices served to the shopkeepers along the Dargah Taragar Road, a high traffic area near the Ajmer Sharif Dargah. The Ganga River in Varanasi has risen close to the warning mark, prompting authorities to issue alerts and prepare for possible flooding. Low-lying areas are at risk. Cremation activities have been moved to higher grounds, and the NDRF is on standby for rescue operations.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In the course of the investigation that was being carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, several witnesses were essentially being called in. In fact, there were trumped-up charges that were leveled against the so-called accused. One such person who was called in for questioning by the Maharashtra ATS was Milind Rao Joshi, president of Abhinav Bharat, a man with whom I've spoken to for several years put together. Milind, thank you very much for joining us. We've known each other for several years. We've spoken many a times, and you've time and again spoken about how you were being tortured, how you were being forced to take names. But before I come into the details of the investigation that was carried out by the Maharashtra ATS, I want to begin from the time the case was being investigated. How did you really figure in this particular case?
So this blast took place somewhere in September. And we were all basically watching news, and we would see Sadhvi Pragya's name flashing up related to Malegaon case. And since we didn't know her, there was no panic. I mean, it was just news for us. Although we were taken aback by thinking, why would a Sadhvi be involved in such kind of cases? But anyway, after a few days, the news started flashing that a colonel posted in Panchmadi is being taken in for interrogation, and he is one of the suspects. And this is where the alarm bell started ringing, because we knew that Colonel Purohit was posted in Panchmadi learning Arabic in the language school of army there. And still we couldn't connect the dots.
कहाँ लगने वाला है वो क्या मदद हम कर सकते हैं? हम सामने से होकर बैंकों के इतने बड़े काम में हाथ बटाएं, उनको मदद करें और ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को, जहां भी कैंप लगता है उस इलाके के लोगों को इस अभियान से जोड़े. साथियों, आज महादेव की नगरी में विकास और जन कल्याण के इतने काम हुए. शिव का अर्थ ही होता है, शिव का मतलब ही है कल्याण. लेकिन शिव का एक रूप और भी है. शिव का एक रूप तो कल्याण है, शिव का दूसरा रूप है रुद्र रूप. सामने जब आतंक और अन्याय होता है तब हमारे महादेव रुद्र रूप धारण करते हैं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने भारत का यही रूप देखा है। भारत पर जो वार करेगा वो पाताल में भी नहीं बचेगा। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, दुर्भाग्य से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर हमारे देश के कुछ लोगों को भी पेट में दर्द हो रहा है। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके चेले चपाटे, उनके दोस्त इस बात को पचा नहीं पा रहे कि भारत ने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी ठिकानों को तबाह कर दिया। मैं मेरे काशी के मालिकों से पूछना चाहता हूं, भारत की ताकत से आपको गर्व होता है कि नहीं होता है? ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से गर्व होता है कि नहीं होता है? आतंकियों के ठिकानों को नष्ट करने का आपको गर्व होता है कि नहीं होता है? साथियों, आपने वो तस्वीरें देखी होगी कैसे हमारे ड्रोन्स, हमारे मिसाइल्स ने सटीक वार करके आतंक के हेडक्वार्टर्स को खंडहर बना दिया। पाकिस्तान के कई सारे एयरबेस तो आज भी आईसीयू में पड़े हैं। पाकिस्तान दुखी है, ये तो सब कोई समझ सकता है, लेकिन पाकिस्तान का ये दुख कांग्रेस और सपा से सहन नहीं हो पा रहा। उधर आतंक का आकार होता है, इधर कांग्रेस सपा वाले आतंकियों की हालत को देखकर रोते हैं। साथियों, कांग्रेस हमारी सेनाओं के पराक्रम का लगातार अपमान कर रही है। कांग्रेस ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को तमाशा कहा है। आप मुझे बताइए, सिंदूर कभी भी तमाशा हो सकता है क्या? हो सकता है क्या? क्या सिंदूर को तमाशा कोई कह सकता है क्या? हमारी सेना का पराक्रम और बहनों के सिंदूर का बदला तमाशा कहने की ये हिम्मत, ये निर्लज्जता, भाइयों बहनों, वोट बैंक और तुष्टीकरण की इस राजनीति में ये समाजवादी पार्टी भी पीछे नहीं है। ये सपा के नेता संसद में कह रहे थे, पहलगाम के आतंकवादियों को अभी क्यों मारा? अब बताइए, क्या उनको पूछ फोन करूं क्या? सपा वालों को मारूं क्या ना मारूं? कोई मुझे बताए भाई, सामान्य बुद्धि से बताए, क्या आतंकवादियों को मारने के लिए भी क्या इंतजार करना चाहिए क्या? क्या उन्हें भागने का मौका देना था क्या? ये वही लोग हैं जो यूपी में जब सत्ता में थे तब आतंकवादियों को क्लीन चिट देते थे, बम धमाके करने वाले आतंकियों से मुकदमे वापस लेते थे। अब उन्हें आतंकवादियों के मारे जाने पर परेशानी हो रही है। इन्हें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के नाम पर परेशानी हो रही है। मैं इन लोगों को काशी की धरती से कहना चाहता हूं, ये नया भारत है। ये नया भारत भोलेनाथ को भी पूजता है और देश के दुश्मनों के सामने काल भैरव भी बन जाता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान भारत के स्वदेशी हथियारों की ताकत पूरी दुनिया ने देखी है। हमारे एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, हमारी स्वदेशी मिसाइलें, स्वदेशी ड्रोन्स, इन्होंने आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ताकत को साबित किया है। खासकर हमारी ब्रह्मोस मिसाइलें, इनकी दहशत भारत के हर दुश्मन के भीतर भर गई है। पाकिस्तान में कहीं हुई ब्रह्मोस आवाज आ जाए ना तो नींद नहीं आती। मेरे प्यारे भाई बहनों, मैं यूपी का सांसद हूं। यूपी के सांसद के नाते मुझे खुशी है कि वो ब्रह्मोस मिसाइलें हमारे यूपी में भी बनेगी। लखनऊ में ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शुरू हो रही है। यूपी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर में भी कई बड़ी डिफेंस कंपनियां अपने प्लांट लगा रही है। आने वाले समय में यूपी में बने हथियार, हिंदुस्तान के हर भाग में बने हथियार भारतीय सेनाओं की ताकत बनेंगे। मुझे साथियों बताइए, जब ये आत्मनिर्भर सैन्य शक्ति की बात सुनते हैं, आपको गर्व होता है कि नहीं होता है? जरा पूरी ताकत से हाथ ऊपर करके बताइए, आपको गर्व होता है कि नहीं होता है? गर्व होता है कि नहीं होता है? बोले हर हर महादेव। अगर पाकिस्तान ने फिर कोई पाप किया तो यूपी में बनी मिसाइलें आतंकियों को तबाह कर देगी। साथियों, आज यूपी इतनी तेज गति से औद्योगिक विकास कर रहा है। देश और दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां यहां निवेश कर रही हैं। इसके पीछे भाजपा सरकार की विकासपरक नीतियों की बड़ी भूमिका है। सपा के समय में यूपी में अपराधी बेखौफ थे और निवेशक यहां आने से भी डरते थे, लेकिन भाजपा की सरकार में अपराधी में खौफ है और निवेशक यूपी के भविष्य में भरोसा देख रहे हैं। मैं विकास की इस रफ्तार के लिए यूपी सरकार को बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, मुझे संतोष है कि काशी में विकास का महायज्ञ लगातार जारी है। आज शुरू हुए रेल ओवरब्रिज, जल जीवन मिशन से जुड़े प्रोजेक्ट, काशी के स्कूलों का नवनिर्माण कार्य, होम्योपैथिक कॉलेज का निर्माण, मुंशी प्रेमचंद की विरासत को सहेजना, ये सारे काम भव्य काशी, दिव्य काशी, समृद्ध काशी और मेरी काशी के निर्माण को गति देंगे। यहां सेवापुरी में आना भी सौभाग्य से ही होता है। ये मां कालका देवी की ड्योढ़ी है। मैं यहां से मां कालका के चरणों में वंदन करता हूं। मुझे खुशी है कि मां कालका धाम का हमारी सरकार ने सुंदरीकरण कर उसे और भव्य बना दिया है। मंदिर तक आना जाना भी आसान हो गया है। सेवापुरी का इतिहास क्रांति का इतिहास रहा है। स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में यहां के अनेकों लोगों ने भागीदारी की थी। यही वो सेवापुरी है जहां महात्मा गांधी की कल्पना साकार हुई। यहां घर घर महिला पुरुष के हाथों में चरखा हुआ करता था। और सहयोग देखिए, अब चांदपुर से भदोई रोड जैसे प्रोजेक्ट से काशी के बुनकरों के साथ भदोही के बुनकर भी जुड़ रहे हैं। इसका लाभ बनारसी सिल्क के बुनकरों को भी होगा और भदोही के कारीगरों को भी होगा। साथियों, काशी बौद्धिक जनों की नगरी है। आज जब हम आर्थिक प्रगति की बात कर रहे हैं तो मैं आपका ध्यान वैश्विक हालातों पर भी ले जाना चाहता हूं। आज दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था कई आशंकाओं से गुजर रही है। अस्थिरता का माहौल है। ऐसे में दुनिया के देश अपने अपने हितों पर फोकस कर रहे हैं। अपने अपने देश के दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने जा रहा है। इसलिए भारत को भी अपने आर्थिक हितों को लेकर सजग रहना ही है। हमारे किसान, हमारे लघु उद्योग, हमारे नौजवानों के रोजगार, इनका हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। सरकार इस दिशा में हर प्रयास कर रही है, लेकिन देश के नागरिक के रूप में भी हमारे कुछ दायित्व है। और ये बात सिर्फ मोदी नहीं, हिंदुस्तान के हर व्यक्ति ने दिन में हर पल बोलते रहना चाहिए, दूसरे को कहते रहना चाहिए। जो देश का भला चाहते हैं, जो देश को तीसरे नंबर की इकोनॉमी बनाना चाहते हैं, ऐसा कोई भी राजनीतिक दल हो, कोई भी राजनेता हो, उसने अपने संकोच को छोड़ करके देश हित में हर पल, हर बार, हर जगह देशवासियों के अंदर एक भाव जगाना होगा, और वो है हम स्वदेशी का संकल्प लें। अब हम कौन सी चीजों को खरीदेंगे, कौन से तराजू से तोलेंगे? मेरे भाइयों बहनों, मेरे देशवासियों, अब हम कुछ भी खरीदें तो एक ही तराजू होना चाहिए। हम उन चीजों को खरीदेंगे जिसे बनाने में किसी न किसी भारतीय का पसीना बहा है। और जो चीज भारत के लोगों द्वारा बनी है, भारत के लोगों के कौशल्य से बनी है, भारत के लोगों के पसीने से बनी है, हमारे लिए बहुत स्वदेशी है। हमें वोकल फॉर लोकल मंत्र को अपनाना होगा। हम संकल्प लें कि हम मेक इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट्स को ही बढ़ावा देंगे। हमारे घर में जो कुछ भी नया सामान आएगा, मैं नए सामान की बात कर रहा हूं, हमारे घर में जो भी नया सामान आएगा वो स्वदेशी ही होगा। ये जिम्मेदारी हर देशवासी को लेनी होगी। और मैं आज मेरे व्यापार जगत के भाई बहनों से विशेष आग्रह करना चाहता, मैं मेरे दुकानदार भाई बहनों से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं, जब दुनिया इस प्रकार से अस्थिरता के माहौल से गुजर रही है, तब हम भी, चाहे व्यापार हो, छोटी दुकान हो, कारोबार करते हो, अब हम हमारे यहां से सिर्फ और सिर्फ स्वदेशी माल ही बेचेंगे। साथियों, ये स्वदेशी माल बेचने का संकल्प भी देश की सच्ची सेवा होगा। आने वाले महीने त्योहारों के महीने हैं, दिवाली आएगी, बाद में शादियों के समय आएगा। हर पल अब स्वदेशी ही खरीदेंगे। मैंने जब देशवासियों को कहा था मेड इन इंडिया, अब विदेशों में जाकर के शादियां कर करके देश का धन मत लुटाओ। और मुझे खुशी है, कई नौजवान मुझे चिट्ठी लिखते थे कि हमारा परिवार तो विदेश में शादी करना तय किया था, लेकिन आपकी बात सुन करके अब हमने वहां का सारा कैंसिल कर दिया, थोड़ा खर्चा भी हो गया, लेकिन अब हम भारत में ही शादी करेंगे। हमारे यहां भी बहुत अच्छे स्थान है जहां शादी ब्याह हो सकता है। हर बात में स्वदेशी का भाव आने वाले दिनों में हमारा भविष्य तय करने वाला है दोस्तों। और ये महात्मा गांधी को भी बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि होगी। साथियों, सबके प्रयास से ही विकसित भारत का सपना पूरा होगा। एक बार फिर आपको आज के विकास कार्यों की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। और भविष्य में वोकल फॉर लोकल, खरीदेंगे तो स्वदेशी खरीदेंगे, घर सजाएंगे तो स्वदेशी से सजाएंगे, जिंदगी बढ़ाएंगे तो स्वदेशी से बढ़ाएंगे। इस मंत्र को लेकर के चल पड़े। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरे साथ बोले हर हर महादेव।
बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत साधुवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके इस प्रेरणादायी उद्बोधन के लिए।
All right, that was the Prime Minister in his home turf, his constituency in Varanasi, where he inaugurated and launched several development projects worth over 2,200 crore rupees. He was welcomed by UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, and from the dais, In Varanasi, the Prime Minister has hailed Operation Sindhu, lauded the armed forces for their execution in taking down the terror camps in Pakistan, and sent yet another strong message to the opposition, who seems to continue to toe the Pakistan line. The Prime Minister has made a strong case for India's growing economy as well, and said that India over the last 10 years has shown immense progress and potential and has the capabilities to be a self-reliant economy by the year of 2047. And that was the Prime Minister's mega Vikas push in the state of Uttar Pradesh, in his home turf, that is in Varanasi. He's made several key points, and that was the fiery address from Varanasi. Let's go across to more breaking news coming in. The Congress has deliberately made this case and have fabricated evidence. The Congress has never been All right, let's go across to some breaking news coming in. This is in relation to the 2008 Malegaon blast case. It's the latest statement that has come in from ex-BJP MP Sadhvi Pragya Thakur, who has said that the Congress has deliberately fabricated this case and had fabricated evidence. And the Congress has never been a party that has love for the nation. That is, this is the latest breaking news, and the latest statement that is coming in. The statement comes just 2 days after a NIA Sessions Court in Mumbai had acquitted all 7 accused in the 2008 Malegaon blast case, and had said that there was an error in the previous investigation. The ATS had made some errors in investigation. There was no evidence that was found against Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur or Lieutenant Colonel Shrikant Purohit. And this is the latest statement that is coming in from Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur. She has accused the opposition of hatching a conspiracy to deliberately attack Hinduism and target Hindutva. And after a Sessions Court had declared all 7 accused non-guilty in the 2008 Malegaon blast case, the BJP has hit out strongly at the opposition, taking their case and saying that this was a deliberate attempt made by the then Congress party, which was in power, to tarnish the reputation of Hinduism. And this is the very same Congress party, viewers, who had at that point of time made a case saying that Hindu leaders are more dangerous than Lashkar terrorists. And now this is the latest statement that is coming in from Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur, who has hit out on the Congress, saying that they had deliberately fabricated this case and the evidence in this case, and they have been a party that has always taken an anti-national line, supported the enemies of the nation, and never really loved India for its development. And those are the latest visuals, the Republic exclusive visuals on your screen of ex-BJP MP Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur at the NIA Sessions Court. Remember, viewers, a special NIA court had just 2 days ago had announced a landmark verdict in the Malegaon blast case 17 years after the attack, and had proceeded to acquit all 7 accused in the case. Let's go across to my colleague Meenakshi on the phone line. She joins me live from Mumbai. Meenakshi, this is the latest and very strong statement that is coming in from Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur 2 days after she was acquitted of all charges. Tell us more. What are your sources telling you about the latest developments in the case?
See, we have got a first reaction of Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur, and she said to Republic, she admitted what she wrote in Twitter. She said it was a conspiracy. In Twitter, we can see that she mentioned here their name of Congress, and she said it's a conspiracy of Congress, and all have been exposed now. And I asked him the question. I said, this is Republic. Need your reaction on your tweet and on your verdict. She smiled. This is our super exclusive report. She smiled and she admitted that.
And this is Republic wants reaction of you. Yes, Sanatan.
हिंदुत्व के ऊपर जो हमला जो षड्यंत्र हुआ था वो सामने आ गया। आपने ट्वीट भी किया दीदी कि कांग्रेस का ये षड्यंत्र सामने आ गया। साध्वी प्रज्ञा जी, दिस इज रिपब्लिक वांट्स रिएक्शन ऑफ यू। ये सनातन हिंदुत्व के ऊपर जो हमला जो षड्यंत्र हुआ था वो सामने आ गया। आपने ट्वीट भी किया दीदी कि कांग्रेस का ये षड्यंत्र सामने आ गया। साध्वी प्रज्ञा जी, दिस इज रिपब्लिक वांट्स रिएक्शन ऑफ यू। ये सनातन हिंदुत्व के ऊपर जो हमला जो षड्यंत्र हुआ था वो सामने आ गया। आपने ट्वीट भी किया दीदी कि कांग्रेस का ये षड्यंत्र सामने आ गया। साध्वी प्रज्ञा जी, दिस इज रिपब्लिक वांट्स रिएक्शन ऑफ यू। ये सनातन
All right, and that was the super exclusive first response, Republic exclusive response that my colleague Meenakshi got to, and she's joining me live from Mumbai. Meenakshi, tell us more. What is the latest development in this case? The ex-BJP MP has gone on to accuse the Congress of hatching a conspiracy in the Malegaon blast case.
Yes, you are absolutely right. You can see what Sadhvi Pragya Singh spoke to Republic, and she admitted it was a conspiracy by Congress, and she already tweeted it, and she tweeted Congress ka muh kala ho gaya. It means all exposed Congress conspiracy, and all ATS officers were that time under political pressure, and especially Paramveer Singh, who has done wrong only and who tortured Sadhvi Pragya. We know that in a verdict day, Sadhvi Pragya got emotional in courtroom, and she cried and she said, I have been tortured from 13 years, she said in courtroom, and she is now also a little bit emotional. She smiled and spoke to Republic, and she admitted that Congress has done all conspiracy and everything has been exposed. The only agenda was that time is political agenda to defame Hindutva Sanatan and to target RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat and others RSS leaders, and everything has been exposed. And we know that in order copy, court already mentioned that the role of Maharashtra ATS questionable, under question the role of Paramveer Singh also will be questioned.
Yes. All right, Meenakshi, thank you for getting us that mega exclusive. We'll come back to you in a very short while for now. But viewers, for the moment, we slip into a very short break. On the other side, Forces First with my colleague Rakshita.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
एनडीएच की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला एनडीएच मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. महमूद मुजावर जी, थैंक यू, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, मुजावर जी?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था, और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ, उसके अंदर सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस, और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies, and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. The R4 Sports and Republic TV. Good luck.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार प्योर मसाला। एमडीएच की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
एमडीएच की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Forces First, latest edition, and I am Rakhta Mishra with you viewers. We'll start straight away with the biggest story this week viewers. It is how the Indian Army has avenged the Pahalgam terror attack. This week has been full of events. We'll decode first the success of Operation Mahadev, how the Chinese devices exposed Pahalgam butchers, leading India to avenge that dastardly attack. Viewers, 14 days, one deadly mission. Next up will be how Donald Trump announced trade agreement with Pakistan, but Balochi leaders are warning Trump against it, saying that Munir is only fooling him. We dive deep into that. Next up, we tell you everything you want to know about the new revolution, the Rudra Brigade and the Bhairav Battalion, the Bhairav Commandos. We also bring you a special report from Kargil on the Swati radar system, a push for Atmanirbharta. All of this and much more on this edition of Forces First.
जवानों ने बहादुरी के साथ पाक स्थित आतंकवादी अड्डों को चूर चूर करने का काम किया। अल्लाह अकबर। हमने 9 आतंकी अड्डों को समाप्त किया, परंतु एक भी सिविलियन नहीं मारा गया। नूर खान चकलाला हाईवे तोड़ दिया गया। ये सिंदूर ने पाकिस्तान को पूरी दुनिया में एक्सपोज कर दिया कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर टेररिज्म एक कॉन्सेप्ट टेररिज्म है।
Viewers, it was 22nd of April when the attack happened in Pahalgam. 26 innocent lives were lost and the country was shattered. It was shaken. Our security forces vowed to hunt down the masterminds. July 28, 3 terrorists gunned down under the operation code named as Operation Mahadev, named after the towering Mahadev peak in Srinagar, which is also a key infiltration route. This was not just any mission, viewers. This had taken refuge in these terrorists have taken refuge in the dense forest of Dachigam. We'll show you that map so you can understand the whole geography of it. It's a high altitude rugged area, the Dachigam forest, and that's perfectly suited for their jungle warfare training. But little did these butchers knew that they were being watched, they were being tracked. There you have the Mahadev peak, and Dachigam forest, Srinagar, is just a little away from there. Pahalgam is quite away. So understand that they travel all the way from Pahalgam to Dachigam. And in early July, Indian intelligence intercepted suspicious communications. They got a clue about the Chinese ultra radio communication being active. It was once again Chinese systems that failed Pakistan, and its nefarious plot was thwarted. And the operation was carried out by this team, the victorious team, Operation Mahadev Heroes. The picture on your screens, viewers. And with the trail heating up, the forces had zeroed in on Dachigam's treacherous terrain. And that's how the entire timeline goes. Let me also tell you, they were closing in, but the real breakthrough came when satellite phone signals from a Huawei device were intercepted, giving crucial leads on the terrorist hideout. For the next 14 days, our forces relentlessly tracked these terrorists, navigating dense forests, steep hills. 28th of July, they got the first visual of the terrorists via drones, and the recce confirmed the presence of terrorists. They were caught napping, they were sleeping. In the blink of an eye, the first burst of fire hit the target. All 3 terrorists were neutralized. Pahalgam attack was avenged because the mastermind Musa was there, was one of those 3 terrorists. And remember, he was an SSG operative in Pakistan Army. He was a very high-ranking, well-trained commando. And 29th of July, the forensic test confirmed that it was the Pahalgam butcher who was eliminated in this. Meanwhile, viewers, we'll also get you just how the Prime Minister has also, while addressing a rally in Varanasi, spoken about Operation Mahadev's success. He has hailed the valor of our forces.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने भारत का यही रूप देखा है। भारत पर जो वार करेगा वो पाताल में भी नहीं बचेगा। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, दुर्भाग्य से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर हमारे देश के कुछ लोगों को भी पेट में दर्द हो रहा है।
All right, we have former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, SP Ved, who's joining us on Forces First. Thanks so much for joining us on Public TV. And this has been a very, very special operation. From Operation Sindoor, which was historic in its own self. But yes, the hunt for those terrorists, for those butchers was still on. It took a lot of time, sir. Could you help our viewers explain that how challenging this would have been in the Dachigam forest, and that it took so many days, and there's a lot of politics around that, why about the timing, sir, but I think our forces know the best that how challenging this was and how interesting at the same time this was, sir.
Namaskar, you and all your viewers. See, Dachigam is a protected sanctuary. It's a protected forest, and thick jungle is there, and Mahadev Hills looks over this dense forest, and it's very, very difficult area. And look at the precision with which they were actually targeted after conducting recce and getting some information about use of Chinese, as you were mentioning, Chinese communication system. So a track was kept, and how they were observed through the drone, where they had put their tent is a steep height, and it's almost, if not 90 degrees, around, let's say 75, 80 degrees steep mountain, and very difficult. From the location is so strategic that these people could watch movement of security forces from any angle. So the precision with which it has been conducted, it is great credit to the commanders of the Indian Army, the J&K police, and CAPF, how they were monitoring ever since this Pahalgam incident had taken place. And this from the ridge line, they could travel to this area, and I think they were looking for an appropriate opportunity to attack, because Amarnath Yatra, as you know, the Baltal route convoy passes through Srinagar towards Amarnath, and maybe these people were strategically located there and waiting for an opportunity just to attack Amarnath Yatra also and make another news. And before that, they could do anything. Their interception was actually noticed by our forces, and very well planned, I would say, very well planned, very well executed anti-terror operation, not giving them even an iota of suspicion. And before they could even react, they were all sleeping, and that is the time, most appropriate time when they hit them.
Yes.
And these three important terrorists were gunned down. Suleiman Shah alias Faisal Jatt,
yes,
including his two other associates, Hamza Afghani and Jibran Bhai,
yes,
all three Pakistanis. And the number one, Suleiman, is a Pakistan Special Forces commando, and how he has been used, and the weapons recovered are very, very interesting. You see, that's what we were suspecting. One of the weapons, apart from other two AK-47 rifles, was American M4 rifle.
Yes.
And the MPs which were collected from Pahalgam were immediately flown. These weapons were flown to Center Forensic Science Laboratory in Chandigarh, and they were matched, absolutely ensuring that these the firing which was conducted in Pahalgam was from these three weapons, and that gives us a solid evidence of forensic evidence how these people are connected with the Pahalgam. Because many people were raising eyes even within your country, forget Pakistan, even within your country, person like Chidambaram saying, I'm surprised, who has remained a home minister,
yes,
they should be shamed that how are you connecting this with Pakistan? Here is a solid evidence. And then witnesses were brought who had provided them food, shelter, who had seen these terrorists, and I think 4 or 5 of them confirmed that these are these very same
absolutely
terrorists.
The Pakistan link, sir, has been clearly established this time, and it's for the world to see how India has struck Pakistan in Operation Sindoor, and this Operation Mahadev, of course, clearly establishes the Pak link to the Pahalgam attack as well. Thank you so much, Mr. S.P. Vaid, for joining us on Republic TV, sir, with your insight on that story. Viewers, now we shift our focus to the other big story on Forces Fast. Viewers, this is about the so-called oil reserve deal between the United States and Pakistan. US President Donald Trump on the 30th of July announced a trade agreement with Pakistan focusing on developing what he described as massive oil reserves in Pakistan. Now, this deal includes collaboration with an American oil company to explore and extract these reserves. Trump even went on to suggest that Pakistan could potentially export oil to India in the future, to which the MEA has no comments, of course, to utter about. This announcement now comes shortly after Trump imposed 25% tariff on Indian imports. At least he announced that US is going to do that. And along with an unspecified penalty for India's continued trade with Russia. But here's the reality check, viewers. Pakistan's proven crude oil reserves are modest. They're meager. They're estimated to be between 234 million and 353 million barrels, ranking 850th globally. And in contrast, India's reserves are approximately 4.9 billion barrels, over 10 times larger. With a disproportionate demand-supply chain and a lack of infrastructure, the feasibility of Pakistan becoming a so-called oil exporter could be highly speculative. In fact, viewers, there is this deep dive into it and the twist here. Trump-Pakistan deal appears to be less about oil and more about geopolitical maneuvering in South Asia by Trump. The first strategic factor could be countering China's influence, pressurizing India also. Pakistan is a significant ally of China with deep economic ties, of course, through the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which the US is very insecure about. Then the US move may aim to reduce Pakistan's dependence on Beijing by offering economic incentives. Second, to build supposed pressure on India, as I just mentioned. By touting Pakistan's potential to sell oil to India, Trump may use the deal as leverage to push New Delhi into a more favorable trade agreement with the US and to reduce its reliance on Russian defense supplies, viewers. But there's another angle, of course, from Indian strategic perspective. The Trump-Pakistan oil deal has several implications. The deal strengthens US-Pakistan ties, could embolden Pakistan's military establishment, particularly the ISI, which has historically supported and orchestrated cross-border terrorism on Indian soil. And Trump's suggestion that Pakistan could sell oil to India is impractical given hostile bilateral relations. Now, the challenge for us is robust contingency plans for energy supply disruptions. But the main focus is also, viewers, the Balochistan factor. Most of Pakistan's oil reserves, or the mineral reserves, the gold reserve, the diamond reserves, are in Balochistan, a province plagued by insurgency against Islamabad. They are fighting for their freedom. Increased US investment could further the tensions there, potentially leading to unrest that spills over into India's border regions. And also, the China-Pakistan nexus also comes into focus. While the US aims to counter China, Pakistan is unlikely to abandon its all-weather ally, Beijing. So a US-backed Pakistan could still coordinate with China to challenge India, particularly in the Indian Ocean region, viewers. And we have a special guest joining us on the broadcast for more on this. We have Ahmar Mustakhan, senior Baloch journalist, joining us on the broadcast. So thank you so much for joining us on Forces First. We just saw the reaction, the first reaction that came in from Mir Yar Baloch, Baloch leader. He had written to Donald Trump when this so-called oil reserve deal was announced, and he said that Balochistan is not for sale, and that Asim Munir is only misleading United States. What, in your understanding, is brewing, and what could be the next step from the Balochis?
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate the Republic news channel, and Arnab ji had promised me that the Republic news channel will be calling Balochistan as Pakistan-occupied Balochistan.
Yes, sir.
So this is Pakistan-occupied Balochistan.
Yes, sir.
And you are actually very kind to the Pakistanis, I think, because you have put in the picture of Shehbaz Sharif. And Shehbaz Sharif doesn't matter in Pakistan.
Yes.
Everything is in Asim Munir's hand. He's the king and he's the king maker. He is the judge, jury and executioner. You see, this is the government in Pakistan is a fake government because the last elections was won by Imran Khan, who has been put behind bar. So this fake country, this Pakistan is not like India. It's two different stories. I'm not sure if you saw a very interesting write-up yesterday by Miyamoto Musashi,
yes,
in which he called Pakistan a blot on humanity. and he argued that it's time for this nonsensical state to be balkanized in the interest of all the people in the region. So we in America, you see, I feel very ashamed of our president, and some people rightly call him President McDonald Burger, because he's jumping McDonald burgers like, you see, very unhealthy food, and he's jumping it all the time. So when you eat very unhealthy food, then your statements, your thinking, all are affected, I believe. And we were very shocked when he was calling this failed Marshal Asim Munir as very impressive. In my personal view, only two people in the world might find failed Marshal Asim Munir impressive. One is Maryam Nawaz Sharif, and second is this Donald Trump. This is, America is passing through a very erratic phase right now. You might have followed, they have, you see, fired hundreds of career diplomats. They have, you see, just done away with the US aid, and Trump's everything is just transactional.
Right.
And Asim Munir has always been known in the military as the deceiver. He was called the deceiver by his badmates. You mentioned Pahalgam. As you know, just 6 days before Pahalgam, he came to address the overseas Pakistanis, and he said he meant the Punjabi jihadis have the superior culture, they have the superior ideology, and he talked about two-nation theory. Once the two-nation theory was, you see, droned in the Bay of Bengal in 1971. If he still talks about this, we are going to drone it again in the Baloch Gulf. This, whatever Pakistan's mineral resources, everything is in Balochistan.
Yes, yes.
But this president, you see, doesn't know much about history, much about politics.
Yes.
He is just a transactional kind of a person.
Right, sir.
I will really appeal to the, please try to somehow talk with him about the trade surplus, because that is what's bothering him.
Absolutely,
you see, and they are also jealous of India. Please don't think that the US is a friend of India. Indian GDP growth rate is far ahead of the United States and even of China. So this is also bothering, I believe, Mr.
Absolutely,
Trump.
Of course. There is
the kind of
there is frustration in Trump, of course, when India and defense ties with Russia is, of course, bothering Trump. And, of course, now Balochistan factor also is very important. And India, of course, continues to, even in the parliament, it made a mention about what Balochistan wanted to, in fact, this issue was raised for the first time this time in the monsoon session. But thank you so much. That's all the time we have in this segment, Mr. Mustaq Khan, on this story. Viewers, now we should quickly focus to the focus on Indian Army's push to be future combat ready following the Operation Sindoor. Now, the discussion centers on new fighting formations recently announced by Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi, the Rudra Brigade and the Bhairav Light Commando Battalion. Viewers, they're very special this time. The Rudra Brigade and the Bhairav Light Commandos. A brigade that does not wait for backup. That's the Army's Rudra Brigade for you. It is lethal, agile, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The Rudra Brigades are rewriting battlefield playbooks by merging tanks, troops, special forces, drones and artillery all into one seamless war machine.
आज की भारतीय सेना न केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों का सफलतापूर्वक सामना कर रही, बल्कि हम नित्य प्रतिदिन एक परिवर्तनशील, आधुनिक और भविष्य उन्मुख शक्ति के रूप में तेजी से अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। इसके अंतर्गत रुद्र के रूप में नई ऑल आर्म्स ब्रिगेड का गठन किया जा रहा है, जिसका सैंक्शन मैंने कल ही दिया है, जिसमें इन्फेंट्री, मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री, आर्मर्ड यूनिट्स, आर्टिलरी, स्पेशल फोर्सेज, अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम जैसे फाइटिंग कंपोनेंट्स को एक साथ रखा जाएगा और विशेष रूप से तैयार किया जाएगा, जिसमें शामिल लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट और कॉम्बैट सपोर्ट होंगे। इसी क्रम में भैरव लाइट कमांडो बटालियन के रूप में एजाइल और घातक स्पेशल फोर्सेस का गठन किया गया है, जो सीमाओं पर शत्रु को चौंकाने के लिए हमेशा तैयार है। हर इन्फेंट्री बटालियन में ड्रोन्स प्लेटून का गठन किया गया है। वहीं आर्टिलरी में शक्तिमान रेजिमेंट बनाई गई है जो ड्रोन और काउंटर ड्रोन इक्विपमेंट और लॉयटर म्यूनिशन के साथ लैस होगी। हर रेजिमेंट में एक दिव्यास्त्र बैटरी भी बनाई गई है जो कंपोजिट बैटरी होगी और इन्हीं सामानों से लैस होगी। इन चीजों के मद्देनजर हमारी मारक क्षमता अब आने वाले दिनों में कई गुना बढ़ जाएगी।
Right, viewers. So that is, of course, the Bhairav commandos and the readiness of the Indian Army is on full display. We quickly shift our focus now, viewers, to the other stories that we are, of course, tracking for you on Forces First. And viewers, this is about, of course, the Atmanirbhar push, viewers. We are going to show you how the Indian Army continues to display the weapons. It has the armor, and one of the reports we got to you from Kargil is on the Swati radar system, the weapon detection radar system that's very much made in India, engineered in India. Take a look. India has been emerging as a formidable force in defense technology with the Atmanirbharta self-reliance taking the center stage. And here we are reporting the power of the Indian-made weapons. Right behind me is the Swati defense system. This is the radar system, and it is in fact a WLR. It's a weapon locating radar. It's used during the ceasefire violations, also in wartime as well. And what's more important is that it is developed in India. It is made in India. So we'll just give you a 360-degree view, or whatever angles we can capture of it. It is designed to locate the origin of the hostile artillery, the enemy's artillery fire, and pinpoint the location of the army weapons. Provides critical real-time data to the armed forces and enables them to neutralize the threats effectively. And this has been a game changer time and again in several situations, many situations. It's been a few years since it has joined India's air defense systems, and of course it has played a key role in several situations. And viewers, Lieutenant General Pushpendra Singh assumed the prestigious appointment of Vice Chief of the Army Staff and paid tribute to the fallen comrades from IPKF operations on the first day as Vice Chief of the Army Staff this week. Watch these visuals as we say goodbye on this edition of Forces First. Jai Hind.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर. खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था, और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top international focus that we are tracking is Donald Trump's saying that India has stopped buying oil from Russia. But Indian authorities have not really confirmed that. And that is the big story that we are tracking. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने भारत का यही रूप देखा है. भारत पर जो वार करेगा वो पाताल में भी नहीं बचेगा.
Prime Minister Modi in home ground Varanasi hails Operation Sindoor and reiterates how India obliterated Pakistan terror dens.
पूरा केस सिर्फ कांग्रेस ने अपने षड्यंत्रों के कारण इसको बनाया है, पूरा केस बनाया है, और जब कोई चीज बनावटी होती है तो उसमें आधार नहीं होता, और इसलिए इस केस का कोई आधार नहीं.
Republic gets the first response from Sadhvi Pragya after Malegaon verdict. She says that the case was a conspiracy hashed by the Congress.
The institution of the Election Commission does not exist. That it has disappeared.
Rahul Gandhi once again targets the Election Commission, says Lok Sabha election was rigged. Donald Trump cites reports on India halting Russian oil imports. Sources counter. And big win for the security forces. LET terrorists killed in an anti-terror operation in Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgam.
Viewers, the Republic TV has got the first and an exclusive response on the Malegaon blast verdict from acquitted accused Sadhvi Pragya. Now, speaking exclusively to Republic TV, she says that this was a conspiracy hashed by the Congress party and that the party has always been against the welfare of the nation. So, Republic TV getting the first and exclusive response on the Malegaon blast verdict from Sadhvi Pragya, and she has spoken exclusively to Republic TV, and she has said that it was entire case was basically a conspiracy hashed by the Congress party. Let's listen in to Sadhvi Pragya.
धर्म की सत्य की जीत होती ही है और सत्य की जीत हुई है। मैंने कहा था सत्यमेव जयते, सत्य कभी पराजित नहीं होता और जो सत्य था वो मेरे साथ था और मेरी विजय हुई। मेरी विजय क्या, भगवा की विजय हुई, सनातन की विजय हुई, राष्ट्र की विजय हुई, विधर्मियों का नाश होगा और नाश हुआ है। पूरा केस सिर्फ कांग्रेस ने अपने षड्यंत्रों के कारण इसको बनाया है, पूरा केस बनाया है और जब कोई चीज बनावटी होती है तो उसमें आधार नहीं होता और इसलिए इस केस का कोई आधार नहीं था। बहुत कुछ झेला, बहुत कुछ कष्ट सहा, बहुत कुछ किया, लेकिन देश के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं करूंगी, किया है और आगे भी करती रहूंगी। लेकिन हम कभी भी देश को कोई आंच नहीं पहुंचने देंगे अपने जीवित रहते हुए। धर्म की सत्य की जीत होती ही है और सत्य की जीत हुई है। मैंने कहा था सत्यमेव जयते, सत्य कभी पराजित नहीं होता और जो सत्य था वो मेरे साथ था और मेरी विजय हुई। मेरी विजय क्या, भगवा की विजय हुई, सनातन की विजय हुई, राष्ट्र की विजय हुई, विधर्मियों का नाश होगा और नाश हुआ है। पूरा केस सिर्फ कांग्रेस ने अपने षड्यंत्रों के कारण इसको बनाया है, पूरा केस बनाया है और जब कोई चीज बनावटी होती है तो उसमें आधार नहीं होता और इसलिए इस केस का कोई आधार नहीं था। बहुत कुछ झेला, बहुत कुछ कष्ट सहा, बहुत कुछ किया, लेकिन देश के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं करूंगी, किया है और आगे भी करती रहूंगी। लेकिन हम कभी भी देश को कोई आंच नहीं पहुंचने देंगे अपने जीवित रहते हुए।
All right, right now we are joined in by Mr. Devrat Kalasangra, who's a son of missing accused Ramchandra Kalasangra. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, अभी रिपब्लिक टीवी ने साध्वी प्रज्ञा से बात करी थी और उन्होंने एक बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट बात कही कि ये जो पूरा केस है ये कांग्रेस ने एक साजिश रची थी, उसके तहत ये पूरा केस फाइल किया गया था। अब कोर्ट ने जितने भी अक्यूज्ड हैं उनको रिहा कर दिया है और ये भी बोला है कि ये पूरा केस फैब्रिकेटेड था, कोई ज़्यादा प्रूफ नहीं था प्रोसिक्यूशन के पास। आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
सभी को नमस्कार। मैं इस पूरे जो कोर्ट का अभी जो डिसीजन आया है इस पूरे प्रकरण को लेकर के, उसमें सभी 7 लोगों को बरी किया गया है और किसी के खिलाफ जो है कोई भी एविडेंस भी नहीं था। पूरा जो केस है ये पूरा एक तो बनाया गया था इस पूरे केस को। इसी केस में मेरे परिवार के 2 सदस्य जो है उनको भी इसमें ले जाया गया था। एक मेरे अंकल शिव नारायण जी कलसंगरा, उनको इस केस में जो है गिरफ्तार किया गया था। उनको 7 से 10 दिन तक जो है उनको अरेस्ट तक दिखाया नहीं गया, उनको गैर कानूनी तरीके से रखा गया। 10 दिन बाद उनको अरेस्ट दिखाया गया। 5 साल वो जेल में रहे लगभग और 2017 और 18 के बीच में उनको जो है न्यायालय ने जो है उनको क्लीन चिट दी, उनके ऊपर ट्रायल भी चला और बरी हुए। इसी में ही हमारे एक परिवार के सदस्य जो है दिलीप पाटीदार जी, उनको ATS मुंबई इंदौर से जो है गिरफ्तार करके ले गई थी और आज दिनांक तक, आज 2025 हो गया है, 17 साल हो गए, उस परिवार के पाटीदार दिलीप पाटीदार जी आज तक कोई पता नहीं चला है। तो हमारे सदस्य को इसमें सब बहुत प्रताड़ित किया गया है, पूरे परिवार को प्रताड़ित किया गया है और काफी परेशान किया गया था दिलीप पाटीदार जी को कि किसी का भी नाम ले दीजिए और इसमें आप लोगों को जो है फिर बाद में छोड़ दिया जाएगा और झूठे नाम लेने के लिए काफी दबाव बनाया गया था। और दिलीप पाटीदार जी का तो आज दिनांक तक जो है कोई पता नहीं चला है और ATS के पूर्व अधिकारी ने भी अभी मीडिया में आकर के खुल करके बताया है कि ये सुनियोजित तरीके से जो है पूरा केस बनाया गया था। और दिलीप पाटीदार जी का भी उन्होंने बताया है, पिताजी के बारे में भी उन्होंने बताया इस केस में। मैं मीडिया के माध्यम से, कोर्ट के माध्यम से पूछना चाहूंगा कि इन दोषी अधिकारियों पर कब कार्रवाई हो जो दिलीप को गिरफ्तार करके ले गए थे इंदौर से,
जी,
कब उस परिवार को न्याय मिले?
देवव्रत जी, आपसे ये भी जानना चाहेंगे कि 17 साल पहले जिस तरह से एक बड़ा नैरेटिव एक क्रिएट किया गया हिंदू टेरर के नाम से, सैफरन टेरर के नाम से, और अब जब कोर्ट ने सभी अक्यूज्ड को बरी कर दिया है, तो आप क्या मांग करते हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से?
मेरी मांग है, उस समय के जो तथाकथित नेता थे जिन्होंने भगवा को आतंकवादी कहा था, भगवा आतंकवाद करा था, सेफ्रॉन टेररिज्म का नाम गढ़ा था, उन सब लोगों को देख कर माफी मांगना चाहिए। दिलीप पाटीदार इस पूरे प्रकरण में जो आज दिनांक तक लापता है, उसकी जवाबदारी तय होनी चाहिए। जो भी एटीएस के अधिकारी इसमें संदिग्ध है, उनकी जांच होनी चाहिए, उनकी जवाबदारी तय होनी चाहिए, उनके ऊपर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
साध्वी जी,
ये अंदर करो।
आ गया, एक्सपोज हो गया, क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप? आपने ट्वीट भी किया।
अरे बाप रे बाप।
थोड़ा पीछे ले लो माइक।
थोड़ा पीछे ले ना।
साध्वी प्रज्ञा इज नाउ
थोड़ा सा इसको,
अरे किसका
यहाँ पे रखिए ना, आ रही है दीदी, आएंगे यहाँ पे।
बाहर आ रही है।
नहीं, चेहरा आप इधर कर।
हाँ बोलिए। आप इतना दिन से जो कॉन्स्पिरेसी हुआ, आपके ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ कांग्रेस का, ये सब कुछ सामने आ गया। साध्वी प्रज्ञा जी।
हाँ जी, ये जो कांग्रेस का षड्यंत्र था, ये प्रत्यक्षम किम प्रमाणम, ये प्रत्यक्ष हो गया और इसको प्रमाण की आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि सत्य की विजय होती है और ये मेरा पक्ष सत्य का रहा, तो सत्य की विजय हुई है। कांग्रेसियों ने सन्यासी संघ यानी आरएसएस और सेना यानी मिलिट्री, इन सबको ही टारगेट किया था, जिससे कि भारत की जितनी भी मूलभूत आधार हैं इनको नष्ट कर दें और ये इटली का शासन यहाँ पर लेकर के आए, इटली वाली बाई को ये आगे बढ़ा सके, इसलिए इन्होंने ऐसा सब किया था। मेरा सिर्फ इतना कहना है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के षड्यंत्र और विधर्मी पार्टी जितनी भी हैं जो देश के विरुद्ध हैं, उन सबके षड्यंत्र उजागर हो गए हैं। कांग्रेस ने जो 17 वर्षों तक सभी को प्रताड़ित किया है, मैं कहती हूँ कि ईश्वर उनको कभी क्षमा नहीं करेगा और ये लोग जो है इनका प्रतिकार सभी राष्ट्रभक्तों को करना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि इन्होंने 17 वर्षों तक जो प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं देशभक्तों को, ये कोई अंग्रेजों का शासन नहीं है, ना मुगलों का शासन है, यहाँ पर भारतीयों का शासन है। और ये जो 17 वर्ष लगे हैं, ऐसा नहीं लगना चाहिए, किंतु ये कांग्रेसी जो हैं ये आतंकवादियों के मरने पर रोते हैं और देशभक्तों को सजा देते हैं, दंड देते हैं और कुचक्र रचते हैं उनके विरुद्ध, इसलिए इनका हम विरोध करते हैं और ये सदैव विरोध के लायक है। इन्होंने एजेंसियों को यूज किया है और व्यक्तिगत उनके अनुसार उनको फंसाने का भी प्रयास किया है। ये इन्होंने सरकारी जो अपने शासन में सरकारी तंत्र को पूरी तरह से गैर कानूनी तरह से उपयोग किया है और ये उसके विरोध के पात्र हैं। इनके विरुद्ध कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
चलिए मैम, लग जाएगी पीछे।
All right, we just heard Sadhvi Pragya there and commenting after giving her reaction to Republic TV after the verdict in the Malegaon blast case. All right, Meenakshi, my colleague, is now joining us. Meenakshi, we just heard Sadhvi Pragya there giving her first reaction and speaking exclusively to Republic TV, and she has raised a very pertinent question that not only Congress really owes an apology to the entire nation, but action really needs to be taken against those who fabricated the entire case and caused so much torture and mental harassment to all who were accused in the case.
Advocate Mishra ji, Sadhvi Pragya Singh's lawyer, Advocate JP Mishra is with me now. Mishra ji, Sadhvi Pragya ji was saying that all Congress conspiracy exposed, and the main noticeable point is from court is that the officers like ATS officers like Parambir Singh would be under inquiry.
It is so.
it was a conspiracy to establish there is not only a Muslim Atangwad, but it is a Bhagwa Atangwad Ali, Hindu is Atangwadi. I had told day before yesterday, Parliament is the temple of the democracy. Court is the temple of justice. In the Parliament 30 July, India's Home Minister said that Hindu Atangwadi nahi ho sakta hai. And the same thing was established by, confirmed by the court in this case. हिंदू के ब्लड में ही डीएनए में ही आतंकवाद नहीं है. कोई एक इंसिडेंट अलग हो सकता है, लेकिन हिंदुओं ने कभी तक आज तक इतिहास देख डालो, किसी का राज्य नहीं छीना, किसी को मार काट नहीं किया, किसी को. एंड देयरफॉर टेररिज्म इज ए सेपरेट कंसेप्ट इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ द होल era. There is no such thing as terrorism by the Hindus.
And the main point is that court said would be an inquiry against those officers who created all this, like ATS officer Parambir Singh.
This is first time happened in the history of the judiciary. Suppose you have been wrongly punished. You can't file the case against them because there is no provision in the law. But this court, first time in this case, has held that the officers who has committed wrong should be inquired into or punished. This is the first time has happened.
So you are saying it is an unique judgment.
Certainly it is a unique judgment. If you will see, I will give the judgment of the court is on the PDF. It has been already uploaded.
Yes. Then it means that it
50 in the index 52 columns he has made. On the 52 issues, the Honorable Judge has not left anything unanswered, and so serious, so big judgment he has been given. I find this judgment is also unique judgment.
It means ATS officer like Parambir Singh will come under inquiry.
I will not say whoever will find by the inquiry committee has come into the target, those person will be inquired into.
Sadhvi Pragya ji alleged that officer tortured her in time of custodial.
Madam, after the completion of the evidence of the prosecution, there is a provision of recording of the evidence of the accused under section 313 of the CRPC. She has prepared her own statement in Hindi and has given to the court. That is a matter of record. Who tortured him, how tortured him, in what manner tortured him, show him the blood room, make him the naked and assaulted day in and day out. She has given in writing. It is not only oral things. She has given in writing. In any lady, her asmita is the more valuable things.
So, sir, last question. That means it is clear all officers who did wrong with these accused people will come under inquiry.
They have to come. Who have committed wrong, they must be inquired into and punished. And one thing I will say, some reporter was asking me that the last court has said that the benefit was given to the accused. It is the last word, is a matter of telling. But so, the court has positively said that the prosecution failed to establish this vehicle was registered on the name of Pradyut Takte. Prosecution failed to establish that it was in her possession. Prosecution failed to that she has parked there. Prosecution failed to establish she was participated in the conspiracy. Prosecution failed to establish the proper sanction under UAPA. Prosecution failed that the RDX was brought. Prosecution failed to that RDX was bomb was prepared in the house of. Everything court has held in the positive failed. And the last word court said, the whole case is based upon suspicion and therefore benefit of doubt good. So the case judgment is not on the benefit of doubt. Case is on the proper positive note and accused or acquitted.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So JP Mishra, the lawyer of Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur, he spoke to Republic and he cleared all officers, those who are involved with this case, especially ATS and ATS officer Parambir Singh will come under inquiry. At court, we know in the order, court said that all officers had to come under inquiry and their role are questionable. So it is clear, Parambir Singh, officer like Parambir Singh had to come under inquiry in this case. Back to studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Meenakshi, for getting us all those updates on that big story. Thank you so much. And viewers, we have big breaking news right now coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where 2 terrorists have been killed in the ongoing encounter with the security forces in the Akal forest area of Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgam district. Remember, this encounter began on Friday night after security forces launched a cordon and search operation based on specific intelligence about the terrorist presence in the dense forest of South Kashmir. An initial gunfire was exchanged between the terrorists and the security personnel, but the operation was paused overnight due to low visibility, and security forces again fortified the area through the night, bringing in reinforcements again to prevent any escape. And at daybreak, as the operation resumed, there were fresh exchange of fire, and that led to the killing of 2 terrorists. So initially, 1 terrorist was gunned down by the security forces, and he was identified as one terrorist from Lashkar-e-Toiba. And now another terrorist has been killed in the encounter. It is Operation Akal that began yesterday evening, late in the evening. And this after security forces got information about the presence of viewers, we have more breaking news related to this after Kulgam encounter. Now, joint security forces launched more anti-terror operations in various locations of South Kashmir districts. So not only is the encounter, the Operation Akal continuing, but also more breaking news, viewers, related to the Akal Operation Akal going on. And that is the joint security forces have now launched more anti-terror operations in various locations of South Kashmir districts. Remember, all these anti-terror operations are happening under the broader crackdown under Operation Mahadev. And yesterday evening, Operation Akal was introduced, and this is the Akal forest area of Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgam district. And now 2 terrorists have been gunned down. Zeenat, my colleague, is now joining us live for more details. Zeenat, we understand now that 2 terrorists have been killed in Operation Akal so far. What more updates do you have, or what is going on there?
See, the operation is only going on here in the Kulgam, and no other operations at present are taking place any part of the Kashmir Valley. Right now, the focus is here in Akal. I'll ask my VJ Mubashir to show you where the operation is taking place. This is the forest belt. This is Malwa forest belt in the Kulgam. The thick foliage that you see on the screen is where the terrorist is having an encounter with the joint security forces. This is an operation that is being led by Indian Army, by SOG Kulgam, along with the CRPF. So kind of a terrain, the kind of thick foliage, seeing the weather conditions, is taking time to neutralize the terrorists that are present in this very rich, the very thick forest that you see here. We are picking from our sources that this was a hide of terrorists, and the security forces got an input about this very hideout. The CASO was launched. That CASO turned into an anti-terror operation when the terrorists fired upon the joint security forces last night. And since then, the area witnessed gunshots. The exchange of fire was witnessed. In fact, being the forest belt, and the forces do take time to reach to the place, because ultimately you have to trek on these hills to reach to a spot and then to carry an operation. As of now, we are picking that the 2 terrorists have been neutralized. One has been identified, a local from the Pulwama, active for the last 2 years with the LAT, has been gunned down, and simultaneously now we are picking that another terrorist 2 have been neutralized. Let me again repeat that this is a group of the 5 terrorists. We are picking that out of 5, 3 are foreign nationals, the Pakistani terrorists, and the 2 are locals. And among the 2 locals, 2 terrorists have been neutralized. One is local, and the identity of second is yet to be ascertained. But this is a group of 5 terrorists that had infiltrated from the Riyasi recently, and they were taking the shelter in this Malwa forest area here in the Kulgam, and forces got input about their movement. Immediately, the CASO coordinate search operations were launched. The exchange of fire took place yesterday late evening, and since then the area is witnessing intermittent firing in this very belt where from we are reporting. You see the kind of ridge, the forest area, because ultimately Kulgam takes you to Riyasi, which is the part of the Jammu, and this, as per the reports, the intel report suggests that the infiltration had come from the Riyasi side. This means that infiltration had taken place in the IB sector. They were having the shelter in this ridge, in this dense area where the operation at present is going on. The 2 terrorists in an ongoing operation had been neutralized, and as per the reports, 3 further are still trapped in here in the Malwa forest area of Kulgam, South Kashmir.
All right. Thank you so much, Zeenat, for those details. So 3 more terrorists are holed up, and reinforcements have been brought in to neutralize them as well. Thank you so much for those details. And viewers, time to move on. Now we have big news from the national capital, where tension erupted near Nizamuddin Markaz on Friday night as shots were fired during a dispute over a shop eviction. Now, 1 shopkeeper has been injured. Police are probing the CCTV footage, and the search is on for the suspects. Take a look at this report.
A shocking incident has come to light from Nizamuddin's Markaz area. Behind me you can see the visual. This is just at a distance of approximately 200 meters where this incident took place, where what we have got to learn between 2 parties, this incident took place when a firing incident was reported last night on Friday.
दिनों तक तो उन्होंने गैर कानूनी तरीके से मुझे रखा, परंतु टॉर्चर तो उन्होंने अपनी कस्टडी में 24 दिन किया है, क्योंकि मुझे 24 दिन कस्टडी में इन्होंने रखा, 13 दिन इलीगल और 11 दिन लीगल। उस समय परमवीर सिंह ने भयंकर अत्याचार किए हैं, जो कहने में भी नहीं आते ऐसे अत्याचार, क्योंकि शब्दों की भी मर्यादा होती है, और वो अत्याचार परमवीर सिंह ने किए हैं।
नाम जैसे बीच में आ रहा था, मोहन भागवत को भी फंसाने की साजिश की जा रही, क्या ये सच था पूरा? उसमें
मैंने अपने लिखित में सब कुछ दिया है, और मैंने जिन जिन के नाम लिए हैं सभी के नाम जो हमें कहने पे मजबूर किया गया, तो वो सब किया है उन्होंने कि इनके नाम लो, इनके नाम लो, सबके नाम लेकर के, और तुम ये बोलोगी तो हम तुम्हें नहीं पीटेंगे। यानी मुझे टॉर्चर करना ही उनका उद्देश्य था, और नहीं, अगर इनके नाम नहीं लेती हो जो वो कह रहे हैं तो फिर हम तुम्हें टॉर्चर करेंगे। तो उसमें सभी के नाम आए हैं, मैंने लिखित में सब दिया है। माननीय योगी जी का है, माननीय मोहन भागवत जी का है, माननीय सुदर्शन जी का है, और हमारे इंद्रेश जी का है, और मैं कुछ नाम अभी भूल रही हूँ तुम लोगों की सब भीड़ के कारण, लेकिन बहुत सारे नाम उन्होंने ऐसे लिए हैं। राम जी माधव का नाम लेने के लिए बोला है, और भी कुछ नाम हैं जो मैं अभी भूल रही हूँ, लेकिन ये सब करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें टॉर्चर किया। हमारे फेफड़े की झिल्ली फट गई, मैं बेहोश हो गई, मुझे सुसरूसा हॉस्पिटल में गैर कानूनी तरीके से डिटेन किया था, तब रखा, और उसके बाद फिर बजे हॉस्पिटल में रखा। मैं अपनी पूरी कहानी जो लिख रही हूँ उसमें ये सब आएगा, लेकिन सत्य जो है ना वो प्रकट होता है, और सत्य प्रकट हुआ। माननीय मोदी जी का भी नाम लिया था मैं गुजरात में रहती थी, इसलिए उन्होंने मोदी जी का भी नाम मुझसे कहलवाने का प्रयास किया। मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला, क्योंकि सब असत्य कहलवाना चाह रहे थे, इसलिए मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला।
कांग्रेस के भगवा आतंकवाद के लिए क्या कहा जाता था, उसकी अब जीत हो गई, आप इसके कह सकते हैं।
भगवा की जीत है, धर्म की जीत है, सनातन धर्म की जीत है, और हिंदुत्व की जीत है। ये हालांकि ये लोग पराजित कभी कर नहीं सकते, इनकी दम नहीं है। ये सनातनी राष्ट्र है, सनातनी राष्ट्र की सदैव विजय ही विजय है, परंतु इन्होंने कुत्सित प्रयास जो किया है टॉर्चर करके, और सभी देशभक्तों को उसके अंदर ला करके जो कुत्सित प्रयास किया है, उसकी हम भर्त्सना भी करते हैं, और इन सबको दंड के लिए हम प्रयास भी करेंगे।
अब पुराने अधिकारी सामने आ रहे हैं, टीएस के वो राज खोल रहे हैं कि उनको ऊपर से इंस्ट्रक्शंस थे।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा,
नाम उगलवाया जाए जबरदस्ती।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा। ये पूरा केस जो है बनाया हुआ था, इसलिए उसका कोई आधार नहीं था, और असत्य का कोई आधार होता भी नहीं है। सत्य प्रकट होता है, सिद्ध होता है, और वह हुआ है।
इस पूरे केस में परमवीर सिंह की भूमिका पर आपकी छोटी टिप्पणी।
परमवीर सिंह बहुत ही धूर्त, मक्कार व्यक्ति था, वह ऑफिसर कहलाने लायक नहीं था, क्योंकि उसने कानून के अंतर्गत गैर कानूनी काम किए हैं, हेमंत करकरे ने और परमवीर सिंह ने, और सुखविंदर सिंह भी एक ऑफिसर था, उसने भी, खानविलकर ने, आवाड़ ने, इन सब लोगों ने टॉर्चर किए हैं और बहुत बुरी तरह से टॉर्चर करके बहुत कुछ कहलवाना चाहा, लेकिन असत्य हम बोलेंगे नहीं, हमें मार भी दिया जाए तो भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। और सबके लिए मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहती हूँ, भयभीत होने की राष्ट्र को जरूरत नहीं है। देशभक्त सदैव अपने देश के लिए मरता है और जीता है और सदैव मरता और जीता रहेगा, लेकिन विधर्मी और कुचक्री कभी कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएंगे। सबको देश के लिए करना चाहिए।
All right, there we just heard Sadhvi Pragya. They are speaking exclusively to Republic TV and giving a detailed account of what she went through in the last 17 years. So she has alleged political conspiracy as well as custodial torture, fabrication of evidence, and also mentioned that she was pressurized to name RSS leaders, including Yogi Adityanath there. And remember, these coming in after the Malegaon blast verdict came out, in which the court acquitted all the accused in the case, including Sadhvi Pragya. So big revelations there by Sadhvi Pragya after she was acquitted in the Malegaon blast case. And she said that she has given a detailed account to the court as well. And she has alleged political conspiracy by the Congress party. She is alleging custodial torture and also fabrication of evidence and the pressure, torture to name RSS leaders in the case. And she said that she spoke exclusively to Republic TV there, saying that the entire case was a conspiracy to... All right, the big story coming in, that is Republic speaking exclusively to Sadhvi Pragya, and Sadhvi has now claimed that she was asked to name Modi, Prime Minister.
13 दिनों तक तो उन्होंने गैर कानूनी तरीके से मुझे रखा, परंतु टॉर्चर तो उन्होंने अपनी कस्टडी में 24 दिन किया है, क्योंकि मुझे 24 दिन कस्टडी में इन्होंने रखा, 13 दिन इलीगल और 11 दिन लीगल। उस समय परमवीर सिंह ने भयंकर अत्याचार किए हैं, जो कहने में भी नहीं आते ऐसे अत्याचार, क्योंकि शब्दों की भी मर्यादा होती है, और वो अत्याचार परमवीर सिंह ने किए हैं।
मोहन भागवत का भी नाम जैसे बीच में आ रहा था, मोहन भागवत को भी फंसाने की साजिश की जा रही, क्या है सच था पूरा उसमें?
मैंने अपने लिखित में सब कुछ दिया है, और मैंने जिन जिन के नाम लिए हैं सभी के नाम जो हमें कहने पे मजबूर किया गया, तो वो सब किया है उन्होंने कि इनके नाम लो, इनके नाम लो, सबके नाम लेकर के, और तुम ये बोलोगी तो हम तुम्हें नहीं पीटेंगे। यानी मुझे टॉर्चर करना ही उनका उद्देश्य था, और नहीं, अगर इनके नाम नहीं लेती हो जो वो कह रहे हैं तो फिर हम तुम्हें टॉर्चर करेंगे। तो उसमें सभी के नाम आए हैं, मैंने लिखित में सब दिया है। माननीय योगी जी का है, माननीय मोहन भागवत जी का है, माननीय सुदर्शन जी का है, और हमारे इंद्रेश जी का है, और मैं कुछ नाम अभी भूल रही हूँ तुम लोगों की सब भीड़ के कारण, लेकिन बहुत सारे नाम उन्होंने ऐसे लिए हैं। राम जी माधव का नाम लेने के लिए बोला है, और भी कुछ नाम हैं जो मैं अभी भूल रही हूँ, लेकिन ये सब करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें टॉर्चर किया। हमारे फेफड़े की झिल्ली फट गई, मैं बेहोश हो गई, मुझे सुसरूसा हॉस्पिटल में गैर कानूनी तरीके से डिटेन किया था, तब रखा, और उसके बाद फिर बजे हॉस्पिटल में रखा। मैं अपनी पूरी कहानी जो लिख रही हूँ उसमें ये सब आएगा, लेकिन सत्य जो है ना वो प्रकट होता है, और सत्य प्रकट हुआ। माननीय मोदी जी का भी नाम लिया था, मैं गुजरात में रहती थी, इसलिए उन्होंने मोदी जी का भी नाम मुझसे कहलवाने का प्रयास किया। मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला, क्योंकि सब असत्य कहलवाना चाह रहे थे, इसलिए मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला।
कांग्रेस के भगवा आतंकवाद के लिए क्या बोले? कहा जाता था उसकी अब जीत हो गई, आप इसके कह सकते हैं।
भगवा की जीत है, धर्म की जीत है, सनातन धर्म की जीत है, और हिंदुत्व की जीत है। ये हालांकि ये लोग पराजित कभी कर नहीं सकते, इनकी दम नहीं है। ये सनातनी राष्ट्र है, सनातनी राष्ट्र की सदैव विजय ही विजय है, परंतु इन्होंने कुत्सित प्रयास जो किया है टॉर्चर करके, और सभी देशभक्तों को उसके अंदर ला करके जो कुत्सित प्रयास किया है, उसकी हम भर्त्सना भी करते हैं, और इन सबको दंड के लिए हम प्रयास भी करेंगे।
साध्वी, अब पुराने अधिकारी सामने आ रहे हैं, टीएस के वो राज खोल रहे हैं कि उनको ऊपर से इंस्ट्रक्शंस थे।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा,
नाम उगलवाया जाए जबरदस्ती।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा। ये पूरा केस जो है बनाया हुआ था, इसलिए उसका कोई आधार नहीं था और असत्य का कोई आधार होता भी नहीं है। सत्य प्रकट होता है, सिद्ध होता है और वह हुआ है।
इस पूरे केस में परमवीर सिंह की भूमिका पर आपकी छोटी टिप्पणी।
परमवीर सिंह बहुत ही धूर्त मक्कार व्यक्ति था। वह ऑफिसर कहलाने लायक नहीं था क्योंकि उसने कानून के अंतर्गत गैर कानूनी काम किए हैं, हेमंत करकरे ने और परमवीर सिंह ने, और सुखविंदर सिंह भी एक ऑफिसर था, उसने भी, खानविलकर ने, आवाड ने, इन सब लोगों ने टॉर्चर किए हैं और बहुत बुरी तरह से टॉर्चर करके बहुत कुछ कहलवाना चाहा, लेकिन असत्य हम बोलेंगे नहीं। हमें मार भी दिया जाए तो भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। और सबके लिए मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहती हूँ, भयभीत होने की राष्ट्र को जरूरत नहीं है। देशभक्त सदैव अपने देश के लिए मरता है और जीता है और सदैव मरता और जीता रहेगा, लेकिन विधर्मी और कुचक्री कभी कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएंगे। सबको देश के लिए करना चाहिए।
Big revelation there by Sadhvi Pragya there, and she has alleged that she was detained for several days and she was asked to implicate several RSS members including Prime Minister Modi. Let's take a listen.
से बात की थी और आपने बोला था कि परमवीर सिंह ने आपको 13 दिन तक टॉर्चर किया था। इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे? आप परमवीर सिंह को क्या जवाब देना चाहेंगे?
13 दिनों तक तो उन्होंने गैर कानूनी तरीके से मुझे रखा, परंतु टॉर्चर तो उन्होंने अपनी कस्टडी में 24 दिन किया है, क्योंकि मुझे 24 दिन कस्टडी में इन्होंने रखा, 13 दिन इलीगल और 11 दिन लीगल। उस समय परमवीर सिंह ने भयंकर अत्याचार किए हैं जो कहने में भी नहीं आते, ऐसे अत्याचार, क्योंकि शब्दों की भी मर्यादा होती है, और वो अत्याचार परमवीर सिंह ने किए हैं।
मोहन भागवत का भी नाम जैसे बीच में आ रहा था, मोहन भागवत को फंसाने की साजिश की जा रही, क्या ये सच था पूरा? उसमें
मैंने अपने लिखित में सब कुछ दिया है और मैंने जिन जिन के नाम लिए हैं सभी के नाम जो हमें कहने पे मजबूर किया गया तो वो सब किया है उन्होंने कि इनके नाम लो, इनके नाम लो, सबके नाम लेकर के, और तुम ये बोलोगी तो हम तुम्हें नहीं पीटेंगे। यानी मुझे टॉर्चर करना ही उनका उद्देश्य था, और नहीं, अगर इनके नाम नहीं लेती हो जो वो कह रहे हैं तो फिर हम तुम्हें टॉर्चर करेंगे। तो उसमें सभी के नाम आए हैं, मैंने लिखित में सब दिया है। माननीय योगी जी का है, माननीय मोहन भागवत जी का है, माननीय सुदर्शन जी का है, और हमारे इंद्रेश जी का है, और मैं कुछ नाम अभी भूल रही हूँ तुम लोगों की सब भीड़ के कारण, लेकिन बहुत सारे नाम उन्होंने ऐसे लिए हैं। राम जी माधव का नाम लेने के लिए बोला है, और भी कुछ नाम हैं जो मैं अभी भूल रही हूँ, लेकिन ये सब करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें टॉर्चर किया। हमारे फेफड़े की झिल्ली फट गई, मैं बेहोश हो गई, मुझे सुसरूसा हॉस्पिटल में गैर कानूनी तरीके से डिटेन किया था, तब रखा, और उसके बाद फिर बजे हॉस्पिटल में रखा। मैं अपनी पूरी कहानी जो लिख रही हूँ उसमें ये सब आएगा, लेकिन सत्य जो है ना वो प्रकट होता है, और सत्य प्रकट हुआ। माननीय मोदी जी का भी नाम लिया था मुझे मैं गुजरात में रहती थी, इसलिए उन्होंने मोदी जी का भी नाम मुझसे कहलवाने का प्रयास किया। मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला क्योंकि सब असत्य कहलवाना चाह रहे थे, इसलिए मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला।
कांग्रेस के भगवा आतंकवाद के लिए क्या बोले?
कहा जाता था, उसकी अब जीत हो गई, आप इसके कह सकते हैं।
भगवा की जीत है, धर्म की जीत है, सनातन धर्म की जीत है और हिंदुत्व की जीत है। ये हालांकि ये लोग पराजित कभी कर नहीं सकते, इनकी दम नहीं है। ये सनातनी राष्ट्र है, सनातनी राष्ट्र की सदैव विजय ही विजय है, परंतु इन्होंने कुत्सित प्रयास जो किया है टॉर्चर करके और सभी देशभक्तों को उसके अंदर ला करके जो कुत्सित प्रयास किया है उसकी हम भर्त्सना भी करते हैं और इन सबको दंड के लिए हम प्रयास भी करेंगे।
साध्वी, अब पुराने अधिकारी सामने आ रहे हैं, टीएस के वो राज खोल रहे हैं कि उनको ऊपर से इंस्ट्रक्शंस थे।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा,
नाम उगलवाया जाए जबरदस्ती।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा। ये पूरा केस जो है बनाया हुआ था, इसलिए उसका कोई आधार नहीं था और असत्य का कोई आधार होता भी नहीं है। सत्य प्रकट होता है, सिद्ध होता है और वह हुआ है।
इस पूरे केस में परमवीर सिंह की भूमिका पर आपकी छोटी टिप्पणी।
परमवीर सिंह बहुत ही धूर्त मक्कार व्यक्ति था वह ऑफिसर कहलाने लायक नहीं था, क्योंकि उसने कानून के अंतर्गत गैर कानूनी काम किए हैं हेमंत करकरे ने और परमवीर सिंह ने, और सुखविंदर सिंह भी एक ऑफिसर था, उसने भी, खानविलकर ने, आवाड़ ने, इन सब लोगों ने टॉर्चर किए हैं और बहुत बुरी तरह से टॉर्चर करके बहुत कुछ कहलवाना चाहा, लेकिन असत्य हम बोलेंगे नहीं, हमें मार भी दिया जाए तो भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। और सबके लिए मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहती हूँ, भयभीत होने की राष्ट्र को जरूरत नहीं है। देशभक्त सदैव अपने देश के लिए मरता है और जीता है, और सदैव मरता और जीता रहेगा, लेकिन विधर्मी और कुचक्री कभी कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएंगे। सबको देश के लिए करना चाहिए।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला, चना मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years, and those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is in fact the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but
breaking news coming in, viewers. Republic has the first and exclusive response on the Malegaon blast verdict from acquitted, accused and former MP Sadhvi Pragya. Speaking exclusively to Republic, she says that the entire case was a politically motivated conspiracy hatched by the Congress party and that it has always been against the welfare of the nation. And she has also accused Parambir Singh of meting out torture to her and holding her in illegal detention for at least 13 days. And what's even more explosive is the fact that she claims that she was forced to take PM Modi's name as well. Let's listen in.
अर्नब जी से बात की थी और आपने बोला था कि परमवीर सिंह ने आपको 13 दिन तक टॉर्चर किया था। इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे? आप परमवीर सिंह को क्या जवाब देना चाहेंगे?
13 दिनों तक तो उन्होंने गैर कानूनी तरीके से मुझे रखा, परंतु टॉर्चर तो उन्होंने अपनी कस्टडी में 24 दिन किया है, क्योंकि मुझे 24 दिन कस्टडी में इन्होंने रखा, 13 दिन इलीगल और 11 दिन लीगल। उस समय परमवीर सिंह ने भयंकर अत्याचार किए हैं जो कहने में भी नहीं आते, ऐसे अत्याचार, क्योंकि शब्दों की भी मर्यादा होती है, और वो अत्याचार परमवीर सिंह ने किए हैं।
मोहन भागवत का नाम जैसे बीच में आ रहा था, मोहन भागवत को फंसाने की साजिश की जा रही, क्या ये सच था पूरा? उसमें
मैंने अपने लिखित में सब कुछ दिया है और मैंने जिन जिन के नाम लिए हैं सभी के नाम जो हमें कहने पे मजबूर किया गया, तो वो सब किया है उन्होंने कि इनके नाम लो, सबके नाम लेकर के, और तुम ये बोलोगी तो हम तुम्हें नहीं पीटेंगे। यानी मुझे टॉर्चर करना ही उनका उद्देश्य था, और नहीं, अगर इनके नाम नहीं लेती हो जो वो कह रहे हैं तो फिर हम तुम्हें टॉर्चर करेंगे। तो उसमें सभी के नाम आए हैं, मैंने लिखित में सब दिया है। माननीय योगी जी का है, माननीय मोहन भागवत जी का है, माननीय सुदर्शन जी का है, और हमारे इंद्रेश जी का है, और मैं कुछ नाम अभी भूल रही हूँ तुम लोगों की सब भीड़ के कारण, लेकिन बहुत सारे नाम उन्होंने ऐसे लिए हैं। राम जी माधव का नाम लेने के लिए बोला है, और भी कुछ नाम हैं जो मैं अभी भूल रही हूँ, लेकिन ये सब करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें टॉर्चर किया। हमारे फेफड़े की झिल्ली फट गई, मैं बेहोश हो गई, मुझे सुसरूसा हॉस्पिटल में गैर कानूनी तरीके से डिटेन किया था, तब रखा, और उसके बाद फिर बजे हॉस्पिटल में रखा। मैं अपनी पूरी कहानी जो लिख रही हूँ उसमें ये सब आएगा, लेकिन सत्य जो है ना वो प्रकट होता है, और सत्य प्रकट हुआ। माननीय मोदी जी का भी नाम लिया था मैं गुजरात में रहती थी, इसलिए उन्होंने मोदी जी का भी नाम मुझसे कहलवाने का प्रयास किया। मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला, क्योंकि सब असत्य कहलवाना चाह रहे थे, इसलिए मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला।
कांग्रेस के भगवा आतंकवाद के लिए क्या बोले?
कहा जाता था, उसकी अब जीत हो गई, आप इसके कह सकते हैं।
भगवा की जीत है, धर्म की जीत है, सनातन धर्म की जीत है, और हिंदुत्व की जीत है। ये हालांकि ये लोग पराजित कभी कर नहीं सकते, इनकी दम नहीं है। ये सनातनी राष्ट्र है, सनातनी राष्ट्र की सदैव विजय ही विजय है, परंतु इन्होंने कुत्सित प्रयास जो किया है टॉर्चर करके, और सभी देशभक्तों को उसके अंदर ला करके जो कुत्सित प्रयास किया है, उसकी हम भर्त्सना भी करते हैं, और इन सबको दंड के लिए हम प्रयास भी करेंगे।
साध्वी, अब पुराने अधिकारी सामने आ रहे हैं, टीएस के वो राज खोल रहे हैं कि उनको ऊपर से इंस्ट्रक्शंस थे।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा,
नाम उगलवाया जाए जबरदस्ती।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा। ये पूरा केस जो है बनाया हुआ था, इसलिए उसका कोई आधार नहीं था, और असत्य का कोई आधार होता भी नहीं है। सत्य प्रकट होता है, सिद्ध होता है, और वह हुआ है।
इस पूरे केस में परमवीर सिंह की भूमिका पर आपकी छोटी टिप्पणी।
परमवीर सिंह बहुत ही धूर्त मक्कार व्यक्ति था, वह ऑफिसर कहलाने लायक नहीं था, क्योंकि उसने कानून के अंतर्गत गैर कानूनी काम किए हैं, हेमंत करकरे ने और परमवीर सिंह ने, और सुखविंदर सिंह भी एक ऑफिसर था, उसने भी, खानविलकर ने, आवाड़ ने, इन सब लोगों ने टॉर्चर किए हैं, और बहुत बुरी तरह से टॉर्चर करके बहुत कुछ कहलवाना चाहा, लेकिन असत्य हम बोलेंगे नहीं। हमें मार भी दिया जाए तो भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। और सबके लिए मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहती हूँ, भयभीत होने की राष्ट्र को जरूरत नहीं है। देशभक्त सदैव अपने देश के लिए मरता है और जीता है, और सदैव मरता और जीता रहेगा, लेकिन विधर्मी और कुचक्री कभी कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएंगे। सबको देश के लिए करना चाहिए।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So During the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy,
I was born in a home with 60 family members and one kitchen. You understand the challenges of a joint family. Family gave me a deep sense of culture. It gave me a sense of learning to live with contradictions between family members, but the bonding and the pleasure of being together was awesome. And when I started Kotak, there's one thing I said: I want to bring the family culture to the fore in how we build the culture at Kotak. One point which I would strongly consider as an important aspect in our journey, it's the bonding, the family culture, and the people sense which is at the core of successful institutions.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. महमूद मुजावर जी, थैंक यू, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, मुजावर जी?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने ATS के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला ATS ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस एक खोखला केस है। आपने ये भी बोला था कि ये जो विटनेसेस थे उनको मारा गया था। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मुजावर हैड met us at Republic in Mumbai 6 years ago. He was going from one court to the next. He met us at...
To speak on Get Me Right, a year after the coup that deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in Dhaka, how are we tackling the anti-India regime of Mohammad Yunus in Bangladesh? Also, why is American President Donald Trump making his tariff war with India so personal? Is his Pakistan pivot going to be a long-term worry for us? And in the age of AI, which jobs are going to be safe and which ones would simply vanish? Be forewarned to be forearmed. This weekend on Get Me Right, only on Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of...
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
2 Kerala nuns arrested in Chhattisgarh on charges of forced religious conversions will have their bail plea heard by the NIA court today. Their bail plea was rejected by the Durg Sessions Court due to lack of jurisdiction, and the case was moved to the NIA court in Bilaspur. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has stated that the centre won't oppose bail. In Ajmer, Rajasthan, the Forest Department has launched a demolition drive to remove around 200 illegal shops built on the forest land in the Taragarh area. Heavy security has been deployed to maintain order during the operation. The move follows notices served to the shopkeepers along the Dargah Taragarh road, a high traffic area near the Ajmer Sharif Dargah. The Ganga River in Varanasi has risen close to the warning mark, prompting authorities to issue alerts and prepare for possible flooding. Low-lying areas are at risk. Cremation activities have been moved to higher grounds, and the NDRF is on standby for rescue operations.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर. कहीं तो न्याय हो गया. और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Sadhvi Pragya, the accused who has been acquitted in the Malegaon blast case, claims vindication today. She has alleged that the case was a politically motivated and a fabricated one by the Congress party only to tarnish her reputation and the reputation of a certain community. And she further went on to make some explosive claims that the RSS top brass, including the name of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, was forcefully asked her to be mentioned in the case. And what's even more is that the then ATS Additional Commissioner, Parambir Singh, has also been accused of meting out mental as well as physical torture to Sadhvi Pragya. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines.
मैं अपनी पूरी कहानी जो लिख रही हूँ उसमें ये सब आएगा, लेकिन सत्य जो है ना वो प्रकट होता है और सत्य प्रकट हुआ। माननीय मोदी जी का भी नाम लिया था। मैं गुजरात में रहती थी, इसलिए उन्होंने मोदी जी का भी नाम मुझसे कहलवाने का प्रयास किया।
Republic gets first response from Sadhvi Pragya, says she was asked to name PM Modi in the Malegaon case by the ATS officers who tortured her.
टॉर्चर करना ही उनका उद्देश्य था और नहीं, अगर इनके नाम नहीं लेती हो जो वो कह रहे हैं तो फिर हम तुम्हें टॉर्चर करेंगे। तो उसमें सभी के नाम आए हैं, मैंने लिखित में सब दिया है। माननीय योगी जी का
Sensational claims by acquitted accused Sadhvi Pragya in Malegaon case, says she was also asked to name Yogi Adityanath.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने भारत का यही रूप देखा है। भारत पर जो वार करेगा वो पाताल में भी नहीं बचेगा।
Prime Minister Modi in home turf Varanasi hails Operation Sindoor and reiterates how India obliterated Pak terror dens.
The institution of the Election Commission does not exist. That it has disappeared.
Rahul Gandhi once again targets EC, says Lok Sabha election was rigged. Donald Trump cites reports on India halting Russian oil imports. Sources counter. Big win for forces. LET terrorists have been killed in anti-terror operation in Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgam. Viewers, Republic has the first and exclusive response on the Malegaon blast verdict from acquitted accused and former BJP MP Sadhvi Pragya. Speaking exclusively to Republic, she says that she was forced to take PM Modi's name in the Malegaon case by the then ATS Additional Commissioner Parambir Singh and other male officers like Karkare, who she claims tortured her. Sensational claims coming in by the acquitted accused Sadhvi Pragya in the Malegaon case. She also says that she was forced to take Yogi Adityanath's name as well. And she has called this entire case a conspiracy hatched by the Congress party and alleged that Congress has always been against the welfare of the nation. Let's now listen in to that exclusive, explosive conversation with Sadhvi Pragya.
से बात की थी और आपने बोला था कि परमबीर सिंह ने आपको 13 दिन तक टॉर्चर किया था। इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे? आप परमबीर सिंह को क्या जवाब देना चाहेंगे?
13 दिनों तक तो उन्होंने गैर कानूनी तरीके से मुझे रखा, परंतु टॉर्चर तो उन्होंने अपनी कस्टडी में 24 दिन किया है, क्योंकि मुझे 24 दिन कस्टडी में इन्होंने रखा, 13 दिन इलीगल और 11 दिन लीगल। उस समय परमबीर सिंह ने भयंकर अत्याचार किए हैं जो कहने में भी नहीं आते, ऐसे अत्याचार, क्योंकि शब्दों की भी मर्यादा होती है।
We also have Ram Mahadev, a BJP leader, joining us on the phone line. A very, very good afternoon to you, sir. Sadhvi Pragya has claimed that several RSS top brass members, their names, including PM Modi and Yogi Adityanath's names, were also forced to be mentioned by her in the case by Parambir Singh. How do you look at this sensational claim, sir?
Look, whatever Sadhvi Pragya has told you is largely true. I can vouch for it for an important reason, that I was handling those matters for 4 or 5 years initially when this whole fraud allegation of Hindu terror was being manufactured by the UPA government. So they tried to implicate many of our senior RSS leaders. I used to constantly talk to the CBI officers who were investigating until the case was transferred to the NIA in 2011. Before 2011, the case was being handled by the CBI. At that time, it was very clear to us that the whole effort was twofold. One was to create a terror equivalent of Hindu terror for Muslim terror, Islamic terror. There was an Islamic terror which was going on for almost 20 years. So the UPA government sought to create a terror equivalent in the form of Hindu terror. One. Secondly, they wanted to target RSS also in that whole thing. So they manufactured cases. They tried to implicate senior RSS leaders. They used to directly, try and, ask us to send this leader, that leader. We used to resist. So what she today revealed, of course, it is true, and of course, it is not new to us. We knew that the person specifically named, and I don't have to now mention anything. You just Google about him, what kind of a notoriety he earned as an officer, police officer. He was a disgrace to the police services, and what she said was also true. At the time itself, we knew that she was subjected to very inhuman, something that a woman should never endure. That kind of a torture she was subjected to. And not just she, those who were all arrested, who are all now released as, not guilty, they all were subject to similar kind of inhuman torture just to implicate RSS leaders so that they can establish that there existed something called a Hindu terror. And we are now happy that the last case in that series, the so-called Malegaon blast case, also falls flat. And truth has come out that it was all the handmade, it's all the making of the UPA government, especially Mr. Chidambaram was supervising this whole thing. Then, of course, many others, client officers like Mr. Parambir Singh were doing the dirty job for him.
That's right, sir. And like Sadhvi Pragya also claimed that it's the truth that has, in the end, won this battle. And what's even more shocking is the fact that Sadhvi Pragya claimed that there was misuse of power by the then ATS Additional Commissioner Parambir Singh. And like you were also mentioning, now that these claims are being made, will action be taken against Parambir Singh and his team?
No, that we only can leave to the...
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Well, we have some...
a statement.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Please go ahead. We lost your line in between, but right now we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I'm saying one ATS officer who worked under Mr. Parambir Singh himself gave a statement that he was forced to arrest, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat at that time, who was General Secretary at that time, of course. So he was forced to arrest him and all that. So lot of illegal things were perpetrated against these people. What action should be taken? Let the agencies decide. Let the law enforcement agencies.
Sir, in fact, Sadhvi Pragya claims that PM Modi's name was also mentioned by Parambir Singh, asking her that she has to take his name in this particular case, along with Yogi Adityanath as well. So this was a constructed effort, as Sadhvi Pragya claims, to tarnish and also to attack one particular community.
Yes, as I said, the whole effort was to create that false terror equivalent in the name of Hindu terror. They wanted to create a Hindu terror as an equivalent of Islamic terror. So they looked at important people. They thought, Modi ji was the Chief Minister of Gujarat at that time. Yogi ji was a member of Parliament, but well-known Hindu leaders, then RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat ji, many others. At some point they started asking me questions. So they tried all sorts of things, but they could torture some people for many years. They subjected many people to a lot of trouble for many years, but finally the truth has come out now.
That's right, sir. And the NDA government is in power in Maharashtra. So do you think that action should be taken against Parambir Singh and his team?
I hope that they will. So what can be done in this matter, let them decide.
Right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us with your insights. Well, that was Ram Madhav, a BJP leader, who was looking into this particular case till the verdict was delivered on July 31st. In fact, let's listen in to Sadhvi Pragya's explosive allegations and claims once again.
की थी और आपने बोला था कि परमबीर सिंह ने आपको 13 दिन तक टॉर्चर किया था। इस पे आप क्या कहेंगे? आप परमबीर सिंह को क्या जवाब देना चाहेंगे?
13 दिनों तक तो उन्होंने गैर कानूनी तरीके से मुझे रखा, परंतु टॉर्चर तो उन्होंने अपनी कस्टडी में 24 दिन किया है, क्योंकि मुझे 24 दिन कस्टडी में इन्होंने रखा, 13 दिन इलीगल और 11 दिन लीगल। उस समय परमबीर सिंह ने भयंकर अत्याचार किए हैं जो कहने में भी नहीं आते, ऐसे अत्याचार, क्योंकि शब्दों की भी मर्यादा होती है, और वो अत्याचार परमबीर सिंह ने किए हैं।
मोहन भागवत का भी नाम जैसे बीच में आ रहा था, मोहन भागवत को भी फंसाने की साजिश की जा रही, क्या ये सच था पूरा उसमें?
मैंने अपने लिखित में सब कुछ दिया है, और मैंने जिन जिन के नाम लिए हैं सभी के नाम जो हमें कहने पे मजबूर किया गया, तो वो सब किया है उन्होंने कि इनके नाम लो, इनके नाम लो, सबके नाम लेकर के, और तुम ये बोलोगी तो हम तुम्हें नहीं पीटेंगे। यानी मुझे टॉर्चर करना ही उनका उद्देश्य था, और नहीं, अगर इनके नाम नहीं लेती हो जो वो कह रहे हैं तो फिर हम तुम्हें टॉर्चर करेंगे। तो उसमें सभी के नाम आए हैं, मैंने लिखित में सब दिया है। माननीय योगी जी का है, माननीय मोहन भागवत जी का है, माननीय सुदर्शन जी का है, और हमारे इंद्रेश जी का है, और मैं कुछ नाम अभी भूल रही हूँ तुम लोगों की सब भीड़ के कारण, लेकिन बहुत सारे नाम उन्होंने ऐसे लिए हैं। राम जी माधव का नाम लेने के लिए बोला है, और भी कुछ नाम हैं जो मैं अभी भूल रही हूँ, लेकिन ये सब करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें टॉर्चर किया। हमारे फेफड़े की झिल्ली फट गई, मैं बेहोश हो गई, मुझे सुसरूसा हॉस्पिटल में गैर कानूनी तरीके से डिटेन किया था, तब रखा, और उसके बाद फिर बजे हॉस्पिटल में रखा। मैं अपनी पूरी कहानी जो लिख रही हूँ उसमें ये सब आएगा, लेकिन सत्य जो है ना वो प्रकट होता है, और सत्य प्रकट हुआ। माननीय मोदी जी का भी नाम लिया था मैं गुजरात में रहती थी, इसलिए उन्होंने मोदी जी का भी नाम मुझसे कहलवाने का प्रयास किया। मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला, क्योंकि सब असत्य कहलवाना चाह रहे थे, इसलिए मैंने किसी का नाम नहीं बोला।
कांग्रेस के भगवा आतंकवाद के लिए क्या बोले?
कहा जाता था उसकी अब जीत हो गई, आप इसके कह सकते हैं?
भगवा की जीत है, धर्म की जीत है, सनातन धर्म की जीत है, और हिंदुत्व की जीत है। ये हालांकि ये लोग पराजित कभी कर नहीं सकते, इनकी दम नहीं है। ये सनातनी राष्ट्र है, सनातनी राष्ट्र की सदैव विजय ही विजय है, परंतु इन्होंने कुत्सित प्रयास जो किया है टॉर्चर करके, और सभी देशभक्तों को उसके अंदर ला करके जो कुत्सित प्रयास किया है, उसकी हम भर्त्सना भी करते हैं, और इन सबको दंड के लिए हम प्रयास भी करेंगे।
साध्वी, अब पुराने अधिकारी सामने आ रहे हैं, टीएस के वो राज खोल रहे हैं कि उनको ऊपर से इंस्ट्रक्शंस थे।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा,
नाम उगलवाया जाए जबरदस्ती।
सत्य तो कोई भी बोलेगा। ये पूरा केस जो है बनाया हुआ था, इसलिए उसका कोई आधार नहीं था, और असत्य का कोई आधार होता भी नहीं है। सत्य प्रकट होता है, सिद्ध होता है, और वह हुआ है।
इस पूरे केस में परमबीर सिंह की भूमिका पर आपकी छोटी टिप्पणी।
परमबीर सिंह बहुत ही धूर्त मक्कार व्यक्ति था, वह ऑफिसर कहलाने लायक नहीं था, क्योंकि उसने कानून के अंतर्गत गैर कानूनी काम किए हैं, हेमंत करकरे ने और परमबीर सिंह ने, और सुखविंदर सिंह भी एक ऑफिसर था, उसने भी, खानविलकर ने, आवाड़ ने, इन सब लोगों ने टॉर्चर किए हैं, और बहुत बुरी तरह से टॉर्चर करके बहुत कुछ कहलवाना चाहा, लेकिन असत्य हम बोलेंगे नहीं। हमें मार भी दिया जाए तो भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। और सबके लिए मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहती हूँ, भयभीत होने की राष्ट्र को जरूरत नहीं है। देशभक्त सदैव अपने देश के लिए मरता है और जीता है, और सदैव मरता और जीता रहेगा, लेकिन विधर्मी और कुचक्री कभी कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाएंगे। सबको देश के लिए करना चाहिए।
Viewers, moving on to more breaking news coming in. LOP Rahul Gandhi has targeted the Election Commission once again, and he says that the country's election system is already dead and the recent Lok Sabha polls were rigged. This is a shocking claim coming in by Rahul Gandhi, once again going after the Election Commission of India, the poll watchdog. And just before Bihar Assembly polls, Rahul Gandhi has made another allegation claiming that the election system is dead and the recent Lok Sabha elections were rigged. This is LOP Rahul Gandhi targeting the Election Commission once again, and he had said that Lok Sabha elections were rigged and that the election system in India is completely dead. Let's listen in to Rahul Gandhi.
Recently, about the election system. And I always had a suspicion that there was something wrong. Right from 2014, I had a suspicion that there's something wrong. Something does not add up. In fact, I'll even go further. I had a suspicion in the Gujarat Assembly elections already. So whenever we spoke, people said, well, where's the proof? And then something happened in Maharashtra, where in the Vidhan Sabha we won the election, hands down. In the Lok Sabha we won the election, hands down. And then 4 months later, we didn't just lose, we were obliterated. And so we started, right then, to look seriously for electoral malpractice. We found it in Maharashtra. Clearly, 1 crore new voters show up between Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. Bulk of those votes go to the BJP. But still, we didn't have clear proof. So when I would even mention it to our allies, that look, there is clear cheating that has happened, my allies would say to me, yes, we can see that there is cheating that has happened, but we don't have proof. And now, I say with absolutely no doubt that we have proof. We have such proof that will show the whole country that the institution of the Election Commission does not exist, that it has disappeared. It has taken us 6 months, 6 months of non-stop work to find this proof. Why? Because the Election Commission does not give us electronic versions of the voter list. It gives us paper versions.
Viewers, even as Rahul Gandhi claims that he has some explosive proof of poll rigging, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has issued an open dare to LOP Rahul Gandhi, saying that if he has an atom bomb of proofs on the rigging of elections by the Election Commission of India, then that atom bomb of proofs, its atomic test, should be done immediately. And this is Rajnath Singh's open dare to Rahul Gandhi to furnish the so-called atomic proofs of poll rigging that he claims to have. And Rajnath Singh, they're clearly saying that if he has an atom bomb of proofs, its atomic test should be done immediately.
FIR के मुद्दे पर विपक्ष द्वारा संसद को बाधित किया गया है और कल नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने फिर से एक अनार्गल बयान दिया है और उन्होंने कहा है कि चुनाव आयोग द्वारा वोट चोरी को लेकर उन्होंने सबूतों का एटम बम तैयार किया है जो उनके पास है और किसी के पास नहीं है। ऐसा एटम बम उन्होंने तैयार किया है जो कि वह केवल उनके पास है और किसी के पास नहीं है। मैं राहुल जी से कहना चाहूंगा बहुत विनम्रता के साथ, अगर आपके पास सबूतों का एटम बम है तो उसका परीक्षण तुरंत कर डालिए, एटॉमिक टेस्ट तुरंत हो जाना चाहिए। सारे सबूत जनता के सामने रखिए, सारे सबूत जनता के सामने रखिए। मगर सच्चाई यह है कि उनके पास न कोई तथ्य है न सबूत है, सनसनीखेज बातें करना उनकी पुरानी आदत है। साथियों, आप लोगों को संभवतः यह याद भी होगा कि इसके पहले भी राहुल गांधी जी ने इस तरह का बयान दिया था और जिस दिन वो बोलेंगे भूचाल आ जाएगा। एक बार और बयान दिया था उन्होंने, जिस दिन मैं बोलूंगा उस दिन भूचाल आ जाएगा। जब वो बोले तो खोदा पहाड़ निकली चूहिया। मैं तो राहुल जी से यही कहूंगा कि जल्दी से जल्दी एटम बम फोड़ दीजिए, विलंब मत कीजिए, बस अपने आप को संतुलित और सुरक्षित रखिए।
Well, that was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh there challenging Rahul Gandhi, who every single time, wherever he goes, claims that there was poll rigging done by Election Commission of India and that they're involved in manipulation of votes as well. So now Rajnath Singh has come out and clearly said that if you have the atomic proof, so as claimed by Rahul Gandhi, then it's time to carry out the atomic test of the atom bomb of proofs that Rahul Gandhi says he has. And that was the statement coming in from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh after Rahul Gandhi's unrelenting claims that polls have been rigged recently by the Election Commission of India during the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Well, that's not all, viewers, because Rahul Gandhi's claims against Arun Jaitley, the former union minister, has also fallen flat. Because Rohan Jaitley, the son of former union minister late Arun Jaitley, has fact-checked Rahul Gandhi after the LOP alleged that Arun Jaitley threatened him during the 2020 Farms Law protests. And Rohan Jaitley has clearly claimed in his tweet saying, and I quote, Rahul Gandhi now claims my late father Arun Jaitley threatened him over the farm laws. Let me remind him, my father passed away in 2019. The farm laws were introduced in 2020. More importantly, it was not in my father's nature to threaten anyone over an opposing view. He was a staunch Democrat and always believed in building consensus. If at all such a situation was to occur, as it often does in politics, he would invite free and open discussions to arrive at a mutually acceptable solution to all. And that was simply who he was, and that remains his legacy today. But Rahul Gandhi there going on and attacking Arun Jaitley. Let's listen into that statement, to which Arun Jaitley's son has countered.
Remember when I was fighting the farm laws, and he's not here anymore, so really I shouldn't say it, but I will. And Arun Jaitley ji was sent to me to threaten me. And he said, you know, if you carry on down this path, opposing the government, fighting us on the farm laws, we will have to act against you. I looked at him and said, I don't think you know who you're talking to. I don't think you have an idea who you're talking to. Because we are Congress people. We're not cowards.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about Trump's citing reports on India halting Russian oil imports, but sources have countered. Along with that, Prime Minister Modi is in home ground Varanasi, hails Operation Sindoor and reiterates how India obliterated Pakistan terror dens. Stay tuned for more.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira.
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. R4 Sports and Republic TV, good luck.
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर. कहीं तो न्याय हो गया. और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर. खास करके
And we're back with the Republic Positive Influencer Show with me, Tanvi Sood. Over the next 30 minutes, we're going to get you some power-packed content from our positive influencers who have been working tirelessly over the last few weeks. We've taken a break, but they've been working tirelessly to put together some fantastic content just for you. Over the next 30 minutes, we're going to give to you an interesting blend of inspirational stories from the front, as well as inspirational lifestyle choices that you need to make to hit that reset before that Monday hits. Now let's get right to it, but actually before that, if you think you can be a Republic Positive Influencer, head over to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and drop that video sample. We're accepting applications across categories. We're making our pool of content creators larger across categories. If you think WhatsApp is easier, the WhatsApp number is on your screen. Drop that video sample. Now let's get right to the content. Now, just a couple of days ago, we celebrated Kargil Vijay Divas once again. We paid ode to our martyrs and celebrated India's fantastic victory over Pakistan, the enemy state. Who better to kick off the show than Captain Yashika Hathwal Tyagi, who brings together this tale from Kargil. Now, remember, she served in Kargil. She was a couple of months pregnant, and she was deployed in Kargil as an officer. She brings back this fantastic story, a fantastic classic narration from Captain Tyagi on how the IAF fooled the Pakistanis during Kargil. Watch this, get inspired, and always say, forces first.
I am Captain Yashika Hatwal Tyagi, Kargil war veteran and military-inspired leadership coach. शौर्य टेल्स में हम फौजी वॉर स्टोरीज को डिकोड करते हैं, जिससे उनके लेसन्स को हर कोई अपने जीवन में और अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को बेहतर बनाने के लिए सीख सकता है। लीडर की असली पहचान डिसीजन मेकिंग एबिलिटी या फैसले लेने की क्षमता है। क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट का पहला उसूल, कठिन चुनौतियों के बीच भी दिमाग शांत रहे और फैसले प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच पे बेस्ड रहें। बदलती हुई स्थिति और परिस्थिति को देखते हुए कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी में कैसे बदलाव ला सकते हैं? हाउ कैन लीडर्स ड्रॉप द फिक्स्ड माइंडसेट एंड हाउ वी कैन बी ओपन टू कोर्स करेक्शन? इन्हीं लेसन्स को लेकर आज की शौर्य टेल्स शुरू करते हैं। आज की कहानी कारगिल के युद्ध की एक शानदार कहानी है। मई 1999 कारगिल की लड़ाई छिड़ चुकी थी। इंडियन आर्मी और पाकिस्तान की नॉर्दर्न लाइट इन्फेंट्री के बीच लगातार गोलाबारी चल रही थी। बोफोर्स की गन्स अपनी गगनभेदी गूंज से आसमान को झिझोड़ रही थी और दिन पर दिन पारा शून्य से कई डिग्री नीचे लुढ़कता जा रहा था। लेकिन इसी समय दिल्ली में सत्ता के गलियारों में गर्मी थी। 25 मई का दिन था। प्रधानमंत्री श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने कारगिल की लड़ाई में वायुसेना के फाइटर जेट्स के इस्तेमाल को गो अहेड दे दिया। लेकिन साथ ही एक इंस्ट्रक्शन भी था कि किसी भी सूरत में हमारे लड़ाकू जहाज लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल यानी LOC को पार नहीं करेंगे। यह तो ठीक ऐसे ही था जैसे कि एक हाथ बांधकर लड़ाई के मैदान में भेज दिया हो। बट स्टिल इट वॉज अ बिग डेवलपमेंट और पाकिस्तान के लिए खुली चेतावनी थी। एंट्री ऑफ इंडियन एयर फोर्स प्रूव टू बी अ बिग गेम चेंजर दैट वुड लेटर चेंज द आउटकम ऑफ द बैटल। 25 मई की सुबह सूर्य की पहली किरण के साथ श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के एयरफोर्स स्टेशन से एक के बाद एक फाइटर जेट्स उड़ान भरने लगे। पीर पंजाल और जंस्कार की पहाड़ियों में सफेद बर्फ के समुद्र की ओर बढ़ते इंडियन एयरफोर्स के जाबाज फाइटर पायलट्स के हौसलों की उड़ान और युद्ध के नए दौर का शंखनाद था ऑपरेशन सफेद सागर। इंडियन आर्मी के ऑपरेशन विजय के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर इंडियन एयरफोर्स का ऑपरेशन सफेद सागर शुरू हुआ। तो शौर्य टेल्स में आज चलते हैं आप और मैं इंडियन एयरफोर्स के फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट्स के कॉकपिट में बहादुर पायलट्स के साथ कारगिल की दुर्गम पहाड़ियों के बीच और पाकिस्तानियों को दिखाते हैं हमारा लोहा। इस ऑपरेशन को शुरू करते ही इंडियन एयरफोर्स के सामने कई चुनौतियां आईं। पहला चैलेंज, यह पूरा ऑपरेशन 14,000 से 18,000 फीट की ऊंचाई पर हो रहा था, जहां मौसम बहुत अनप्रिडिक्टेबल है। दूसरा चैलेंज, दुश्मन की बहुत सारी छोटी छोटी पोस्ट्स ऊंची ऊंची पहाड़ियों पर जगह जगह फैली हुई थी, जहां उन्हें लोकेट करना थोड़ा मुश्किल था। तीसरा चैलेंज, जो इंस्ट्रक्शन हमें पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप से मिला था कि इंटरनेशनल प्रेशर के चलते हम किसी भी सूरत में लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल को पार नहीं करेंगे। अब ऑपरेशन सफेद सागर के साथ कारगिल की लड़ाई में उतरी। दिन 27 मई 1999, डे 2 ऑफ ऑपरेशन सफेद सागर। MiG-21 पर सवार अलर्ट पायलट फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट नचिकेता पहाड़ियों के ऊपर उड़ान भर रहे थे और दुश्मन के ठिकानों पर रॉकेट्स ड्रॉप कर रहे थे। लेकिन हवा में ऑक्सीजन की कमी की वजह से उनके रॉकेट्स अपने निशाने से चूक रहे थे। इसी बीच एक अजीब सी आवाज हुई। फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट नचिकेता के MiG-21 के इंजन में सर्ज हुआ, यानी उनका इंजन बंद हो गया और एक पत्थर की तरह नीचे आने लगा। उन्होंने ठीक समय पर प्लेन से इजेक्ट किया, यानी पैराशूट की मदद से वो अपने प्लेन से बाहर आए और नीचे आने लगे। हवा का रुख धीरे धीरे कर उनके पैराशूट को एलओसी के दूसरी ओर ले जाने लगा और उन्होंने पाकिस्तान में लैंड किया। दुश्मन ने उन्हें चारों ओर से घेर लिया। अपनी ट्रेनिंग में सिखाए हुए हर लेसन को याद रखते हुए इस बहादुर वॉरियर ने अपनी सर्विस रिवॉल्वर निकाली और दुश्मन पर फायर किया, लेकिन दुश्मन ने उन्हें बंदी बना लिया। फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट नचिकेता 8 दिनों तक पाकिस्तान की कैद में एक प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर रहे। ठीक इसी समय आसमान में एक दूसरा फाइटर MiG-27 उड़ रहा था, जिसके पायलट थे स्क्वाड्रन लीडर अजय आहूजा। उनके रेडियो सेट पर खबर आई कि फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट नचिकेता के MiG-21 की क्रैश लोकेशन को पता करना है। स्क्वाड्रन लीडर अजय आहूजा ने बिना कोई समय गवाए एलओसी की ओर रुख किया और नचिकेता की लास्ट रिकॉर्डेड लोकेशन पर बहुत नीचे उड़ान भरने लगे, जिससे उन्हें उनके जहाज का मलबा दिखाई दे। पर एकाएक जोर की आवाज आई, धमाका हुआ। स्क्वाड्रन लीडर अजय आहूजा के MiG-27 पे दुश्मन की शोल्डर टू एयर यानी स्टिंगर मिसाइल का डायरेक्ट हिट हुआ और उनका प्लेन धमाके के साथ एक आग के गोले में तब्दील हो गया। उन्होंने रेडियो सेट पे अपनी आखिरी लोकेशन हायर हेडक्वार्टर्स को बताई और पैराशूट के जरिए उन्होंने भी प्लेन से इजेक्ट किया। अब आप इमेजिन करिए, नीला खुला आसमान, सफेद और काले रंग में लिपटी हुई नुकीली पहाड़ियां, पैराशूट के साथ आसमान से उतरता एक जाबाज पायलट और नीचे घात लगाकर बैठा पाकिस्तानी, जिन्होंने निशाना लगाकर हवा से उतरते स्क्वाड्रन लीडर अजय आहूजा पे फायरिंग करी। उस समय यह पायलट ना तो खुद को डिफेंड कर सकता था और ना कहीं कवर ले सकता था। दिस वॉज मर्डर एंड अ वॉर क्राइम इन प्योर साइट। यह हरकत जेनीवा कन्वेंशन में लिखे हुए हर युद्ध के नियम के खिलाफ थी। खून से रिश्ता हुआ स्क्वाड्रन लीडर अजय आहूजा का शरीर नीचे आ रहा था और जमीन पर गिरने पर भी दुश्मन ने उनके शरीर पर क्लोज रेंज से गोलियां चलाई। पूरे देश में गुस्से का माहौल था। अगले ही दिन मई 28, 1999 एक और हादसा। हमारी अटैक गनशिप Mi-17 दुश्मन की स्टिंगर मिसाइल का निशाना बनी और हेलीकॉप्टर में मौजूद चारों फौजी शहीद हुए। This was the time to go back to ops room and rework the strategy. यह देखा गया कि दुश्मन की स्टिंगर मिसाइल की रेंज 28,000 फीट है, तो डिसाइड यह हुआ कि हमारे सभी जहाज 30,000 फीट की ऊंचाई पर उड़ेंगे। और इस डिसीजन का नतीजा यह हुआ कि कारगिल की लड़ाई में दुश्मन ने तकरीबन 100 स्टिंगर मिसाइल फायर करी, लेकिन शुरुआती दिनों के इन 3 हादसों के अलावा पूरे ऑपरेशन सफेद सागर में इंडियन एयरफोर्स के एक भी जहाज को खरोंच तक नहीं आई। दूसरी चीज यह भी देखा गया था कि MiG-21 और MiG-27 के बॉम्ब्स हाई एल्टीट्यूड से गिराए जाने पर हवा में ऑक्सीजन कम होने की वजह से अपने टारगेट को एक्यूरेटली एंगेज नहीं कर पा रहे थे। तो दूसरा बड़ा डिसीजन लिया गया कि हमारे ब्रह्मास्त्र को इस्तेमाल किया जाए। मिराज 2000 ये फाइटर्स एकदम न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी के लेजर गाइडेड प्रिसिशन बॉम्ब से लैस थे, जो हजारों फीट ऊपर से गिराए जाने के बावजूद भी एक रुमाल जितने टारगेट को एक्यूरेटली एंगेज कर उसकी फोटोग्राफ्स भी लेते थे। नाउ ऑल इंफॉर्मेशन वाज अवेलेबल कि हमला कहां हुआ और उस हमले का डैमेज क्या हुआ। आपको बताना जरूरी है कि आगे चलकर पाकिस्तान के अंदर जब हमने बालाकोट के टेरर कैंप को तबाह किया था और रिसेंटली ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के अटैक में भी हमने मिराज 2000 का बखूबी इस्तेमाल किया। इट वॉज अ किलर एटीट्यूड ऑफ जस्ट डू इट एंड इंडियन एयरफोर्स वॉज नाउ किलिंग इट। युद्ध के बीच भी स्ट्रैटेजी को रीवर्क कर फैसले में बदलाव लाने की वजह से इंडियन एयरफोर्स को सफलता मिलती चली गई। हमारे लड़ाकू जहाजों के दुश्मन की पोस्ट को एक एक कर बर्बाद करना शुरू किया। सप्लाई लाइंस, लॉजिस्टिक बेसेस जैसे मंटो ढालों को तबाह किया, जिससे दुश्मन के पैर उखड़ने लगे। इंडियन एयरफोर्स की शौर्य गाथा तब तक अधूरी है जब तक हम मंटो ढालो की कहानी ना सुनाएं। सो मंटो ढालो वॉज अ वेरी प्रोमिनेंट सप्लाई बेस ऑफ पाकिस्तान, जहां से उनके सैनिक, राशंस, एम्यूनिशन, गोला बारूद ये सब इंडियन टेरिटरी में आगे भेजा जा रहा था। इसे बर्बाद करने का मतलब था पाकिस्तानियों की कमर तोड़ना। बट इंडियन एयरफोर्स वॉज इन नो पर्टिकुलर हरी। कहते हैं ना कि रिवेंज इज अ डिश दैट इज बेस्ट सर्व्ड कोल्ड। टारगेट भी हमारी पसंद का होगा और समय भी। अटैक का दिन मुकर्रर हुआ जून 17, 1999, जब एक बड़ी संख्या में पाकिस्तानी सैनिक मौजूद थे और हमारी इंटेलिजेंस के मुताबिक मंटो ढालो सप्लाई बेस में गोला बारूद और राशन भरा हुआ था। गड़गड़ाहट के साथ नंबर 7 स्क्वाड्रन ऑफ मिराज 2000 चार्ज्ड इनटू द एयर टेरिटरी एंड बॉम्ब्ड द लॉजिस्टिक बेस। 1000 पाउंडर लेजर गाइडेड बॉम्ब्स की ताकत से मंटो ढालो तहस नहस हो गया और अब वहां पत्थरों के सिवा कुछ नहीं बचा। तकरीबन 300 पाकिस्तानी सैनिक इस अटैक में मारे गए। ठीक एक हफ्ते बाद जून 24 को हमने टाइगर हिल पर इंडियन एयरफोर्स का वो जलवा देखा जिसने इंडियन आर्मी को टाइगर हिल फतह करने की राह में आगे बढ़ा दिया। इंडियन एयरफोर्स का खौफ पाकिस्तानियों के दिल में इस तरह भर गया था कि उन्हें रात दिन हमारे फाइटर प्लेन्स ही नजर आ रहे थे। बटालिक, मशको, द्रास, तुर्तुक, चोरबाटला, खालूबार, जहां देखिए फाइटर प्लेन्स की गड़गड़ाहट, कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल्स की इफेक्टिव एयर पेट्रोलिंग से आसमान भरा हुआ था। दुश्मन इसका सामना नहीं कर पा रहा था। ऑपरेशन सफेद सागर में इंडियन एयरफोर्स ने तकरीबन 7,800 उड़ानें भरी और इंडियन आर्मी को भरपूर सहयोग दिया। इंडियन एयरफोर्स के जांबाजों की एंट्री से ही हमारी भारतीय सेना का कॉन्फिडेंस, मनोबल और मोराल बहुत मजबूत हो गया। यह टीम वर्क का उम्दा एग्जाम्पल है कि IL-76 और AN-32 जैसे ट्रांसपोर्ट जहाज पूरे देश भर से सैनिक, इक्विपमेंट्स, लॉजिस्टिक सप्लाईज को रिकॉर्ड टाइम पर हाजिर कर रहे थे। रिकॉनेसेंस प्लेन्स यानी रेकी प्लेन्स ने दुश्मन की छुपी हुई पोस्ट्स को भी ढूंढ निकाला, उनकी फोटोग्राफ्स ली और एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन की मदद से इंडियन आर्मी ने कई सफल ऑपरेशंस प्लान किए। इन्फेंट्री के जवान को दुश्मन के ठिकानों के पास पहुंचकर भी इंडियन एयरफोर्स ने रीइंफोर्समेंट पहुंचाया। यह लड़ाई इतनी भयावह थी कि हमारे तकरीबन 1300 से ज्यादा जवान बुरी तरह से घायल हुए। कभी बुलेट शॉट, कभी माइन इंजरी, किसी को हेड इंजरी तो किसी को स्पाइनल इंजरी, फ्रैक्चर्स, शार्पनल्स के साथ साथ मौसम भी हमारा दुश्मन था। घायल सैनिकों का कैजुअल्टी इवैक्यूएशन करते हुए इंडियन एयरफोर्स के जाबाज हेलीकॉप्टर पायलट्स ने बिना समय गंवाए रात दिन एक कर दिया, जिससे ना जाने कितने सैनिकों की जान बची। कॉम्बैट एयर पेट्रोल ने लगातार अपनी वायु सीमा की चौकसी करते हुए दुश्मन के एक भी जहाज को भारतीय वायु सीमा में फटकने तक नहीं दिया। लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, द बॉम्बर्स, द फाइटर पायलट्स, जिनके हौसले और खतरों से खेलने के जुनून ने दुश्मन के हौसले पस्त कर दिए। प्रोफेशनलिज्म इतना कि पूरे ऑपरेशन में देयर वॉज नॉट अ सिंगल ब्लू ऑन ब्लू किल, यानी एक ही पहाड़ी पर दुश्मन और हमारी सेना दोनों मौजूद थी। वहां ऐसी अचूक बॉम्बिंग करना कि वो बॉम्ब दुश्मन पर ही गिर रहे थे और हमारी सेना का बाल भी बांका नहीं हुआ। वी सैल्यूट द इंडियन एयरफोर्स, दे टच्ड द कारगिल स्काइज विद ग्लोरी। नभः स्पर्शम दीप्तम। शौर्य टेल्स में ऐसी ही और कहानियों के साथ हम फिर मिलेंगे। जय हिंद की सेना।
They say you are what you eat, and why not? You should be. Now, you probably see these boards coming up everywhere. These boards saying how much oil, how much sugar are in your food, and you're probably wondering why. Well, it's because the government has mandated it. Because to be a developed India, we have to be a fit nation. Now, bringing this subject to the fore is positive influencer Urvashi Agarwal. She's got some serious data at hand on how India is possibly staring down a health crisis. Specifically, the boom of diseases that we're battling every single day related to simple lifestyle choices that we're simply not making. Watch this video. Don't fall into the rut of making bad lifestyle choices. Join the Fit India movement as you watch this.
Imagine this, you are in your office or college canteen about to dig into your favorite snack, a samosa with hot jalebi on the side. And right there on the wall, a simple board spells it out. Your samosa has around 310 calories, 4 to 5 teaspoons of oil, and jalebi has over 150 calories per piece, 2.5 teaspoons of sugar. Tastes good? Sure. But now you know what you're really putting into your body. In a bid to tackle India's growing health crisis, the Union Health Ministry has issued an advisory asking all government institutions, offices, hospitals, canteens, public spaces to display sugar and oil boards on everyday food items. These boards serve as gentle reminders to prompt healthier food choices for all Indians. But why is this happening? Let's walk through it. The reason is serious and urgent. Sharing alarming statistics on India's lifestyle diseases. 10 crore Indians are already diabetic. Another 13.6 crore are in the pre-diabetic stage, making India the diabetes capital of the world. 31.5 crore Indians suffer from high blood pressure, and together non-communicable diseases like heart diseases, diabetes, stroke and cancer cause 60% of all deaths in the country. And poor diet alone contributes to 56% of India's total disease burden. Wow, shocking, right? How did it get so bad? Well, at the root of this health crisis lie two major factors: sedentary lifestyle and poor dietary choices. Now, what do we mean by a sedentary lifestyle? Simply put, sitting for long hours with no exercise, no physical activity or movement. And poor dietary habits, skipping meals, erratic eating, which is overdependence on packaged, highly processed foods, combined with the regular intake of deep-fried, oily, sugar-loaded meals, frequently eating out, and there is a common reluctance towards home cooking, which is often perceived as too time-consuming or too exhausting. Also, there is ease of modern convenience, where ready-to-eat meals arrive in under 10 minutes, and groceries are delivered at a lightning speed. All these factors combine to affect our long-term health. And as a result, obesity has quietly become a silent epidemic in India. Now, sharing India's obesity statistics. Let's start with National Family Health Survey, which shows that 1 in 5 adults in urban India is overweight or obese. 24% of Indian women and 23% of Indian men are overweight or obese. A Lancet study revealed that 12.5 million children in India aged between 5 to 19 were classified as overweight in 2022, a substantial increase from 0.4 million in 1990. And here's the most alarming projection. By 2050, 44.9 crore Indians will become obese. That's why the government is stepping in. And the idea is simple. People should know what is in their food, not hidden behind fine print on food packets, but right in front of their eyes. The Health Ministry's approach prioritizes awareness over enforcement. The oil and sugar boards do not aim to vilify foods, but to raise visibility around dietary risks. It's a behavioral nudge. You see the board, you think twice, and slowly awareness builds. This isn't just about warnings, it is about information, guidance that helps. People make conscious choices. The sugar and oil boards are just the beginning. Real change will happen when awareness turns into everyday choices in our homes, schools, and offices. If we keep moving in this direction, Bharat can become not just aware but truly well. Thank you for watching, and let's choose better one plate at a time. This is Urvashi Agarwal signing off. Take care. Bye-bye.
Now, we all want those hacks to a better life, to a fitter India, to a better self. But you and I both know it's not an easy road. There are no quick fixes. We both know that it's not just going to start at the gym and end at zipping your mouth on the dining table. Lifestyle and health is a holistic decision. And who better than positive influencer Dr. Anshika Gupta to break down these 5 simple lifestyle choices that you can make for a healthy life. Watch this, hit that reset, because that Monday is coming and a fresh chance as we hit the second half of the year.
Lifestyle diseases are a silent epidemic. But what exactly are they? They're chronic conditions like diabetes, hypertension, obesity, fatty liver, and PCOS that are driven by your everyday choices, like your diet, your activity levels, sleep, and stress, rather than genetics or presence of infections. You'll be shocked to know that lifestyle diseases are the reason behind 61% of all deaths in India. Hi, my name is Dr. Anshika Gupta, and today I'm going to talk to you about the silent epidemic of lifestyle diseases that's ruining the health of our nation. We'll talk about why this is happening and also what are some simple steps that you can take towards keeping these away. Today, almost 1 in 2 people, that's 50% of us, has at least one lifestyle condition. The reason we have this and the reason it's on the rise is primarily our everyday choices. We start our day with chai and biscuit. Our meals are carbohydrates predominantly, and they're very protein deficient. We love our snacks and our meetha, and we love to sit all day. Sometimes it's because our job demands it, and sometimes because we're just lazy. Also, if we do get up, we consider walking as a proper physical activity. 3 in 4 Indians is sleep deprived. We don't get enough movement, we don't get enough sleep, and we're constantly exposed to our environment. A lot of pollution, a lot of toxins in our diet. Now, I understand a lot of things from this list are not under our control. But what we'll focus on today, well, are our choices. You do not have to go for grand sweeping changes. We'll talk about simple measures that you can take to reduce your long-term risk. I firmly believe that healthcare is not about checking your blood tests and waiting for them to hit a certain number. It's about the choices you proactively make every day. And for me, I think the best place to start are the 5 pillars of your lifestyle, as I call it. The first one is nutrition, and this is the most important as well. Food is not just calories, it's information for your body. It's like the codes you put into a computer. If you code it with processed food and sugar and flour, you are going to get the output of diabetes and heart disease. But if you code it smartly with whole foods, fruits, vegetables, good fats, you are going to get the output of a healthy body. You also want to eat seasonal and local, and as much as possible, please eat fresh food, not something that comes out of a box or a packet. The second pillar is movement. You have to keep your body moving for it to be healthy. Now, sitting is the new smoking. It's an independent risk factor for illnesses. That's why I advise taking breaks if your work involves prolonged sitting, or take a walk after your meals. But that's not all the physical activity you need. Make sure you get some more movement. Play a sport, weight train, or join a fitness class that you enjoy. Really, any kind of movement works. Just get moving for your metabolic health. Also, it's very important that you put on some lean muscle, great for your metabolic health and insulin resistance, great for your longevity, and get yourself a physical activity which raises your heart rate every once in a while, which is great for your cardiovascular health. Coming to the third pillar, which is your sleep. All of the detoxification, the repair work, even the cleaning of your brain happens when you're sleeping. If you're not sleeping well, your hormones are going to be completely chaotic and you are not going to feel energized during the day. Also, your sleep cycle will get disrupted the following night. That's why you need a proper sleep schedule. Switch off your gadgets at least 30 minutes before you go to bed. Make sure your room is dark, quiet, and at a comfortable temperature. Make sure you're not eating anything 3 to 4 hours before you go to sleep. Your fourth pillar is going to be stress and the way you manage it. There are so many ways to cope up with stress, and you can pick the one that works for you. It may be journaling, it may be talking to someone you trust, it may be meditation or yoga. Of course, with so much going on in the world, you don't have control over anything, but our perception is very much in our control, and our perception is what defines how events around us impact our health. So change your perception if you have to, but don't let the stress get to you. Your fifth pillar are your relationships. Your health is woven into the fabric of your connections. If you have meaningful connections with your friends, family, and if you feel seen and heard, it actually lowers your cortisol, boosts your immune function, and calms you down. The blue zones of the world, these are places with unusually high life expectancy. All of them have this one thing in common: a strong family and community. They have multiple generations living under one roof, supporting each other. So work on these 5 pillars of your lifestyle. Eat good food, move more, sleep better, avoid the stress, and build strong relationships.
And that's all I have for you on the Republic Positive Influencer Show this week. We'll be back next week with power-packed positive content for you. Now, before we get to next week's content, you must drop that video sample. It doesn't matter if you've never done it before, so long as you're a domain expert, a podcaster, or just someone who's thinking about getting into content creation. Our teams are screening applications round the clock, and you can drop that video sample on www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in.